right here on The Fan.
Let's go. Let's start the show. It's a Tolo Tuesday. Choppy is already dancing or whatever that's called on the fan cam. We're live. Got the entire squad with you. Glad you're joining us on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Troy Hughes. And yesterday, as I whispered to you guys before the show, the Rangers fired Chris Woodward.
Yep. You know, as the day went on, got to like 10, 11. I was like, oh, they're not going to do this today?
They have a game coming up.
Yeah, they're playing tonight. Some of those players may be already at the facility. And then the notification comes on the computer screen. And it's like, oh, okay, there it goes.
What do you think?
I mean, look, I didn't think they should have fired the last guy. So I'm still bitter about that. But, was he the problem? Like, no. Like, did they underachieve? That was the first thing I noticed. Like, everything's the Rangers, underachieving Rangers. What were they underachieve?
Yeah.
Their win total was 73 in Vegas.
Yeah, they're 12 games under, or now 11 games under.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty darn close to that win total. Like, that's not really underachieving. Like, if you thought they should have been better, like, that's not really Chris Woodward's problem. That's your problem.
Going to have a 10 to 15 game improvement from last year, as Pat Doney had pointed out on this show a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Now, that's also probably not Chris Woodward's doing. That's Simeon and Seager, who are worth together about 15 wins. We talked about that in the offseason. If you add their wars up, you're probably going to get close to 10 to 15 wins out of both of them combined. And that's just, that's the likely progression of a young team that's bringing up some younger players and getting.
But so far, they've combined for nearly 6 wins above replacement.
Total between the two. Yeah, so the team has been better, on their own. The rest of the team has also been better this year. So, yeah, to fire him, he wasn't the reason they were 11 games under 500. John Daniels and Chris Young and the organization who picks the players or is committed to the rebuild is the reason they're 11 games under 500.
Look, you really can't fight this statement too much on paper. 4th consecutive year with a losing record. That's fine. That gets you fired. But this organization, in the NBA, I've always made fun of the Orlando Magic, the Detroit Pistons, the Phoenix Suns for a while were just running through coaches. And I would always make fun of that ownership and front office. Oh, it's everyone else's fault. Throw in another guy for 2 or 3 years. When we all know you don't have the talent to win. You just don't. And you want to make everyone else a scapegoat. That's what I feel like the Texas Rangers have turned into. The Orlando Magic, since Doc Rivers in 2003, have had 10 different coaches. 10 different ones. Johnny Davis, Jock Vaughn, Skiles, Vogel, Clifford. Now it's Jamal Mosley. You get 2 or 3 years. You're not measuring up to our standard. You're not meeting our satisfaction. And it can't be anything we're doing in terms of not getting free agents here or hitting on draft picks. It's your fault. You're the fall guy. Next victim in. And that's what I feel like this team is. That's what I feel like this organization is with Jeff Bannister. What is Chris Woodward? What did Woody not do for your talent? That's what I'm wondering. And then I hear whispers from other people. Well, it's not necessarily about this year's talent. It's about the talent moving forward. They just know he's not the guy. Okay. Well, what was clear in Orlando and what is clear in Detroit is that front office, that's not the group of guys. And that's where I'm left pointing here when it comes to the Rangers. I got to point at the front office. You can't continue just to make people look like they're inept at their jobs, especially when Banny overachieved on paper. Woody did not overachieve to that degree, but it's just a no-win situation for anyone managing this team.
No, I mean, like when you commit to a rebuild, you can't blame the manager when he doesn't have control over the development of the players. Chris Woodward, Jeff Bannister, Ron Washington, they're not in Frisco. They're not in the minor leagues. They don't have control over the development of these guys. The minor league coaches do. The minor league development guys do. The player development guys within the organization do. And if you're not developing those players, that's not on the big league manager. It's not on Dave Roberts to develop the Dodgers players in the minor league system. It's not on whoever. Just pick a manager. You can't blame a manager at the Major League Baseball level for not developing guys in the minor leagues. You just can't.
And why now? Chris Woodward was apparently liked by all the players. It's not a guy they had to kick out of the room at this time. You have 48 games left. Why now? John Daniels was on with the G-Bag Nation, the Rangers GM, answering that question on the timing.
There was an evaluation at all times going on, really for all of us, myself included. CY and I had talked about, let's wait until after the Hall of Fame stuff to really sit down and go through it. And so we really spent quite a bit of time on it yesterday. We'd had some informal conversations, and then we sat down with ownership this morning and made the recommendation, and then ultimately made the decision there. I think why now is because we feel like there is still a lot to be gained this year.
Okay, so they wanted to wait to the Hall of Fame stuff. They waited a day later, a day after John Blake and Ian Kinsler got inducted to the Rangers Hall of Fame. It's just very, very frustrating when and look, was there in-game management stuff with Woody? The Tolas have pointed it out. Bassick has a clip from yesterday's show. Okay, in-game management stuff. But I mean, what did y'all think you were going to be this year? The Rangers never make these moves according to their records, really. It's like, okay, well, you met the standards this year. This is kind of what we expected. But since you didn't overachieve, you got to go. And even if it had nothing to do with the record, it's just with this organization. I'm sure it is with many others. It's like, what's the story with the porridge? It's too hot. Is that the three little? Is it it's not the Musketeers.
Three bears, right?
The three bears. The three bears. Goldilocks. Woody,
I haven't had good porridge in a while.
That's the main point. It's porridge here.
I've got sorghum back there in the kitchen if you want some. Yeah, it's good.
Really?
I love sorghum.
Okay.
Woody's a little bit too hot and temperamental, and he's too military, and he's too rah-rah and eye-rolling. And Woody, he's too cold. He's too loose. And he doesn't really command the attention. It's like, you're still serving porridge out there from the front office. It is what it is.
Worse.
But they think they can get, I guess, where do you go now? You go back to rigid and militaristic? You go new school again, young, former player? You've told us neither of them work. Neither of them are fits for your amazing talent that you've picked. So now let's see where they go.
Yeah, I think front office-wise, JD has done the job of getting them to the World Series. He can do it. He can obviously do it. I don't think they've committed.
Has he lived? Let me interrupt you real quick. A couple of Tolo tweets coming in. Has JD lived too long off of one trade, the Teixeira deal? Has he lived too long off of that?
I would say no. I mean, you can only live off the records that the moves you've made. Made some really good moves. I mean, if you go to his Wikipedia page, there's some good trades on there. There's some bad ones. Everybody's got some bad ones. The Prince Fielder one really screwed the whole thing up. Like they got Prince at a time where they could have kept this thing rolling, and then he was hurt. He was done, and that hurt. That hurt a lot.
Atolo also pointed out, timing-wise, they did not want to sweep. You don't want to go and sweep Oakland with the sorry Athletics in town as the Rangers, new coach theory, got the 2-1 win. You talk about a perfect outcome. They win a one-run game, which they were nearing, historically bad numbers with, 6-24 coming in one-run games. They win a one-run game, and Semien goes yard. So take that as your going-home present, Woody.
Yeah, right. No kidding. I think this team...
And you didn't want to sweep the Athletics when you wanted to do this, and then it would have made it harder to do.
Yeah.
That's from Atolo.
Organizationally, what are they? Are they an analytical team? Are they an old-school team? Like, what's the the Nats are super old school. They don't do analytics at all, hardly. You know, the Dodgers are super new school. What are the Rangers? You know, I think you got to pick a lane, and they haven't picked a lane. They're kind of middle of the pack, and you know, I don't know that's the right way to go about it. You got to pick something and stick with it.
We have an update on the Lancaster youth football situation. Aqib Talib's brother has turned himself in, and is Kevin Durant getting set to retire if he doesn't get his way in Brooklyn? It's a Tolo Tuesday, just getting started on your home of the Rangers. Looking for that new long-term manager with Sean and RJ next.
Coming up in the next G.
At 5 a.m. on the tennis courts right down the street. You saw that this morning?
5:09 a.m. Driving down McKinney Avenue. Look over to the left, and there's a The reason I looked over there is because I saw lights, and I was like, ooh, is that a cop? No, it was just a work truck, which another thing at 5 a.m. And then I see on the tennis courts that the lights are on. And then I see two people. Like, surely my eyes are not open yet.
The tennis court lights were on?
Yeah. The tennis court lights are on.
Wow.
One of the guys was shirtless already. That was weird. 5:09 a.m., rocking out there, Love 30.
Impressive. 5 o'clock tennis. We have not seen that in our 11 years up here. All right, we have an update on the youth football story. It just gets more heartbreaking when you see the social media posts of the kids involved. The brother of Talib turned himself into authorities yesterday after police identified him as the suspect in the fatal shooting at a youth football game here in Lancaster. I saw another video that some of the Tolos sent me yesterday, and it's just terrible. You see one guy like with a longer stick, and then all of a sudden you see, 2 or 3 gunshots, and the man fall to the ground. 43-year-old Michael Hickman. So there was a murder warrant out for Yaqub Salik Talib, and he turned himself in. He is 39 years old, and according to witnesses, pulled out a gun, shot Hickman multiple times after a disagreement between the opposing coaching staff of 2 youth football teams. And you do that in front of what a soulless piece of garbage this guy is. You do this not only in front of this man's child playing quarterback, you do this in front of a youth team? A youth team? Obviously, you're freaking insane and out of your mind, and I hope he rots to death in there. Are you kidding me? Right in front of a youth football team at 9 o'clock at night. Here is Talib's attorney on WFAA.
He turned himself in today so that he could start the process of telling his side of the story. He wanted to turn himself in from the start, but he wanted a chance to talk to his lawyers first.
That's Talib's attorney, Clark Birdsall.
He feels terrible the whole thing happened, but I think there are some heavy defensive overtones to what happened out there on that playing field, and in time, that'll all come out.
When I asked Birdsall if he'd share Talib's side of the story.
No, I'll just leave it at what I've said there.
Documents show Talib was arrested for possession of a firearm by a felon and marijuana in May 2021.
So there's some anger out there. I can see that on the social media, but they don't know the full story.
And when I asked how much longer until we'll know the full story?
I couldn't say right now.
The life of a defense attorney.
Love it. Wow. I mean, you want to talk about just kind of
there were some overtones.
Avoiding everything. Oh, yeah, there's some overtones there. And the other guy, obviously the other guy, let's already start to victim blame.
Apparently this started when Hickman, bent over to pick up a football and someone kicked it away. And that led to the fighting and eventually the shooting. And it looks to be on video.
Yeah.
So, bye-bye. See you later.
I mean, he'll be in there till he is old and gray. And unless something crazy happens and he doesn't get in there, but we've seen crazier things. But man, that's terrible.
Someone texted me yesterday. What happens? Amazon may have some decisions to make, as Marshawn Lynch was set to join their coverage. Mm-hmm. He gets his DUI on TMZ, and I think Aqib Talib was to play a role with them as well. Now, my response was, I don't believe. If I had to guess, I don't think this affects Talib's role with Amazon. I don't think it should. I don't think it will.
Whoa.
Yeah, if
we are totally opposite then.
If Talib is there egging his brother on, do it. That's one thing. But if it's just I'm sorry, I'm not responsible for the actions of my siblings.
Yeah, but you're talking about Amazon not having him on the cover, or they probably, no. He absolutely won't be on the coverage.
Why not?
There's no way you can have a rational football discussion, talk about a game, point out the X's and O's, knowing that, okay, let's talk to the guy who was there at the scene of a murder, who also, by the way,
Kelvin Joseph is playing.
Yeah, and which is why Saturday night when I was tweeting at Tommy Sledge, he shouldn't be on this field for more reasons than one. Because number one, he played like crap, and number two, he's a piece of crap. But in any case, Amazon's going to wipe their hands clean of this. There's no way they're going to put him on coverage.
I'd have a nice lawsuit.
Why is there a lawsuit?
I'd have a nice one.
For what?
What did I do wrong? Why you fire me? Because my brother? Sorry. Anyway, that's wrongful termination, bro.
No, it's not. It's not, bruh. It's not wrongful termination.
Of course it is. He didn't do anything wrong. He's not responsible for his brother. He's not responsible at all for his brother.
I can see how Amazon, Troy is right. Every time they flash to him, what is that going to create for the network? What is that going to generate on social media? Maybe they say, hey, man, we got to start this in 2023. We got to delay this for a year. You were there. Maybe they make the argument you were egging it on or you didn't do anything to stop it.
Yeah, if he was egging it on, if he started the whole thing, I retract everything. But, like, I don't know, man. Like, I mean,
two totally separate incidents, but like with Ezekiel Elliott, he didn't do anything wrong criminally or legally when it came to his incident years ago, yet it was conduct detrimental to the league, thus why the suspension was handed down. Same thing here. Amazon does not want to be a part of this because it is conduct detrimental to who they are as a company and who they are as trying to build a relationship with the NFL.
What do you think the station would do? Not should. What do you think they would do if it was like us out there? We probably would be off the air for a couple of weeks while this whole thing got sorted out, or maybe, time off for a little bit. You know what I mean? I doubt we'd be sitting here doing the show every day if we were like in a Keebs situation after this happened, coming on the air right after.
like if our sibling did that.
Yeah,
or we were like, let's say somebody on my kid's baseball team.
You're Aqib Talib in this situation. You think the station would have us on? Put us on right now.
I would think so. Unless I would be like, hey, I can't emotionally.
No, their decision to just be like, okay, you go ahead and host your show for the next few weeks, or they'd be like, criminal investigation, sort things out. You're not fired at all.
Right.
We just need you. It's not the best look to have you on air right now. Go ahead and take 2 weeks off.
I mean, if it was a criminal investigation of me, I could see that. But if it's a family member, I don't know how that's even remotely connected. I have nothing that has nothing to do with me. Nothing. Now again, if I instigated it, then yeah. But like if my sister killed somebody, God forbid, it has nothing to do with me. I just don't understand. Maybe I'm just not understanding.
I think you got to think about that. There's no right or wrong, but the PR aspect of it certainly comes into play. 877-881-1053. What do y'all think? Will Aqib Talib be on this Amazon Prime coverage for their NFL debut this year? We getting a big golf meeting today?
Oh, baby.
Getting a big golf fight?
We are getting a huge golf meeting.
People walking in front of people for the pimento cheese sandwiches.
Yes, they are.
Scotty Scheffler.
You cannot cut the line. Apparently, Eldrick, Tiger Woods, is going to show up. He's going to show his face. This is like a Godfather 2, where Frank Pantangeli's brother showed up out of nowhere to this to the Senate hearing, and the guy went all quaky and he refused to sing. But Tiger's going to show up to this PGA Tour meeting, where at the meeting, the players and the PGA Tour are going to discuss, among other things, the job status of Jay Monahan, the commissioner. And I could not believe this, whether the players are going to boycott majors to keep the live guys out. The players are going to talk about boycotting the majors. I am thrown.
There's no way. There's no way that makes sense to happen. I'm going to give up my chance to win a major so the other guys don't play and all that prize money and all that prestige. No way.
I am thrown.
I have a golf course you can't refuse.
Take the 7-iron.
I don't get it, man.
Take the 7.
I could not believe this when I saw that. This is Alan Shipnuck. He's the guy that basically started this whole thing. He had the Phil interview. I can't believe they would actually go down this road of boycotting majors, but it appears that is on the table, at least. Let's say there. It's on the table.
877-881-1053 to hit us up live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. What do y'all think of the Rangers' termination of Chris Woodward yesterday, and should it have been the GM that was out of here instead? Next on the Fan.
Be a part of the show. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The 2-2 pitch. Struck him out looking, and the ball game's over. Got him in a changeup on the outside corner. Tony Beasley is 1-0 as a big league manager. The Rangers have beaten the A's 2-1.
New coach theory striking yet again here on Sean and RJ. The Rangers boosted.
Yes.
By the news of Chris Woodward's firing yesterday, get the 2-1 win over the Oakland Athletics last night on this radio station. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We had heard whispers over the past few weeks. Someone told me this could be happening yesterday. I was deep into the sleep with the nap, and then, bam, the Rangers make the decision to get rid of another manager. The involved parties hopping on the G-Bag Nation, and that includes General Manager John Daniels. On The Fan, what was Chris Woodward's response when you broke the news with 48 games left in the season?
He gave his opinion on players, whether he thought that they were, capable or not, and whether he thought that they were coachable or not. They had like the right attributes, but we were on the same page as far as who to play and things. There was never anything like that. It really wasn't. That was not a factor. I mean, it really came down to just deciding that going forward, we were looking at we felt the club needed a little bit different style and then kind of how we go about our business, and there's not a whole lot more to it than that.
Okay, so what's the style that you need? What was the style that Chris Woodward was not executing? According to what I was told over the past few weeks, you wanted to go opposite of Banny, right? Hardcore, preaching to you, almost a football mentality. Too tense, too rigid. Players couldn't stand him. Then you go opposite. You get a guy that was a 12-year utility player in Major League Baseball. If you've ever met Chris Woodward, man, he seems calm and cool and chill and awesome. Well, apparently he was too chill and he was too calm and too laid back, because when there were moments when he needed to command the clubhouse, he wasn't necessarily getting their attention. And the Rangers were worried about that moving forward, that he didn't have the command. Maybe he was a little bit too laid back. Yes, they were not happy about a number of in-game decisions. I mean, listen to Baskey. Mike Bassett yesterday, who does Rangers television for Bally, talked about the in-game problems that this team and manager had all year long.
From what I understand, the players really like Woody.
Yeah.
That he's a player's manager. He's kind of like, hey, as long as you come to the park and you're ready to go at 7 p.m., you have your freedom to do what you want. And I know that the Rangers, there's been multiple times this year, and I don't know if this is why, Reggie, you asked for, I'll give examples on possibly why, and I don't know if this is the manager's fault. I would say close to 10 times this year, the Rangers didn't know how many outs there were, whether they were on the field fielding or whether they were on the bases running. That's a lot of times in about 110 games that approximately 10% of your games, your players forget how many outs there are on the field. That's somewhat not good.
Right.
I'll put it being nice.
You don't have to say somewhat here. That's poor. That's poor to garbage right there.
It'll happen once or twice in a season, but not as many times as it's happened. There's been times where there's been really sloppy play, whether it's been defensively or whether it's been base running, where you're like, wait, guys, like this is the major leagues. Mm-hmm. We should be better at cuts and relays. We should be better at running the bases. And maybe they're saying, obviously they're saying we felt like Woody should have done a better job.
So that's part of Bassett's reaction yesterday when the news broke right here on The Fan.
Okay. At the 12-year-old level, not knowing how many outs there are, I get it. That, to me, at that point, a lot of that's on the coach. There's not always a working scoreboard. There's 78 scoreboards in that stadium. It is not. I mean, we're not talking about 9-year-olds here. We're talking about major leaguers.
Yeah, yesterday we spent half the show talking about whether the penalties were the issues of the Cowboys players. How about not knowing the outs?
Yeah.
Is that on the players?
Look up. Look. It's out there. If you're in the outfield.
There's only 3 to count to.
There's only 3 to count to. If you're in the outfield, guess who's telling you how many outs there are? The shortstop and second baseman. And sometimes the first baseman. And sometimes the third baseman. And if you're there, it's all over the place. Is Chris Woodward supposed to sit there from the dugout going, hey, guys, there's 1 out, place it first? No, that's what I do for 8-year-olds. You don't need to do that for major leaguers. How is that on the manager? This town has an epidemic or pandemic? I don't know which one it is, of stupidity among the players. The Cowboy players are dumb, and the Ranger players are dumb. Not intellectually dumb, like sports dumb. Okay, how the hell do you not know how many outs there are? And base running mistakes. Do you need to tell a guy on second with 1 out that we don't tag from second with 1 out? Do you go half? Do we need to tell him that? Or do you just know because you're a Major League Baseball player? Like, there are certain things that the players should just know that you don't have to sit there and baby them. I mean, like we're treating these guys like they have to be coddled. You should know how many outs there are because there's a scoreboard all over the place. And I get it. Sometimes you have a mental lapse. But he's not going to sit there and yell, hey, guys, plays it first. You know who plays it first. You can see who's on base.
Should I say what you say, Sean, often behind the scenes?
Depends whether it involves a curse word.
No, it does not.
And who it's about.
No, I'm not dropping one of your random slurs like normal. No. Man, we need to over-communicate. We're not communicating enough up here. That's exactly what's happening here. You have to over-communicate to the point, like Bassick said yesterday during crosstalk.
Yeah.
It's annoying. Yeah, I heard
reminders.
you. I heard what you said. I just want to make sure you heard.
Yeah.
I'm over-communicating to you.
That's what Mike was saying in terms of the penalties. He probably would say this, it's your job. It doesn't make sense, but you got to have annoying reminders. He was talking about the third base coach after every pitch saying, all right, remember to tag. Okay, 2 outs. Okay, running on contact. Okay, this to the right. After every single pitch, there's some Tolos saying maybe this is a Chris Young move. Do you have an understanding what the job divide is and responsibilities are between John Daniels and Chris Young?
No idea.
I don't really know either. Is one more in charge? Is one getting ready to take over? Here is the co-GM. That's what we'll call him today. Why now, Chris? Why'd you get rid of Chris Woodward when everyone apparently liked him in the clubhouse?
I think most importantly, we want to build momentum into 2023. I think there are some really positive things that are happening. We like some of the things that we're seeing, but we recognize there are things that we need to address moving forward. And we could either wait till after the season, or we could get ahead of that and start addressing those things now and creating momentum into next year. And we chose to do the latter in that regard. I think that's really ultimately why we chose to do it now versus wait to the end of the season.
Okay, I guess that can make sense. We want to start some new momentum in the second half. Now, Tony Beasley is not going to be your new full-time manager. Everyone loves Bees, but you're obviously going to hire someone else who is more established. So how does that work with whatever momentum you build in this second half? And then Chris Young was asked, what was the reaction from the team itself?
Yeah, I don't want to get into too many specifics there, Eric, but ultimately this is about moving forward and how we want to finish the season. And we felt like Bees is the right person to create the best environment possible for us to have a solid finish here.
I blame the front office. You have a garbage pitching staff. And we knew you had a garbage pitching staff, and you've had a garbage pitching staff. And all we do every single year is talk about lack of development and lack of draft talent. Way more misses than hits. And you can't go into the season with this rotation and tell me that someone should be getting fired for it. In my opinion, the pitching did not shock and surprise. They rank among the league's bottom third in ERA and field independent pitching, whatever that means. FIP. So you have a garbage staff every year. They've actually gotten lucky in the last 3 to 5 years. The pitching hasn't been worse. They got lucky like the Cowboys do with their quarterbacks. They got lucky with Lance Lynn. They got lucky with Mike Minor. Who else am I missing that they found off the scrap heap that turned into
Minor,
an ace? Gibson. They got lucky with all these guys. But when you're going into a season with Taylor Hearn as your 2 or your 3, you're in a lot of trouble, or you're relying on, and they got lucky with Martin Perez probably as well. So that's just the beginning and the end of it. Your pitching is garbage, and you've missed on a ton of draft and development guys. That's not on the manager. That's on the front up. That's on John Daniels.
Yeah.
And I like John Daniels a lot. And, I could be guilty of having a tiny bit of bias, even though I don't know him that well. But that we got to be real. That blame is on him. That's under his watch. So yesterday on G-Bag, they asked JD on your home of the Rangers, are you safe?
Listen, this is a competitive business, and all things are always on the table, right, for all of us. We all work for somebody. We all have, job requirements. We're all evaluated all the time. So when are things on the table? Yeah, they're always on the table. Whether you like it or not, that's the nature of the business. We haven't won in 6 years, and I should be evaluated along those lines the same as anybody else. So, that's why I answered that way. It's just a reality of the business. It's not it's nothing that I fear getting into or talking about. It's just not the right time.
JD made one real bad error about 6-7 years ago, where he tried to extend the run they had. They had about a 6-year run where they were either in first place or competing for first place just about every year. And he tried to extend that run instead of doing the sort of new school way, which is always planning for the now and tomorrow at the same time. He tried to extend the run.
You talking about with the Prince moves?
The Prince moves.
What moves did he do?
The Hamels move. You're just trying to extend the moves, right? You're trying to extend it. Constantly trying to extend the run instead of recognizing that you need to restock this farm system before it's too late, and then too late creeps up on you, and now all of a sudden a 3-year rebuild has turned into 6-7 years because they didn't start this rebuild. They didn't really give this rebuild a chance until about 2 years ago. And Chris Young told a friend of mine that he's going to need at least 2 to 3 years to even begin this thing.
Chris Young told a friend of yours.
Yeah. So we are not anywhere close to this thing. Now, Chris made a mistake, or I'm going to call it a mistake, but there's an old adage, never buy from the bottom, buy from the top, sell from the bottom. They bought from the bottom. They spent $500 million on a couple of middle infielders. That's good. Like, those are good players. And those are positions of importance, but, it was at the right time to spend $500 million. Because now what you've done when you spent $500 million is you've accelerated the clock when you don't need to. When you're in a rebuild and you will let everybody know we are not going to be good for 4 to 7 years. A lot of patience happens then. But when you buy $500 million of players, all that patience goes out the door because people expect things.
Yeah. Hard to stay patient.
Hard to stay patient when you spend $500 million.
Hard to stay patient. Choose a lane. Choose a lane. And John Daniels is going to be here for it. He's the Stephen Jones of this thing. Well, he may as well be related or blood to the owners with the way JD has job security around here. And again, I like John. Love him as an interview. He'll talk about anything with you off the air. But, it is what it is. You got to point upstairs, in my opinion, with what has been put out on the field for these managers to try and win with. And Banny overachieved with back-to-back division championships. Woody did not get there, but he was supposed to be the personality for this rebuild, showing the patience and liked by everyone, and that's not good enough for them.
They should have been flipped. Woody was probably the right guy for,
the vets,
the veteran Ranger team.
Yep.
And Banny was probably the right guy for this team. Banny's got some Buck Showalter in him where you get an older group of players. They don't want to deal with the crap. They don't want to deal with the talks. And
drill sergeant.
They don't want to deal with that. But the young guys need that. They need that structure. Arizona, I haven't looked at Arizona's record in about 2 months. but they were overachieving. Now, he's their bench coach. They were overachieving like in June. I'll have to go back and look and see what they're doing now, but they're a young team. That's what Banny would be good for. Banny would be better for this team.
They're 6-4 in their last 10. They're 53-62. So they're 9 games under.
That is, Arizona was the worst roster in the sport. That's way better than we've expected. So they're happy. They're happy in the desert.
Someone that we know very well, very, very well, was on this show every week last year, went on TV and asked if Dak Prescott is being set up to fail. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Well, let's get that card to
Frankel and Frankel. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel and Frankel at truckwreck.com.
They blitz him. He throws it left, lands in the corner of the end zone, and he walks under the ball. Touchdown to C.D. Lamb. His second, and he comes up grinning at Dalton Schultz and shrugging his shoulders, saying, that was too easy.
Two absolutely crazy statements made about the Cowboys on television by weekly guests of ours. David Hellman, now over at foxsports.com, and Michael Irvin, who yesterday was sailing away with Stephen A. on First Take. It's Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
I was very disappointed in that yesterday, that boat excursion they had with Stephen A. and Mike and Molly Kieran, because Molly had a captain's hat on, and she was in the front of the boat. She needed a stern talking to, Troy.
I got it. Take a bow.
Take a bow. There it is. Very good.
And my parents put me in sailing class 1 year for a summer. Tried for a summer.
Starboard side aft. Where is it?
And I got knocked out from the concussion of the thing, the whatever, flipping across and hitting you.
Is it the? It's not the bib, is it?
Come on, Gilligan. You're all talking all your
What are you looking to be a group in the country? I have no idea.
Awful.
The jib.
Awful. I bailed so fast. They're like, oh, you like being out on the water? You like da-da-da? It was torture. It's awful.
Man, the bilge pump.
Out of there real quick.
Is that why you watch
Below Deck?
Oh, Below
whatever?
Deck.
Yeah.
Good question. That was a rabbit hole. That was an Oxnard rabbit hole, as you find out that Below Deck is on for 38 straight episodes. And that seems to be like one of the top shows. Whenever we ask any of the athletes or the Cowboys, what are you watching with your wife? They all say Below Deck.
Below Deck.
Yeah.
Below Deck. Now you could like Mediterranean or the regular? Captain Lee? Like Captain Lee? What do you like?
Captain Sandy. Okay, do you want Dak being sabotaged or the Cowboys going undefeated this year?
Yeah, let's get that one out of the way.
Let's work on that one.
Dude, Mike.
Was Pat Doney on TV? Is that what this was?
Hey, now I like
Positive
that.
bet.
Michael Irvin was asked yesterday on ESPN about the Cowboys' penalty problem.
I'm saying if they clean up, we'll stay right there. If they clean up these penalties, they will be chasing. Let me clear it up for you. The 72 Dolphins. Ain't nobody talking about the right now Dolphins. Oh, now you know what I'm saying. I'm talking about the 72 Dolphins. Yes, you heard what I said. When you got the number one offense, clean up these penalties. You had the number one offense, number one score. You could be chasing the 72 Dolphins. Did Michael say something crazy?
Yes, it's aggressive.
Hold it.
Skip. Stephen A's laugh is normally like fake and generated and contrived, but that was Troy's laugh before we even played that clip. Yeah. Probably trying to think the worst and most insane Cowboy statement Michael Irvin has ever made in the last 10 years that I've heard him on television.
Sorry if I'm
difficult for us to associate ourselves with him after
surprised
that.
the boat didn't sink.
Yeah, kind of
that they were on.
Kind of embarrassing to say that we know Michael in any capacity. That is awful.
Sorry to suck the air out of the room here, but if you ever wanted to play a clip, to just prove how fake and scripted First Fake is. As Michael Irvin is donning a red nose this morning and a rainbow-colored wig. That clip right there should say it all. That is the reason why we should play sitcom clips on the show.
They didn't even laugh because they knew it was just a bit.
They knew it's a bit.
Laughing.
Yeah, Molly didn't laugh. Maybe because she's on a boat and she's not ticklish.
God, this show is so fake and stupid.
It's so bad.
Is there any chance that Michael believed that?
No,
we know he is the.
Wait, yes. He probably did.
The ultimate Cowboy homer. Was that more reading off First Fake script, or he actually believes it? Serious question.
He probably believes. Yes, he believes it because as a former athlete, he probably believes that I could beat anybody at any day, at any time.
I don't even think Michael believed that.
I believe Michael believes that the Cowboys are a Super Bowl contender. He doesn't believe that this team has Don Shula coaching them.
Yeah.
He doesn't believe that.
No, but he does believe that if they play every single game to their peak level, if they play their absolute best game every single game, that yes, he probably believes that it is possible.
Trey Evans just tweeted, is that Mickey Irvin on ESPN? Let's hear it one more time. Michael Irvin, with Stephen A. dying in the background, said this could happen.
I'm saying if they clean up, we'll stay right there. If they clean up these penalties, they will be chasing. Let me clear it up for you. The 72 Dolphins. And nobody talking about the right now Dolphins. Oh, now you know what I'm saying. I'm talking about the 72 Dolphins. Yes, you heard what I said. When you got the number one offense, clean up these penalties. You had the number one offense, number one score. You should be chasing the 72 Dolphins. Did Michael say something crazy?
Yes, it's aggressive.
He made a good point. I'm not sure if the Cowboys can beat the right now Dolphins. I'm not really sure.
Wow, so that was, almost at a loss for words with the playmaker yesterday making his return to First Take. Then you had David Hellman, new TV star on FS1, being asked on set about Dak Prescott and the weapons the Cowboys have surrounded him with.
I don't like the idea of betting against Dak Prescott. You can say what you want about what he's accomplished as a pro, but like that dude's story, I'm not going to bet against him. But I will say, I don't think the Dallas Cowboys are doing a whole lot to help their franchise quarterback, which I am completely flabbergasted by the attitude. It goes back to what we were talking about with Lamar Jackson. There's like this idea, right, that when you make money, that means it's like you're on your own. You got to just do this all by yourself. And it doesn't make any freaking sense. Like, it's absolutely insane to suggest that. And I think that's what the Cowboys are doing. I think the Cowboys are saying, we're paying you $40 million. You throw this stuff together with scraps and make it work.
Are they betting against him then, or are they betting on him? Because if you give him that much money, you could say you're betting on him, not against him.
That is what people will say. I just think it makes for a convenient scapegoat when it doesn't work out. And again, and that's I bring up Mahomes to say a quarterback who's clearly better than Dak is getting more investment, and his team isn't making him do that. And so I'm sure they would say they are betting on Dak, but to me, it looks like they're setting him up to be a scapegoat.
Woo! Setting him up to be a scapegoat. Now, this is a very, in my opinion, complicated topic and issue. These are the things I believe to be true. The Cowboys don't believe Dak can just carry a bunch of scrubs. That I was told by someone I really, really trust in Oxnard. They still had to pay him because you have to have the quarterback. And I agreed with that. Okay, so those are the first two things. They don't believe, okay, just give him Aaron Rodgers receivers and we can still score 30 a game. But what doesn't make sense, Choppy, is leaving him with this group. And we'll see how long. We'll see Gallup's return or if they pick up a veteran. Why would you leave him with this group if you don't believe he can just carry all of these mediocre to below average players outside of CeeDee Lamb? I cannot believe that the Cowboys would be petty to say, you wanted the money, here you go.
Yeah, they're not petty. Jared doesn't have time for a bad time.
I just can't believe. I would love to. I mean, it's an amazing conspiracy theory. You would have to believe that Jerry and Stephen Jones are heading into this year, and the plan was, hey man, let's expose this guy. He held the gun to our head. We lost a negotiation. We know he's overpaid. Here, you think you can do it? You want that $40 million responsibility? Go out there and we'll watch it blow up in your face. I cannot believe that Jerry or Steven are that twisted, petty, and shallow. But what they're currently surrounding him with also doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, I agree, but I do think we are losing sight here. They lost 869 yards in Amari Cooper. They didn't lose DeAndre Hopkins in his prime. They drafted this was the plan. They drafted CD to get rid of Amari.
Yes.
That was always the plan. And as the fan text points out, They spent a 1, a 3, a 3 at wide receiver, and a 1, a 3 at running back, and they just tagged their tight end.
And don't even talk about the line.
Yeah. They have a massive investment in their offense. The fact that some people are thinking they have not invested in the offense is lunacy. Luna. Okay? They have massively invested in this offense. This is still a top 12 receiving core. Maybe top 10 when they're healthy.
Yeah.
This is fine. This is a better receiving core than Aaron Rodgers has had in a while. Now, they don't have somebody as good as Devontae Adams, but, he had, a kid and Lazard and Valdez-Scantling? Who has been Patrick Mahomes' number 2 wide receiver? Hardman?
Yeah.
Sammy Watkins? The Cowboys have invested just fine at the position. Just because they got rid of Amari. I didn't like the fact they got rid of Amari. But the market dictated that he was worth a 6th-round pick. Or 5th, whatever it was.
But now you're going to start.
Now, yeah, the injury to Gallup is what screws everything up.
Yeah, that screws everything up.
Because people remember week 1 more than any other week, the entire season. So how the Cowboys perform week 1 is going to stick with them for a long time.
But you don't believe there's any sick, twisted. Okay, here you go.
I don't think
that would be
no.
So that would be general manager. I know when I say this, you're going to go, duh, dummy. That would be general manager and ownership malpractice.
Yeah.
To sit there and try to expose your franchise quarterback and hope that he kind of throws 3 interceptions to start off the year in every game to prove that he wasn't worth the contract you didn't want to pay him. That would be
dummy.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's insane.
They're not.
That should get the franchise taken from you if that was the case. I don't believe that to be the case, but
they're not trying to lose on purpose. They're not trying to make Dak's life more difficult. That's not what they're trying to do.
Maybe they're saying
they're trying to keep Mike at linebacker to avoid paying him.
They're trying to say, hey, man, with Schultz and Pollard and Lamb, we can get by. Pollard, we're going to throw a lot of passes to. Schultz is going to catch 100 balls. CeeDee's going to prove he's a number 1. And we just need Tolbert and maybe someone else to step up. But it's going to be Turpin. But it's going to be Noah Brown, CeeDee Lamb, Tolbert, Turpin, Fehoko. So better hope that Dalton Schultz can just continue to produce. But those are the 2 Cowboys statements. Which one's more insane? The Cowboys are setting Dak up to be the scapegoat, or they go undefeated like the 72 Dolphins? Which statement is more insane? David Hellman versus Michael Irvin. I think
it's Michael Irvin. Well, I'm sorry.
I think
It's scapegoat. It's scapegoat.
Right?
Yeah, I guess I could justify Mike's statement if they play their absolute best and everybody that they're playing against plays their absolute worst, that they could be undefeated.
All right, it's Sean and RJ. Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. I want to know how the Tolos are responding so far to the firing of Chris Woodward. Justified, or they got the wrong guy? Next, with the breaking news on your home of the Rangers, Woody is out. The text line lit up. Coming up on Sean and RJ.
Let's get that carpet clean.
or special event, no matter the size from start to finish, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Happy birthday shout out to Tolo Raul Romero. Sorry, I missed the Facebook DM that you asked for yesterday, but happy birthday, Raul. It's Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers. How are the Tolos responding on the truckwreck.com text line with the Rangers' decision to fire Chris Woodward yesterday? Is it leaning one way or the other?
Let's see. Speaking of scapegoat, Rangers never invested. They asked Woody to do miracles with nothing. They did invest this year.
Yeah.
But in the previous years, they have not. Let's see. How is this town not tired of John Daniels? Bannister was a blank hole. Washington was flamed out. Let's see. Who cares? The Rangers stink. They have lost my interest. Woody got a raw deal. I'm okay with the move.
Woody got a raw deal. I'm okay with the move. Are those two different texts?
Same text.
Okay.
Like, I think I'm going to guess they're trying to say is I'm okay with the move because I don't think he's the right guy, but he got a raw deal.
Okay.
Tony Beasley's undefeated in one-run games. End of story. I'm glad he is out of here. I'm so tired of hearing him talk analytics and his new style of baseball. I'm an old school guy, and new style of baseball drives me insane. Let's get an old cat in here and win. Woodward is Mr. Casual. Sounds like a guy who you push over with a flick of a finger, an empty suit, but a nice guy.
Wow. Okay. So those are some of the Tolos responding to the news. Troy, you're probably a fan of all this. You've been talking about Woody needing to go for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, seriously, what was it, like 3 weeks ago? I think it was after that horrible series against the A's. We opened the show, and you're like, what do you have against Woody? What did he do to you? He did nothing to me, much like he did nothing for this team.
Oh,
he didn't ruin this team. He didn't make the team worse, but he didn't do anything to improve it. He didn't do anything to show, a silver lining. He was there. He came in as the guy that was on Degrassi, and he left as the guy that was on Degrassi. Like, he never really did anything. I think he will be a very, 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 very minor footnote in Texas Rangers history.
So basically, in order to keep this job, you have to really overachieve. The Rangers have not had a season in the past 5 years at least where they've bombed in terms of expectations. Can we all agree to that?
They have not had a season
in the last 5 years in which they've really, truly came up short with high expectations.
Oh, no, because they've had no expectations.
Right. And they've overachieved, especially for two of Banny's years. So if you didn't bomb and you didn't really have the Metroplex talking about a letdown year, then how do you get fired? Well, you better overachieve with the crap we're giving you on the field. And that's what these managers have been given to work with. And that's John Daniels' fault. And now it's Chris Young's fault as well. And I want to ask Jared Sandler at 720 for the Tolos saying, well, maybe this is a Chris Young move. Maybe they want to get one of his guys in. What's the difference between a John Daniels guy and a Chris Young guy, if there is a difference? I'd like to ask that to Sandler, because based upon Chris Young's hiring, they should have the same vision. I hope they do. I hope that's what he's going to say. That's what he's going to say with the answer. Well, it's one and the same. That's why they're co-GMs. You shouldn't have different visions if you're co-GMs.
Right.
But I want to know what a Chris Young guy is and if it's any different from JD with the news that came out yesterday. Twitter at 1053S sending me the messages. Still ready for JD to move on. He's had many chances, and they've not done it. I'm okay to cut him loose at this point. From East Texas. Personally, I wasn't a fan of Woodward. I get it. We live in a time where everyone wants to change everything, but I like a more serious old-school style manager. You lead by example, and it's cool for hanging out with the guys, but not leading a team. Hold the standard. Young needs to get Daniels to stop trading their stud minor leaguers for over-the-hill former stars. They've got pitching. They've got hitting. Leave them alone. Brad Sham chiming in. In that sport, you cannot win without players. And I totally agree. I know a guy.
in any sport, you can't win without players. You can't win without a quarterback in football. I mean, you can, but not consistently. You could win 1 year, but who wants to just win 1 year? You're trying to build a team to win over multiple years to give yourself as many darts as possible. You can't win without players anywhere.
Tolo Jeff, I was always lukewarm on Woodward. Hard to tell if he's the guy or not with the rosters he had, but to say he overachieved it all is nuts. I think Sandler was making the case to me a couple of weeks ago that he achieved early on, that he took over in 19 and they overachieved. So that was Jared's argument for that they overachieved in 2019. So that's some of the Tolo reaction on your home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ. Mark Stein quoting a source in the NBA saying that Kevin Durant would possibly retire if he had to stay with the Nets. He would retire versus staying with Brooklyn. That's how much of a ruckus he is willing to cause. An NBA executive telling that to Mark Stein. Growing expectation, he could cause a ruckus to get them to make a trade, more likely to retire. Well, Kevin Durant responded to that last night. I know most people will believe unnamed sources over me, but if it's anyone out there that'll listen, I don't plan on retiring anytime soon. S is comical at this point.
You know,
you okay?
I just got, I think,
a rib cage issue.
What happened there? You good?
Yeah. Look, I got a soft spot in my heart, like an admiration for people who just don't care how they're viewed by others, or what their legacy is. They go out there, they play because they enjoy playing. They want to make a little bit of money at it, and they want to retire. They want to go home and never be heard from again. I think it's rare in sports. I think it's a little refreshing.
So you love Andrew Luck?
Yes. Barry Sanders, Jim Brown,
Sticky Icky, Ricky.
Oh, Sticky, yeah.
He left, but came back.
Yeah, like they don't care. They don't care about how they're viewed. Like, KD seems that he just wants to play basketball on his terms. On his terms. I find it very hard to believe someone else is going to, Kevin Durant is going to allow someone else to dictate whether he retires or not. He is going to retire when he damn well pleases. And I don't think he's ready to retire now. Now, he may do it for spite, but I can't imagine that this is remotely plausible. Only because we have seen nothing out of Kevin Durant that makes you think that he will let someone else influence his decision. He is going to do what he wants to do.
Right.
When he wants to do it.
No doubt. I can't stand it. I understand how you could have respect for it, but it sounds like he really, really wants to get out of there, even though a lot of insiders are saying I expect both of them to be back. How about Fernando Tatis fallout? His father, former major leaguer, says all of baseball loses with this suspension. Did we change this now to a hair product? Something got used in Fernando's hair that caused him to go ahead and test positive.
Yep.
A spray that is used to treat skin conditions, namely scars and burns.
Yep. So that's what his father is saying. This is
said it's a catastrophe. Like the face of the sport. Millions will stop watching now. Millions will now stop watching, and baseball should have handled this differently.
What, like not suspend him? Like say, oh, you're the face of the game, so we're not going to suspend you?
Well, in the NFL, we hear that they give some players multiple violations, multiple chances with violations for substances, right? Like, yeah, he may have been busted once, may have been busted twice, but the third time they had to drop the hammer on him. We've heard that.
Would they do that for PEDs?
No.
They would do it for marijuana when it was legal, but not they suspended Von Miller. I don't know. Everybody is.
He said, "I don't think there was a reason to destroy the image of a player over." And you know what? That is crazy that you just said that, because I've forgotten all of the PED football violations. No one remembers Antonio Gates got busted. And I wonder if it's going to impact his Hall of Fame. I totally forgot Von Miller got in trouble. Did he get in trouble for that?
Yeah, 6 games.
Totally forgot.
No, didn't happen.
Mr. Aggie over here. Like, are we going to remember DeAndre Hopkins? I don't know. It's crazy the difference in remembering who got busted.
The only one I could see the NFL turning an eye to. You can't say turn a blind eye.
What do you mean can't say
ableist term. That's the new thing. You can't say that.
Can't say turn a blind eye?
No.
Okay.
It's insensitive.
Okay.
I'm learning. I'm trying here. The only one I could see them doing that to is if Peyton Manning really did it.
Did what?
Took the PEDs. That was the allegation. They took HGH during his recovery. Only one I could see them saying, we're not suspending him. This is not getting made public. The only one.
So if
that would kill the image of the league.
If I use this hair cream, this will help me in the gym big time, whatever Tatis used. If I use this, all of a sudden I'm going to, what is it going to do for me physically?
I don't know what that is. I don't, I'm natty, bro.
What is that?
All natural?
Well, you're definitely not all natural.
I'm natty.
I learned that in Oxnard.
I'm natty.
You need to check out your fan locker here.
I don't know what that stuff is.
A derivative of testosterone and is an anabolic steroid that has been banned by the anti-doping agency.
What's it called? Does it say what it's called?
Clostebol.
Clostebol. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Been banned since 2003.
Yeah, they all have different things. I have no idea. It probably helps aids with muscle growth and recovery.
It's a cousin to clembuterol.
Oh.
Which, if you know anything about steroids, clembuterol, Deca, stuff like that. Yeah, stuff that you cycle with. Not that I took anything like that 20 years ago.
You did?
I mean, I experimented with that back in the early
there are people who say that you really should be taking, we should all be taking HGH.
I mean, there was a day in which you would go down to your local supplement store and you could be like, yeah, can I get some ephedra?
Yeah.
And you would get their good stuff. And then the 24-hour fitness would literally be a place you would spend 24 hours because you were so wired and so jacked, and that stuff really helped. Now, of course, guys began abusing it. And when you abuse it, you get the back knee and everything else.
Yeah,
that's the complications of it all.
Yeah, and increase your heart rate. I mean, it's just, there's a danger to a lot of these. Supplements that people take. And this one, I don't know anything about this, but absolutely could help you.
I love Pops though, just talking about how we lost the Michael Jordan of the sport.
Yeah.
We lost MJ.
Yeah.
And it's going to damage the sport for years to come.
I know. But here's the thing. I mean, he's an entertaining figure.
Yep. It was the video game cover boy.
Yeah, but Pops and Mom need to be on the same page because he's talking about the hair, and Mom is posting pictures on the IG of Tatis's neck and the ringworms. All right, let's pick a body part and let's stick with it.
Yeah. Has anyone ever given a legit or an excuse that you believed when getting busted? Anyone in the history of all this?
No, not really.
I don't think there's ever been one person where it's we finally had a great excuse.
No, I can't think of one.
What would you say? I'm sure you've thought of this. I thought I was taking Clobestol instead of Clostebol. Clobestol is for ringworm. Workshop it.
No, it's just I got my letters mixed up. I'm dyslexic. I almost said I'm anorexic. I'm dyslexic, and I read Clobestol as Clostebol or whatever, and I screwed the whole thing up. It's not my fault.
Radio station will be in Arlington to support the new manager, Tony Beasley, looking to go 2-0. We have the Mavs opening opponent for the next NBA season. College football poll is out, and the Talib brother turned himself in. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday next with Sean and RJ. But
RJ, right here on The Fan.
Rangers got rid of another manager after Chris Woodward was fired yesterday. It's Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers. Our insider Jared Sandler will be joining us at 7:20 this morning. Being the home of the Rangers, we get the hookups and the connections with the interviews, and that includes the general manager, John Daniels, on yesterday right after the story broke with the G-Bag Nation. Did he apologize to Woody for not giving him enough pieces to succeed?
It wasn't an apology per se, but certainly a recognition that, Woody came in, we were kind of a little bit in between. We had discussed internally rebuilding at that point. We hadn't done it. And, we weren't all in to win, and we weren't, rebuilding either. And so there's no doubt. We never started a season in Woody's 4 years here with a roster that we felt was truly like a top level contending roster, and certainly recognized that. And to Woody's credit, he kind of shook it off. He was not like, I'll never talk about that. I'll never make excuses. But we know, and I think deep down he knows that that's the case.
Okay, game, set, match. We never went into one of his 4 seasons with a contending roster. So what does that tell us? How is that Woody's fault? And how is that not the fault of the front office, ownership, and management? You can't cook a steak dinner with fish sticks. Like, what do you want him to do? What's he supposed to do? It's same thing for Banny. I can't stand people who they can never be satisfied, and it's never their fault. I can't stand those people. They're losers. They're just outright losers. It's always someone else's fault, never any accountability, and you can just never be satisfied. You can never be satisfied with it. You just want to be miserable. You want things to be complicated. The Rangers ownership group and front office, Banny's too rigid. Not a player's coach. Woody, he's too nice. He's too much of a player's coach. What do you want? What's next in the middle of that? Are we going to go back to one of the other extremes again? We're going to go get a Jeff Bannister clone. Like, there's just no winning with these guys. They can't be satisfied.
I would imagine that they go back and they go semi to the other way. They may not go a full drill sergeant type thing.
Yeah.
But I do suspect they will go a little bit to the other way.
Names that I've seen thrown out by some: Bruce Bochy, Mike Scioscia.
Okay. Are we looking for guys that are in their 70s? Is that what we're doing here? How old is Bruce Bochy? Bruce Bochy's been manager for 40 years.
Bruce Bochy is 67, and Mike Scioscia is a young 63.
Oh.
No. Who else? Bruce Bochy's a good manager, man. Like, there's no doubt about that. But
okay, what's the age fit? Tell me. I'm not attacking you. I was saying it to the Rangers. What is your perfect exact? This isn't
40,
40,
38. Somebody who has been out of the league long enough to not have connections and close relationships with these players on a personal level. You don't want to retire and then manage like the next year.
So you want someone with no experience. Woody's 46, and he was a first-year guy for us.
I don't care about the experience factor. I care about, can you deal with people in the locker room, the clubhouse. I care about, can you take the information that, this is what A.J. Hinch has done so well, at least he did so well in Houston, and maybe he didn't do it so well in Houston. Maybe he just had Altuve and Bregman and Correa and Springer and all those guys, and Verlander and Cole. But he took the information the Astros front office gave him, and he relayed it to the players in a way they could understand. And that is important, because whether you like it or not, the way the game has gone, it is the analytical game, and you either have to deal with it or you get out of the game, because that's what it is. That's what's here to stay.
You listening, Baskey?
And you have to be able to. Your number one requirement as a manager is not anything else other than being able to communicate the information that you're given in a way that the players buy and understand. They've got to understand what you're saying, and they got to buy into it.
I love these stupid, misleading headlines. Woodward fired months after $500 million spending spree. Are you going to follow up with like the season and start that Simeon and Seager had, or are we just going to throw out the $500 million and use that to be flashy? What a joke. The underachieving Rangers fire manager.
Yeah, they weren't underachieving.
They're about to be 10 or 15 games better than last year and meet the Vegas projected win total.
Yeah. They didn't overachieve.
They did not overachieve.
But they didn't underachieve either. You know, to me, if you hit your
win total.
If you hit your win total, that's you did what you're supposed to do. You didn't overachieve, you didn't underachieve.
This is like saying to someone, hey, if you meet your sales goal, that's not good enough here. You have to really double the sales goal. That's the Rangers' job. You can meet the expectations, and it can just be even. And the expectations were not to be a contender out of John Daniels' mouth. But if you don't double the expectation, we got to move on. That's what loser organizations do. That's the way they act. The Orlando Magic, the Detroit Pistons, just keep hiring these guys. The Charlotte Bobcats. It's always someone else. It's not the talent. We've made fun of these teams for years, and now that's what the Rangers are. Just get the next guy in, and in 3 years, that won't be the right fit either. But it's not John Daniels and who he drafts and picks and develops, and it's not Chris Young. It's the manager. It's a joke. It's passing the buck. Look at yourself, or leave, or step away, like the entire city basically wants you to do. 877, and I like John, but you know.
I mean, look,
it ain't show friendship.
I don't think this is John's fault. I don't think this is Woody's fault. I don't think this is Chris Young's fault. I think this is the owner's fault. The owners didn't spend. What the hell is John going to do? He's sitting there rubbing two sticks together.
You got to win like these other teams do who don't spend.
I mean,
that's your pamphlet. That's your blueprint.
Yeah, and by the way, the owners, what are their names? What are their names?
Nobody even knows who these people are.
No.
Ray Davis, Bob Simpson, but
I don't even know if those two guys are even put together anymore.
But you got, Tampa has done it, and Oakland has done it, and plenty of other teams don't spend and have way more success than us. That's what you have to do.
But first of all, it's not sustainable because those are 2 teams out of 30.
Okay, well, I was just throwing off the top of my mind. You know damn well what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know,
but you don't have to spend, $1 billion like the Yankees.
But
in
they've
order
also
to win.
those two organizations have been operating that way for 20 years. The Rangers just started operating that way 3 years ago. Like you can't build it in a day. It's going to take time.
Yeah.
The problem is that if you're going to commit to going down the Rays A's style of organizations, you have to recognize that is a 10-year process. Like, because you have to be able to have years and years and years stocked up in the minor leagues to when you do have an opportunity, you can go get somebody and you can trade some of these young kids, and it's not going to dent your farm system at all.
And you can't splurge. You have to have the discipline not to splurge and not care about the outside noise and follow along with your plan.
Yeah, and the Dodgers didn't just start building their farm system yesterday. They started years ago. I mean, how many NL Rookie of the Years in a row do they have in the 90s? It was every other year. Nomo, Piazza, Karros. I mean, they had them all. So, you've got to build your. They just haven't. They're in a poor. They tried to build their system. They got to the World Series by building their farm system. Took a while, and then they made the mistake of trying to keep that run together at the end by giving guys away.
But what have they developed since?
Well, that's the problem. They stopped trying to develop because they were trading away everybody, and then they had to get other guys. They've had to try to develop, and then the guys that developed. Mazzara, Odor, Gallo, those are considered hits in your minor league system in Major League Baseball, and they didn't hit their potential. It sucks. It's a problem. But they started too late. They started this full commit to a rebuild, and I mean full on commit to a rebuild. 3 to 5 years too late.
Rangers did get a 1-run victory, something they could not do under Woody. They were 6-24 under him in 1-run games. They beat the Athletics last night on the Fan 2-1, and Marcus Semien hit a home run. More Rangers A's tonight, 6:30 pregame on this station. Jared Sandler will join us in 10 minutes here on DFW Sports Station. Aqib Talib's brother turned himself in with the shooting incident that took place in Lancaster. You're getting a lot of people that were on the scene talking about the kids in shock. The son of the coach was playing quarterback, and Aqib Talib and his brother were out there in a scuffle. Talib's brother was wanted by police. His attorney spoke with WFAA.
He turned himself in today so that he could start the process of telling his side of the story. He wanted to turn himself in from the start, but he wanted a chance to talk to his lawyers first.
That's Talib's attorney, Clark Birdsall.
He feels terrible the whole thing happened, but I think there are some heavy defensive overtones to what happened out there on that playing field, and in time, that'll all come out.
When I asked Birdsall if he'd share Talib's side of the story.
No, I'll just leave it at what I've said there.
Documents show Talib was arrested for possession of a firearm by a felon and marijuana in May 2021.
So there's some anger out there. I can see that on the social media, but they don't know the full story.
And when I asked how much longer until we'll know the full story?
I couldn't say right now.
Well, there's another video, Mr. Attorney, that came out yesterday that makes your client look even worse. It's like, it's pretty blatant. It's pretty obvious what happened. Witnesses say roughly 80 kids were in the area when it happened. One of the coaches said, I held my son after that for 20 minutes of him just crying. No kid should have to ever see that. The argument apparently started when the coach went to pick up a football and someone kicked it away. And then another coach was holding his son, little Mike Jr., held him like he was mine. I was trying to console him, just letting him know we're going to be there for him. So yesterday, Aqib Talib's brother turned himself in to local police. Shams reporting that the Mavs, we already know it's going to be Luka versus LeBron on Christmas Day. The Phoenix Suns will get their first chance at revenge. They will be hosting the Mavericks in the NBA season opener on October 19th.
Oh, man. There you go. It's a little early. Mid-October. It's about a week and a half earlier than it used to be for them to start the season. But this is the whole, you get revenge. Like I'm sure they would just take this, right?
Yeah, right.
Take this win over the Game 7 victory. Look, a couple of good games for the Mavs in the start, with the Lakers, 2 months later on Christmas Day, and then this one early on against the Suns.
Marquee in the headlines.
Yeah.
In the headlines. College football poll coming out, and Troy's Texas A&M Aggies are in the spotlight.
That's right. A&M, the second highest ranking ever, Troy, by a team that I don't remember them finishing unranked last year.
Your mom did finish.
But it says Texas A&M, despite finishing unranked last season, is the second highest starting preseason ranking for a team that finished the previous year unranked.
Yeah, because once Haynes King, our starting quarterback, went down, everything went down. The only shining light was the win against Bama. And that was it.
That was it. That was your shining light. But there you go. A&M coming in at number 6. Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Clemson, Notre Dame, and A&M are your top 6. Oklahoma 9, Baylor 10, Oak State 12.
And this is which poll?
It's the AP poll.
AP poll. Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday, our highest rated segment of the show to get you ready for your day. Wherever you may be listening, radio, Odyssey app, thanks for checking us out. You're appreciated. And we are your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Jared Sandler, Rangers insider, on why they fired another manager yesterday and what's the right fit for John Daniels and this team. And is JD even going to be around to see it? Jared Sandler on the home of the Rangers next.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy. his dang mind. If you want to know the reason why, watch the video for yourself at 1053thefan.com. Segment this morning brought to you by Frankel & Frankel, 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Rangers fired Chris Woodward yesterday. The news breaking on your home of Rangers baseball. And we got to get to our insider, Jared Sandler, on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, J-Rod. Thanks for joining us. Why did this happen yesterday?
Well, I think the Rangers front office had made the determination that he was no longer the guy they wanted to lead this team. And so like any relationship, if you're going to break up with someone, the longer you let it linger, it's just not productive, and you may as well rip the Band-Aid as tough as, that might be. And so, I think that's why yesterday. I think they were of the belief the car was in reverse, and there was no reason over the final 48 games to allow it to continue to go in reverse, and they want to try and see what they can make of the final 48 games and begin perhaps the evaluation period of Tony Beasley, and also start turning their attention to whatever the future might hold.
What did Woody do to put it in reverse, or why did they not view him as the right fit moving forward?
Yeah, I don't think it has anything directly to do with their record, right? That's naturally the first thing that we all will look at in any sport whenever a coaching decision either is made or is being debated. But, I don't think it's just about the record. As a matter of fact, I think Cowboys fans probably can understand this. With Jason Garrett, he had plenty of teams that had good records, but there were things that Cowboys fans were able to pick up on just on the surface that led them to not want Jason Garrett to continue as the head coach. And so I think with Chris Woodward, there were probably things that maybe weren't as present, weren't as public. The front office mentioned the preparation. And to me, I think there's probably, a lot that falls into that bucket. The structure, the command of the clubhouse, is he the guy that they envision as they build a team with more veterans and they add more talent, who's going to be able to handle some of the challenges that come with competing at a higher level. And I think that it's not an objective thing, but I think based on their evaluation, they felt like it was time to move on. And, it's not because he lost the clubhouse. This is not a situation like towards the end of the Banny era, perhaps, where that was one of the rumors, true or not. The players liked him. But I do think that in talking to folks yesterday, guys on the field and whatnot, that it was the right time, and it was time to make this decision. I think the guys are excited to play for Tony Beasley over the final month and a half, and then we'll see what happens next.
It just sounds like an impossible situation. Banny is too rigid and too much of a drill sergeant.
He's probably better for this team.
Woody is too loose, too laid back. I mean, what's the right fit? I mean,
probably somewhere in the middle. I mean, I understand that thought, but I think that a lot of times in any head coaching decision, when you go from one guy to the next guy, you go from one end of the spectrum to another end. And I think what's that? Yeah. And so, here's the thing with Chris Woodward and credit to John Daniels and Chris Young, both of the press conference. And then when Gavin Dawson asked JD yesterday, John Daniels did not shy away from accountability. He did not shy away from the conversation about the evaluation of his job. He did say, and I thought it's very fair, that yesterday and the next few days, it's about helping to get Tony Beasley acclimated and not taking the attention away from that. But I can tell you that, and Sean, this, you've had conversations with JD. He's very open about that. And, I think if you want to be frustrated at the decision to relieve Chris Woodward of his duties, it should actually probably be more directed to the decision to hire him. If you really want to evaluate that part of it, was because you shouldn't just keep a guy because, I'm scared to fire him because I now have to hire another manager, or you're scared of the optics. But maybe he wasn't the right hire to begin with, or maybe there was no way to know that, obviously. But I think that with Chris Woodward, he came in with the desire to create a very loose atmosphere, one in which the players had so much freedom. And I wonder if he had guys like, not necessarily their talents, but the personalities of Adrian Beltre, Michael Young, to then take that and create their own system of accountability amongst themselves. They could make it their own, if that would maybe have been more successful. But maybe with this group, it wasn't. Those are things that we'll never know. But I think that at times maybe there was too much freedom. And for a team that is now trying to compete, a little more structure, a little more command would be necessary. And the precedent had already been set. And once the toothpaste is out of the tube, it's tough to put it back in.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, join us here at 105 through the Fan. Did they start and fully commit to the rebuild too late?
I that's a fair question. They and John Daniels, I think, even acknowledged that yesterday, that, they were in 17 and 18 and 19, they were kind of in the middle, right? 17, it's not easy to do. And we always talk about how the Patriots will make really tough, unconventional decisions. And that's a part of why they've been so successful. But in 16, the Rangers had the best record in the American League. And there were some changes that took place from 16 to 17 that would maybe lead you to believe that that was not going to repeat itself. But they still had Hamels and Darvish, and they were coming off a year in which they had the best record in the AL. So I understand why in 17 that, was not necessarily the move. And then, in 18, that was the year in which Jeff Bannister was relieved of his duties, I think, a week or so before the season ended. That was not a great year. And then, Chris Woodward's first year in 19, I think, they finished 78 and 82, and they were holding a playoff spot, I think, leading into the All-Star break or the days before. But I think you can absolutely make that argument, because at the end of the day, you can be 78 and 82, and that certainly sounds great relative to what the Rangers have been, but that's not close to a playoff spot. So I think you could make that argument for sure.
What would a Chris Young hire look like versus a John Daniels hire, if any different?
Yeah, I don't know that this would not be the route that JD would take if he was independently making the decision, but his last few hires have been first-time managers. And while Tony Beasley, I think, will absolutely get consideration, and candidly, I would tell you that I don't think that, I don't know if you asked me that question at this time yesterday before talking to players, I don't know that, I would feel as strongly about that. But I think in talking to Bees and knowing that it is something that, he would be interested in, and talking to the players and just really getting an understanding of the depth to which, they feel for this guy and have that connection. He would be a first-time manager, but I do think that in general, if you told me the Rangers were going to go outside the organization, well, I don't think it's a requirement. I don't think that the proverbial job posting will say must have major league managerial experience. I do think that is something they're going to value. And there are some guys out there who, not only have major league managing experience, but also have had success as a major league manager. And one name that gets thrown out there a bunch is Bruce Bochy, who retired a few years ago because he was having major knee problems, not with one, but both of his knees. Apparently, that's been addressed, and I guess he's shared that he would have interest in managing again. Chris Young played for Bruce Bochy, had a great season, and apparently has a great relationship with him. But the Angels also have an interim manager. Bruce Bochy is a California guy, and so, perhaps that's a little bit of a battle the Rangers and Angels enter into this offseason, as they both decide what their managerial future looks like.
Real quick, Bochy, from what I could read, his last salary was like $6 million. There's no way they pay that, right? Like, salaries and managerial salaries have not even come close to that anymore, have they?
RJ, I don't know. I'll be honest. I'm not aware of what his last salary was, but why would, if you're going to invest $500 million in players, and you're likely going to continue to invest, what's $6 million if you're talking about the guy who's going to lead your organization?
I only say that because the way it's trended with the new school GMs and such is that they've basically made the manager's salary completely irrelevant now. They're not making what they were making 15 years ago, it seems.
Yeah, I know that most major league manager salaries are not public, so I guess I don't want to just talk out of my butt with that. But I think that they're pretty committed to getting this team back to where it was a decade ago plus. And if they believe Bruce Bochy's the guy, I don't think that if the ask is a $6 million a year salary, which again I can't speak to that, but if that's the ask, I don't think. It's not like they're asking for $30 million a year. This is the guy who, listen, I'll tell you this. I know that people don't believe that managers make a difference. I know there are people out there. I can tell you that is one of the most ludicrous things I've ever heard in my life. Being around baseball teams on a daily basis, not only the Rangers, but their opponents, and getting an understanding of that. And if you want to compete for a playoff spot, especially as an organization that now has not been there since 2016, you're trying to establish a culture. I don't know. To me, if you're going to pay, a mid-rotation starter $10 million a year, I would say it's a pretty damn good ROI to get, the guy you believe to be the right manager at, say, $5 to $6 million a year.
You know how many people around here want, John Daniels' head on a platter that they would celebrate to no end if he was out of here. And I like John a lot personally. He's always been fantastic in interviews. What do you think? And candid, off the record, what do you think John would say his biggest regrets have been over the past few seasons? What do you think he would say his biggest failures have been?
Well, RJ's question earlier, about maybe getting this going earlier, this process. I think this. Are
they doing a much better job developing talent? Like that shouldn't be a major criticism or worry of us.
At the end of the day, until these guys do start to produce at the major league level, then I understand why that criticism is out there. But I think a lot of people who float that, they're just holding on to what has been the case in recent years. But you look at the growth of this farm system. This has become a top 10 farm system, and it's continuing to get better, especially as some of these lower level guys continue to elevate through the organization. They are in a much better position now. Do they have the greatest farm system ever that is sure to just produce a number of stars? No, that's not the case. But this is a farm system with a lot of depth, and I'd be surprised if that depth was not turned into some, high quality starting pitching this offseason in the trade, as well as, the guys who don't get moved, continuing to potentially help this team. But yeah, I do think that their farm system's in a great place. And, the Ron Washington thing a few years ago, that obviously wasn't just, JD firing Wash. That was Wash making the decision, but, they wanted Wash to stay, and Wash, had to make a family decision, and he did. I think that's something that they always think about. I don't know that Wash would still be the manager today, but maybe it would have, been a different situation. Obviously the last two guys they hired neither completed their fourth year. The Jeff Bannister era did, of course, include two playoff teams, but. Yeah, as far as an individual move, I'm not sure if there's like one move, but I think just the general process and the path they're on. Maybe if they started it a couple years earlier, maybe we'd be having different conversations right now.
Last thing, is your understanding of the JD Chris Young relationship like 50-50? Who's responsible more for what? How has that been divided up?
Yeah, I don't know how to put a number to it, but I think when John Daniels brought on Chris Young, and I know there are people who think that he did not, but he did. I think it's with the idea that he wanted to start to hand over a lot of the responsibilities to Chris Young. And so when that hire was made, it was like probably 90-10 JD. And then that number started to gravitate closer to 50-50. And I would say now it's shifted the other direction where Chris Young is the guy who's going to lead this search, and Chris Young is the guy who's probably got more responsibility. I think, John Daniels has been with this organization for 20 years and been a GM for around 15. That's an awfully long time. And I think that JD is very happy to take a step back. As you mentioned, as I referred to earlier, he's always been candid about, his evaluation and whatnot. But I think that, John Daniels will also have a decision to make on his end. Does he want to keep doing this? Does he want to transition into a different role to spend more time with his family? He's not old. He's definitely young, but he has been in this role, which is a taxing role, for a long time. This is a 365-day out of the year role. Christmas, Thanksgiving, doesn't matter. And I think that, as his kids continue to get older, I think the idea of being the GM of his kids is way more appealing than being the GM of a baseball team.
Thank you for the time and info, brother. You're the best. Appreciate it.
See you guys.
Jared Sandler, Rangers insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. A huge, laughable embarrassment in the NFC East, and the quarterback that ghosted his team after record-setting money. Around the rest of the NFL with Sean and RJ next.
Well, let's get you over to QC.
Us at 8 o'clock this morning. This is Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We go around the rest of the NFL. RJ sent me the new song for the Washington Commanders. Now, I grew up around this, RFK, eventually that crappy building, FedEx Field. But there was no Baltimore Ravens when I was growing up in Maryland, so we were all focused on the R word. And this was like this is a staple. This is like, warm comfort to all the Washington fans. Hail to the R word. That song with the band. Yes. Hey, whoa. Dump that. Delay button on there with the R word. They changed it, of course, now that they're the Commanders. And RJ found some audio yesterday. It's not the best audio, but was this like rehearsal before their preseason game?
It was somebody actually singing the song. It wasn't a band playing. It was an actual performer. So yeah, this was like before their preseason game. They were just kind of out there, and it looked like it was some kind of a video tribute.
Listen to how hideous the new song is, causing more embarrassment for Dan Snyder and that organization. End it there. This can't be the new song. It can't be the new song. It has like the speed of the national anthem. There's no way that they play that after touchdowns.
Can't be.
But that is what the internet is saying, that they revealed the revamped fight song for Saturday's opener against the Panthers. Fight for our commanders or leaders on a mission. That's what the team said the song would be. And Fight for Our Commanders ended up winning. You should have just scratched the entire thing. Like, first off, it's trying to squeeze the word commanders into it. Man, it's hard to be this bad when you are. It's hard to be as bad as Dan Snyder. It really is. You literally miss with every single move you make, every single direction you try to go with your organization, you miss, and it ends up being an embarrassing failure. You think people here want JD gone? The day that Dan Snyder ever loses that team, they will hold a Super Bowl-like parade to get him out of there. What a horrible song.
Awful. It's one of the... Now, is that... They ripped the instrumental off of that, right, Troy? Anyway, like the original Hail to the Redskins, that's
it's
Stars
similar.
and Stripes Forever or something like that.
A little bit of a time change, but yeah, it's basically the same thing.
Yeah. So it's like, so the instrumental, it's a fantastic instrumental, the original song. This is a brutal rendition. I can't imagine. They have to be workshopping this, right?
Have to be.
I would assume they are. For Tolos living in the Metroplex, you probably don't know this if you're listening on the Odyssey app and you're on the East Coast. You definitely know this. They're really old up there.
Yes, they are, man.
They are
Holy
very
cow.
old when it comes to musical taste and incorporating that into sports. Look at Mike Francesa. When he was on WFAN, this was his jingle.
He'll get you the sports any way that he can. It's Mike Francesa on the Fan. Sports Radio 66.
Yeah.
And 101.9 FM. WFAN.
Hey, we got tickets coming up to White Snake. I mean, it's so old. And so when I heard the new Commander song, I'm like, this is dumb. But I think they're going to embrace it once they have a new vocalist. So whatever Anita Baker ripoff they had up in the back, that's not going to work. They're going to embrace this eventually.
Yeah, like, you're right, though. Like,
you can't embrace that.
No, you can't erase that.
Not that version. Not that version.
You can't play that after a touchdown. Yeah.
No,
Can't.
no. You can't. Yeah, they should just get rid of a song in general. Like they're not college kids anymore.
Well, it's their
fight songs for college teams.
don't they have a band?
Yeah, they have a band in the stands. It's kind of their own thing. The tradition
Ravens
of
have
it.
that too now. I know the Eagles have the fight song.
Yeah, Baltimore,
Well,
Philadelphia, Washington D.C.
The Eagles have fight your sibling.
Yes.
They have everything. This Jimmy Garoppolo story is incredible. From the San Francisco Chronicle, the 49ers, after giving Jimmy Garoppolo a 5-year, $137 million contract that carried the highest annual value in NFL history after just 7 career games, lost him. They got ghosted. At a jubilant news conference carried by the NFL Network, Garoppolo said, "I'm excited. Got a lot of work to do. Looking forward to it." When the news conference ended, Jimmy shook hands, flashed his multi-million-dollar smile, and disappeared into the offseason ether. That important work, to his coach's chagrin, would have to wait. Once he left that press conference, said one member of the coaching staff, nobody heard from him for weeks and weeks. He didn't return calls. He didn't return texts. He basically just vanished. And we were looking at each other saying, what just happened? The Jimmy G Vanishing Act, which would become a staple of subsequent off seasons, is worth pondering as we prepare to dive into the Trey Lance era. San Francisco Chronicle on Jimmy Garoppolo right after getting his life-changing deal.
Man, you want to talk about living the dream? You get everything you could have possibly asked for, and then you go silent and go dark. I mean, that is living the absolute dream. You can't do this in the NFL because NFL coaches and front offices don't understand happiness in the home. They don't understand healthy work-life balances. Jimmy G understands it. That's why he's my hero.
Well, he's not the guy I would make my franchise face of. After we're naming you the guy, I can't have you go and disappear. So I know he's dating the porn stars and everything, going out with them. Good for him, but I think I would look down upon it.
For me, it's like, the season's over. I need a rest, a recharge, a break. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, in general, but not when we take a humongous gamble. And, your first off season, I'd like you to kind of be around or check in with us so we have some discussions. Don't make me be terrified over giving you the highest annual contract in NFL history after you played 7 games. That, to me, is not what a leader does. I'm paying you to also be a leader. So that's our difference of opinion on it with Garoppolo. Ghosting Sanford, and then for subsequent off seasons, continuing to do it. Now, okay, year 3, 4, you want to get a break, and there's not a new coach in there, but otherwise, year 1, I kind of need you around. The Jets with an update on Zach Wilson, who seemed to be lucky in dodging an injury bullet in the Jets' first preseason game. Here's their head coach feeling good about the Jets QBs.
That we feel like we have 3 starting quarterbacks. So we got all the faith in the world in Mike White, got all the faith in the world in Joe Flacco, and then you got Streveler showing that he can ball too. So really like our quarterback room.
I'm sorry, did he refer to Mike White, former Cowboy, Mike White, as a starting quarterback?
This guy's pulling a Woody.
Whoa.
Wow.
Well, it is the morning.
No.
It happens.
He's pulling a Chris
doing that.
Woodward.
Oh.
You're talking too much. You're over-promising a little bit too much.
Yep.
Stop with the Flacco love. They're going to hold you to it in New York. They're going to eventually hold you to it. So you got to compliment your players. I get all that. You're going a little bit overboard. Like, chill out.
What do we say? Undersell, overdeliver.
Right.
Colin Cowherd had thoughts on the Zach Wilson injury on FS1.
These are not just the rest of us. I would be out for a month. But this is a young athlete, young bodies repair really quickly. The Jets have excellent care on this. New York's got the best doctors probably on the East Coast, I would imagine. So he doesn't have a history of injuries.
Well, there's a problem with that, Cowturd. He missed 4 games last year because of that same knee injury. So, yeah, he does have a history. But he is right. There are fantastic doctors in the New York area, which is why Zach Wilson's having the surgery done in California.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You said that yesterday.
Swing and a miss 2 times there.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line.
I'm looking on the U.S. News website at the healthcare rankings, and I don't see New York coming in very high here. So maybe there's a reason he went to California.
Really?
Yeah. In terms of New York City might be different, but New York State probably brings it down. This is state-by-state rankings.
Is Kelvin Joseph in any trouble when it comes to updating the Cowboys roster? And does Bobby Belt believe that the team could possibly be sabotaging his quarterback like David Hellman suggested on TV? That's next with Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, right after this. And this.
app.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Now time for our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ. This is your home of the Rangers and America's team, and even though he covers football, his true love may be baseball, and yesterday I saw him tweet when the Woody news broke, it was time. Bobby Belt, Ranger diehard. First off, are you going to the game tonight with the rest of the station?
I am not. I got a bunch of stuff going on with kids getting back in school and everything else.
You have kids?
So I am not. Yeah, I do. I've got a wife, Choppy. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah. No, so I got some stuff going on. But yeah, it's you remember back in 2010 when the Rangers first made the World Series, they had all those promos. It's time.
Yeah.
Where they would have all the players. It's time. It's not. That's what it was with Woody.
Why?
It was just time.
Why was it time?
Because because the whole thing was like there were too many opportunities. I understand that the talent level wasn't up to snuff for a lot of the time that he was here, but any time that he was put in a position to make a difference, he wasn't. And so any time that you could judge his managerial skills, I felt like he was falling short.
There you go. Bobby Belt coming in strong with it. On the home of the Rangers. All right, you going through some final roster decisions for the Cowboys? Where are the tough calls and maybe possible surprises?
Yeah, I think defensive line, like we've kind of talked about this a little bit. I think defensive line is going to be tough because they'll keep 9 or 10, I think, and they've got probably 12 guys that could be on NFL rosters this year on the defensive line, and so you're going to look at tough cuts with potential decisions with Tristan Hill, Terrell Basham, Carlos Watkins.
I got to stop you right there real quick. And I know it was yesterday was RJ's day to argue, and maybe I'm going to pick a fight here.
Oh yeah, Troy, yes, let's do it.
Shut up. When you keep saying, I find it a little bit misleading when you keep talking about all the D linemen who are going to end up on other rosters. Well, I'm not challenging you on that. I'm not disagreeing, but I think it suggests that this Cowboys defensive line is going to be better, in your opinion, than I think it's going to be. I think we're going to be complaining about run defense. I think we're going to be complaining about a lack of sacks, both of them in this defensive line. Do you strongly disagree?
I don't strongly disagree. I think it's a deep unit more than it is like a top-heavy one with a bunch of studs or anything like that. I mean, when you look at guys who could potentially get cut, do you think Terrell Basham is an NFL player?
Rank me the talent in order on this defensive line.
Okay, Lawrence 1, probably Odigizua 2nd for me right now. Fowler 3rd.
All right.
And then it's just
and that's and is that doesn't that look worrisome on paper?
I think they really believe in Osa Odigizua, and Dante Fowler's been impressive. So I think those are 3 strong defensive linemen. I don't think that's a bad group.
Okay.
And I mean, look, we'll see how it transitions. They're really high on Chauncey Golston. They're really high on John Ridgway. I mean, we'll see if they're proven right. They like Sam Williams a lot. But no, I think that there's a good chance Terrell Basham's not on this football team. You agree Terrell Basham's an NFL player, right?
Yes.
And then you've got guys like potentially Tristan Hill. Tristan Hill would get scooped up if you cut him here.
Okay,
somebody would pick him up.
But Tristan Hill, he's been a bum.
He has been. He's had some issues with maturity and growth on the football field and everything like that. But that's my point only, is that these cuts that they're looking at that they're going to potentially have to make on the defensive line, when they cut their corners, when they get rid of their cornerbacks or their safeties or whoever else, those guys are probably ending up on practice squads or out of the league.
Yeah.
The defensive line players that they're cutting are not. That's just my point, is that they are deeper than the group that they're going to carry. They've got more NFL players than they can fit in their room.
Like, I don't know if this list of names that you just ripped off is more worrisome than the wide receiver names that we're looking at on paper.
Oh, no, I completely disagree there. I think that this is a good group of flexible inside-outside type of defensive lineman guys who can rush from the inside. Sam Williams has done a lot of really interesting things from the inside here at camp. Golston has already shown that he can play inside-outside. They were really, really high on Chauncey Golston. Osa Odigizua has been unblockable at practice. Gallimore has flashed a lot. Dante Fowler is a guy who's had double-digit sack seasons. Dorrance Armstrong is somebody who's coming off the best year of his career, has been solid out here at practice. So I think that there's absolutely a better proven track record and better pedigree than the receiver group has right now.
Rod Marinelli joining us here on 105. No, that was good. That's a good back and forth.
Now, real quick,
see.
a case can be made that a deep position group on defense is better than a top-heavy one because you're not paying a deep position group high amounts of money, but a top-heavy one you would be, and then, the way the rosters are structured, pay stars on offense and depth on defense.
Yeah, and you go into heavy rotations with your defensive line. The defensive line gets taxed. Those are tough battles on the interior, on the trenches. And so, yeah, if you're, bouncing guys inside, outside, and then rotating guys out and nobody's getting overworked, then, yeah, I think depth absolutely is an important thing on the defensive line. And I mean, I think
all I'm
little
saying is
concern,
the cover of this media guide should just say leap. That's what all this is going to come down to. Every guy you named, except for Tank, is totally unproven. And Dante Fowler, yeah, he's a journeyman now. That's the way I look at him. And when you look at and list the number of guys that they are counting on to take the leap this year, offensively as well, with receivers and offensive linemen, I'm scared by that. I know a lot of organizations operate. That's probably the way you should, right? Our young talent needs to draft, develop. Rangers. I know that they're not good at that. It scares me, Bobby, in terms of the amount of leaps that everyone on this team is going to have to make.
Yeah, and I totally understand that, but I would just look at, especially on the defensive side of the ball, don't we trust that people are going to make leaps under Dan Quinn at this point? I mean, they all pretty much across the board. You had veterans last year having career years almost across the board with Dan Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would trust that Dan Quinn knows how to bring those guys along, and I think you're seeing the evidence of it. Like Oso Odigizua, a guy that you're counting on to make a leap, looks like he's been making a leap out here in these practices.
Mm-hmm.
And Chauncey Golston looks like he's making a leap. And so Neville Gallimore, another guy who looks like he's making a leap. So I think that you at least can take the evidence from last season, seeing what Dan Quinn has done with these guys, and not just here. Dan Quinn's track record in other places, the way that he's coached up those defense and seeing guys who make jumps like, Deion Jones and Grady Jarrett or guys in Seattle. Like it's consistent that guys do make leaps under Dan Quinn. And so I think you can trust that that's going to happen again.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. Okay, leaving the defensive line group, what else are you looking at with your roster cut downs?
So the Anthony Barr addition made it interesting for me at the linebacker group because initially I thought they were going to keep 6 just because that's a standard number that they use a lot and guys that they get special teamers off of. With Anthony Barr here and Barr and Parsons both kind of flexible to do a bunch of different things, and the fact that I think they really want to keep Marquise Bell, the safety, who's an undrafted free agent. They really want to keep Israel Mukuamu, the second-year guy out of South Carolina. You've already got 3 safeties there.
This was Brad Shams. This is Brad's deepest position group. He was telling me about at camp, in his opinion, safety.
It's been an impressive group. It's the strongest group they've had in a long time, probably. Just because Kearse coming back and being as good as he was, and Donovan Wilson finally healthy, Malik Hooker, a guy who's finally healthy, who came on in the end of last year, and then Bell's been really impressive throughout OTAs into training camp. The undrafted free agent from Florida A&M. And then Israel Mukuamu has been a guy who was a corner at South Carolina. They drafted him to play safety. He was pretty quiet last year, but has looked good out here and has played some corner, has done kind of a hybrid role. There was actually a rep at practice a couple weeks ago where they put him in the slot on CD, and CD ran a in-breaking route across the field, and Mukuamu carried him the whole way over and knocked the ball down. And that's something that when you take somebody from the slot, a quick receiver like CD, a talented receiver like CD, and you're able to carry them across the field to the opposite hash, that's something that talent evaluators, that sticks out to them as, wow, that's a rare trait right there. That's something that's intriguing. And so I think that Mukuamu is a guy who's earned a spot. Joe Witt's a big fan of his. And so in order to keep 5 safeties, you're going to have to go lighter somewhere else. So I think they go lighter at linebacker. And just keep 5, basically. Devin Harper, the final pick of the draft for them out of Oklahoma State. Then Parsons, Van Der Esch, Cox, and Anthony Barr. And so they'll have to kind of, fudge some numbers a little bit to be able to run heavier or lighter at different spots on offense or defense. And it's tough to find where they're going to get some cuts from. Typically, if you're going to run 5 safeties, you might run 5 corners. I just don't see where they're going to cut a corner from. They're really high on Deron Bland. They're really high on, Nashawn Wright, as much as he struggled the other night. He's a year removed from being a third rounder. Kelvin Joseph is a guy they've shown they're not giving up on. And you've got the top 3 corners there. So it's really tough to find cuts to make across the defense right now. Offense, I think, is a little bit easier to get where you need to be.
But you wrote on 1053thefan.com, honestly, if I were a decision maker, I'd be lobbying for the release of Kelvin Joseph.
Yes, because I don't think it's going to click with him. You're just prolonging the inevitable in a lot of ways, because off the field, there are just too many concerns. There's concerns with his maturity, his love of football. He's butted heads with coaches at times. He's somebody who...
Being in drive-by vehicles.
Yeah, well, he's somebody who I heard didn't really get started with his ramp up to get ready for training camp till late in the summer. He was pretty much the last of the group to try and do his individual work to get ready for training camp. And I think it's shown out here. He's gotten burned really bad. He has natural ability. That's great. There's a lot of people who just feel like, is it ever going to click for him? Is this guy David Irving? That's kind of the question that people ask about him. And I think, I would have moved on from him because there were so many maturity questions about him coming out of LSU, coming out of Kentucky. Plenty of people from both schools would have told you, don't take him. There were also plenty of people at that school who believed in him and said, look, you just, you got to nurture him a little bit. He needs some time to grow up, but he's a good kid, but there were so many voices saying that's not the spot for him. Dallas isn't the spot for him. There was one person at LSU who had said, off the record, so unnamed, had said when describing Kelvin Joseph, buyer beware, more red flags than Tiananmen Square.
Jeez.
Whoa.
Going with that reference.
Wow.
Is there a corner that could challenge the top 3?
No, not the top 3, but there's somebody who can do enough work to be the eventual replacement this offseason if they want to move on from Anthony Brown or Jordan Lewis. And I think that guy for them right now is Deron Bland, the 5th-round pick out of Fresno State. They really, really like him. That's somebody who can play the boundary. He can play the slot. He can play safety. He showed really good instincts the other night against the Broncos in the run game and the pass game. Just really quick-footed, good athlete, fluid hips, is a guy who reads and reacts really well. And so that's somebody that they've been really, really high on throughout camp. And I think it really flashed against the Broncos. And that's somebody who I think ultimately is a starting cornerback for this team into the future. Just depends on if it's next year or the year after.
Put the 3 statements in order of crazy. Antonio Brown getting called by the Cowboys. Michael Irvin saying if they clean up the penalties, they'll go undefeated like the 72 Dolphins. Or David Hellman, your boy, on FS1, suggesting that maybe there's a feeling, however you want to phrase it, that Dak being made to be a scapegoat with these weapons. Rank them.
So you want me to go craziest to least crazy?
Sure, whatever order you want.
The order you read them is the craziest to the least crazy. Antonio Brown, they had so many they're worried about their culture and their toughness and everything. They don't want to mess with Antonio Brown, I don't think.
Why'd they draft Kelvin Joseph?
I think that was an adjustment they made this last offseason. I don't think they're picking Kelvin Joseph in this past draft.
Okay.
If they were looking at things the same way.
Okay.
No Antonio Brown. Michael Irvin, I don't think they're challenging the Dolphins. If they clean up their penalties, they're a good football team.
Yeah.
The penalties are going to be a big thing that holds them back. So, I don't disagree that they'd be better. I think challenging the Dolphins is a little much, but I don't disagree that they'd be better if they cleaned up the penalties. The next one would be, and I still don't totally agree with Dave, and I love Hellman, but
what do you think his point is? Because he's not a shock jock guy. But what do you think?
No. I don't think he's a shock jock at all, and I think he shares an opinion that a lot of people have. My only opinion is I think it's reasonable to expect Dak to elevate his talent around him as long as the offensive line is blocking. If you give me the offensive line is solid and the offensive line is doing their jobs and he has time to actually make his reads and make his decisions and make his throws, then I'm going to trust that he is going to elevate those receivers. And I don't think that's a ridiculous ask for a $40 million quarterback. And that's not setting him up to fail. I think it's believing in him and his ability to do that.
We also act like he's got scrubs for receivers. Like this offseason, we've acted that way.
Well, right now, currently,
when
they play game one, he is going to have scrubs.
But I think
he'll have Lamb, and he has a guy that is talented in Tolbert, but Tolbert's going to take a little bit of time. It looks like. So yeah, it's going to be tough the first game. But yeah, Gallup, Lamb, Schultz. That's not a bad trio of receivers to rely on.
But what do you think is what was Dave's main point in that?
Dave just thinks that they're setting it up for kind of, hey, either make a miracle or we can bail out of this. Is what Dave, I think, is suggesting.
But that is kind of implying that you would have like a petty viewpoint towards your quarterback. Like they're not going in here trying to set him up to fail, right?
Well, and that's why I just view it a little differently than Dave does. I think that what it is it's making it more difficult on him. Not necessarily setting him up to fail, but setting it up to be more difficult on him. But again, I think that's what you ask of a quarterback like that, who you're paying like that and believe is a franchise quarterback, is that you want him to elevate those guys. I mean, you want, Aaron Rodgers, I know, doesn't necessarily elevate every receiver up to, Devontae Adams status, but what you want is you do want a Dak Prescott to do what Tony Romo did for Laurent Robinson.
Sure.
Like you want him to at least elevate somebody like that.
Yeah.
See him do that, which I believe he can do, and I believe he's done. I think he did make Amari Cooper better. Amari Cooper was better in Dallas than he was with the Raiders. Randall Cobb came here and had a resurgence in Dallas that he hadn't had in Green Bay the last few years with Aaron Rodgers.
Cedric.
And so, which one?
Cedric Wilson.
Yeah, well, Cedric Wilson was here the whole time, so that's the only thing you can't compare to where he had been elsewhere in the NFL.
But he got paid in Miami. He went and got another deal.
And James Washington was going to be a big litmus test, I feel like, this year, and so that was disappointing when he got hurt, because you can't see how he was potentially going to elevate his play from coming out of Pittsburgh. But definitely you can view how Cedric Wilson plays in Miami this year and see how different it looks. But I think that Dak has shown flashes of being able to elevate receivers. He hasn't been given a lot of opportunities. This will be an opportunity for him to show that he can improve players and make them better. And I think that that's a reasonable ask of your franchise quarterback.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Good stuff. Bobby.
Love y'all.
Belt. That was my bad. I stepped on his famous line. Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory Hotline. How you can join the rest of this radio station in rooting on the Rangers' new manager tonight. Next on The Fan. But let me get you on over to DFW.
Metroplex not for one, but 2 shows. He had to add an extra show, so therefore we have tickets for that. We're going to give away those tickets at the end of this hour. But first, this segment of The Fan brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer? Because of gas prices, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel & Frankel at truckwreck.com.
Big story in the Metroplex. The Rangers fire Chris Woodward yesterday. Some Tolos asking, is this a Chris Young decision? Chris Young was asked by the media, co-general manager, even though Jared Sandler seemed to suggest that, JD has been handing off more responsibility over time to Chris, and he's going to be the one to take the reins. So, Chris Young, why'd you guys fire Chris Woodward yesterday?
I think most importantly, we want to build momentum into 2023. I think there are some really positive things that are happening. We like some of the things that we're seeing. But we recognize there are things that we need to address moving forward, and we could either wait till after the season, or we could get ahead of that and start addressing those things now and creating momentum into next year. And we chose to do the latter in that regard. I think that's really ultimately why we chose to do it now versus wait to the end of the season.
Okay, so there's an interesting thing there because I guess there's 2 schools of thought. You could have evaluated the players in the roster and kept Woody on board and continue to evaluate him. I guess the thought process is that Woody would be managing to keep his job, whereas the Rangers can evaluate, is it unfettered? Is that the term?
Use it in a sentence. Use it in your sentence here.
I think I just did. The Rangers can evaluate the team unfettered.
Unfettered won the Wimbledon.
That's Roger Federer.
Oh, sorry. Never mind. Go ahead.
I think they made up their mind. They knew they didn't want him moving forward, and they did not want to take a chance that this team somehow got red hot and made the decision that much more difficult in the public eye after the year. That's the answer.
Yeah.
They don't want to sweep Oakland here. You get the sorry Athletics, go on some crazy run, and then make this decision harder publicly when they already made up their mind that Woodward was not the guy.
I think they did make their mind up, and that's fine. When you make your mind up, was it the old Florida AD said any decision that will be made tomorrow must be made today, and if you were going to make it anyway, make it now. And that's what they did. That's the road. That's the route they decided to go down, and that's fine. Woody had 4 years. Now I don't know what you really expected out of him. He had 4 years of bottom 10 talent in Major League Baseball. He had 4 years where his ace was somebody else's problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Who were his aces? Gibby? Lynn?
Minor? Did he have Minor?
Yeah, he probably. I'm sure he had Minor for 1 year, and then he had John Gray.
John Gray.
Every year, his ace was somebody else's problem that the Rangers took on.
Yeah, it's a joke. The pitching staff has been. It's been a joke, and they got lucky with Martin Perez that he had a miracle season. But for the veterans they're going to get, they need a new guy who has a little bit more command and respect. That's the message they're sending.
Yeah.
So Banny was too strict, ticked off some of the vets. Woody's too loose. So now we need that porridge. We need that porridge just right in the middle.
Perfect example. There are 2 teams in Major League Baseball. So the new thing in baseball this year is like the big threes, right? The big threes. There are 2 teams in Major League Baseball whose big
three, like an NBA model?
Like an NBA model, right? Big threes in Major League Baseball this year are in vogue. They're okay. Teams that I think 8 of the top 10 records in baseball have top 10 big threes.
My name is 3.
Interesting.
Okay, so for the first time, of course, the Angels are not one of those teams. They're in the top 10 of the big threes, but they don't have. There are 2 teams in baseball who all their big threes are not homegrown players. So none of their big 3 are homegrown. One is the Dodgers. One is the Rangers. They're not homegrown. They're not even home-growing their best players. Now, 2 of them obviously signed this offseason, Seaman and Seager. The other one is at one point homegrown, Martin Perez, but he is not considered a homegrown player anymore because he came from somewhere else this past offseason. So 2 teams, that's it. And it just goes to show you they're not developing their own guys. Now, the Dodgers being one, they don't care. They've got Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts and Trey Turner as their top 3 in WAR. That's what they're talking about, top 3 in WAR. But the Dodgers, they have no problem growing their own. They've got a long history of being able to grow their own. And their entire pitching staff, is homegrown. Walker Buehler is he's out now for the year, which means the Mets are probably the favorite in the NL. Because I don't know, they think the Dodgers could compete with that pitching staff, but the Rangers do have that issue of growing their own talent, and it is a problem right now.
So Chris Woodward is out, and the radio station will be out today to support Tony Beasley, as it's a little fan outing in Arlington tonight for the game.
I have to say, I've been a very bad baseball fan this year. I mean, I watched a ton of it at home, but I have been to one Major League Baseball game this year, and it was Red Sox-Yankees at Fenway in the end of July. In July, I have not been to a Rangers game at the ballpark this year.
Wait, you can watch Ranger games at home?
I can.
That's
yes,
possible?
I'm one of the 11 that can. I can't watch the NFL Network, but I can watch the Rangers.
Okay, because half my neighborhood can't watch the game, and I'm one of that half.
But I am making the pilgrimage to Globe Life Field today.
Yes, thanks to the boss man. Now, he's putting you all in a suite, in the company suite.
Decisions.
So I don't know if you can. Decisions what?
Do I eat before or eat there? Now, the risk is they have hot dogs and chicken fingers.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Okay.
Or do I want to go and eat a real pregame dinner? Like if we go to a Mavs game or Stars game, we'll usually we'll eat a dinner down there before the game.
Mm-hmm.
But, we're not a suite.
Right. It's not a decision. You eat the free food in the suite.
Free food in the suite.
Yeah. Like, where else would you stop and eat?
Now, you can stop at Texas Live, perhaps.
Okay.
You can stop at Texas Live, but, you're not going to, if you're trying to eat right, which we try to do as we get older, can't do that there.
Have you maintained your non-drinking stance?
Didn't drink yesterday.
That's a weekday.
That's a weekday. Did not drink yesterday.
Okay. So you drank Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Very much so.
So you're going to drink tonight? Maybe you...
Yeah, I'll have a beer or two.
Oh, you got to go get a RBB? A Rangers beer bat.
What is that?
It is a bat filled with beer.
Oh.
At Globe Life. It's a Rangers beer bat.
Big piece of wood right in your mouth.
Perfect for me. How many beers fit in this beer bat? Do we know?
Let me look it up. Hold on, give me a second.
Who else is going from the station? Do you know?
I think Broadus.
Yep, Broadus, I think, is going.
I don't know who else is going.
Spittle just said it's 100% chicken fingers and hot dogs. Stock price food. What does that mean? Stock price food. He's taking a shot at me in my stock portfolio. Market just opened. Market just opened 3 minutes ago. But that is what the boss man is saying. Gavin Spittle for tonight. He said, Sharif, there's a spot for you. You have not responded.
Come on out, big boy.
No.
Come on out. Bring the fam.
I have orientation tonight
for
his new school.
Oh, is this a
six?
Is this a primrose? Is it a Montessori? Is it a Montessori? Is this was a creme de la creme? What is the other one?
Not a primrose. That is out of the price range. Looking at those things, but yes, a 6:15 presentation from the school to decide if we want to put our 2-year-old in there. And I don't even care what it looks like.
Is it the Goddard School?
I'm not going to name my child's school because of my enemies out there. I don't want to put that, in public
La
record.
Petite? Is it La Petite?
La Petite.
La Petite.
But tonight, 6 p.m. to finally put him full-time in school. I think it's time.
You think it's time?
I think he's bored out of his mind. He can't stand us. It's time to get him. It's time to get him out of the house.
How many times does young Ollie actually interact with other kids his age?
every Tuesday and Thursday he's like in a Mother's Day Out program.
Oh, he is?
Yep.
Okay, well, that's...
Today he's at a school, but it's like, all right, I couldn't find this on the website. How long will this school session be? For a 2-year-old? Is it like the one he's in today? It's like a 9:30 to like 3:30 thing.
I would imagine it's somewhere in that. I mean, they'll probably have
longer?
the ability.
No, I was about to say there's some schools that
5 or 6.
I saw like a
kids
6 p.m. pickup time as
There
an
can
option.
be. Yeah, I bet you there can be.
in the Rock where I'm at, the school that my 3 kids went to, they didn't close till 8.
I told Amanda we're about to be living, baby. We're about to get.
Okay.
We're about to get our lives back.
I don't know about that.
Spectacular. Are you kidding me?
Every room in the house, Troy.
Every day I go home, I'm with him. This is 10:30 to all day.
You'll be pregnant in 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's true. Her last maiden name is Contreras. And then also, get your life back. I know you, what kind of life you live. You're going to go pick him up one afternoon.
All right, let's bring in Mikey Bassett.
I was like,
What, you accusing me of drinking and driving with my
you're
child?
gonna get your life back.
Yeah, I get to spend time in my living room.
Okay.
Now I go home and I go and hide in my bedroom and I have to cave up in there the whole day to dodge him. And now I can finally sit on my living room couch at 12, 1, or 2 p.m. Oh, 2 years. 2 years of this, and I'm finally going to be free.
Well, I'm glad you're happy. Just wait until you get the bill.
Oh, I'm saving money, baby.
Okay, good.
Oh, I'm saving.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saving big time.
How?
Because I have a nanny 3 days a week, and I pay for this Mother's Day Out 2 days a week.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Jeez.
What?
That's a lot.
That's quite a bit.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah. So I'm going to be saving money, and he needs to develop. He's a little behind in terms of the speaking and the words and everything.
A little bit.
What? What's so funny?
It's not a competition yet.
You tell me you don't compete. You don't sit there and say, "Oh, that 2-year-old is saying the alphabet, and mine can't say anything."
Let me see how he eats his Cheerios compared to Ollie.
No. He should be saying, "Hey, I'm going off of the doctor." The doctor's like, "Yeah, he should be saying like 15 words."
Oh,
and that's not happening. But you said he will.
Yeah,
he will accelerate.
He will.
Two things are going to happen.
He will develop new skills quicker than you could possibly imagine, and you will be prepared to be sick.
Oh yeah,
as much as you can, because he is going to bring so many germs into that house.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I can't wait. Sean's be coming here,
disease.
sniffling, foot and mouth.
I love how you two act like you don't compare. Parents don't compare.
They
like I got this Tolo. I'm about to block him. I swear to God. Ollie like took a bat, with like a little T-ball set and like made contact, and I was like, yeah. This fool sends me his kid like hitting dingers, like, and yeah, you judge it, you compete against it.
Yeah, it's.
Can you hold your fork? Can you go down the slide by yourself? Are you saying words? Are you? Yeah. It's competition. Choppy says the Cowboys penalties. It's not Mike McCarthy's fault. It's Dan Quinn's fault. Next. After he tells you about zero res.
Let's get you over to zero res.
Vent, no matter the size. From start to finish, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Choppy says the Rangers need to pick a lane at 9 a.m. with the news that they fired Chris Woodward yesterday. We'll take some Ranger calls at 9 a.m. as well. If you want to vent your baseball frustrations on your home of the Rangers, 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. That's also the same number for 9 a.m. Ranger calls on DFW Sports Station. But Choppy, you have finally found the problem that's causing the Dallas Cowboys penalties, and it's not Mike McCarthy?
It is not Mike McCarthy. I did a little penalty study. This is right for Bobby Belt. The culprit is Dan Quinn. So I went back.
You know, it is interesting that over the last 2 years, when this topic has come up, we've never mentioned the name of a coordinator. We have never brought up that person's side of the ball in terms of being responsible for penalties. That just hit me. I'm like, why haven't we done that?
Right.
Yes, Mike McCarthy at the end of the day
his name's on the marquee.
His name's on the marquee, but you have an offensive and a defensive coordinator.
Right.
Why don't we bring them up?
And I didn't think of this either until I was going through every single season that I've covered for the Dallas Cowboys. I went back and looked, dating back to 2003. And outside of Wade Phillips' tenure, there's never really been a situation where there's been this bad of a stretch of penalties. So Parcells.
Wow.
I know, right? When Bill was here, their 4 years, their rankings were 24, 24, 27, and 12.
And being closer to the bottom is better.
So if you're ranked number 1, that means you're the most penalized. If you're ranked number 32, you're the least penalized. So Bill was 24, 24, 27, and 12.
Excellent.
Their records were 10-6, 6-10, and then 2 9-7s.
Okay.
All right.
And he said he did not coach penalties.
He did not coach penalties.
Wow.
But he was a strong arm. Like you feared Bill. Wade Phillips, nobody feared Wade. 8th, 1st, 4th, 6th.
Wow.
Now, they were great in Wade's tenure. 13-3, 9-7, 11-5, 6-10 when Tony got hurt. Jason Garrett, 5th, 3rd, first 2 years. 13-19, 13-18, 24-21-15. So, pretty good. Mid-pack.
Mid-pack.
Mid-pack for the most part.
Yeah.
Then you get to McCarthy, 11th and 1st. So during this, and you know, the way I did this is I went to this one website.
And in Green Bay, he was...
Green Bay, he was...
Very good.
18, 25, 23, 16, 26, 25, 13, 31, 29, 1. 1 was his first year there. So I wasn't descending order. So he was very good in Green Bay. His teams were not highly penalized at all outside of that first year. So in the process of going through all these seasons, you know, you hit each year. And I noticed that Seattle was number 1 in back-to-back years. Okay. This is when they were the Legion of Boom.
Number 1, like the most penalized.
Like the most penalized in back-to-back years. So I went and looked, and it was 2013 and 2014. I said, when was Dan Quinn the DC there? And he was the DC there 2 years, 2013, 2014.
Oh.
So Dan Quinn has been a National Football League defensive coordinator 3 years. His teams have finished with the most penalties in the NFL all 3 years.
What's Dan doing?
Wow, what a find.
It was lucky. I wasn't looking for it. I found it.
What an RJ Choppy find with the research project. I knew you'd find something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, both years in Seattle, they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
All right. It just happens to coincide with the 2 years that Dan Quinn was their DC. So again, Dan Quinn has been a defensive coordinator in the National Football League 3 years. And all 3, his teams led the National Football League in penalties.
All right.
The defense rests.
All right, very unfair follow-up. It's not very unfair, but I'm curious to know. You probably don't have the info. What were his Falcon teams? What were his Atlanta teams? And then we can totally rest the defense.
I'll do one by one.
Okay.
But they were not super high. So his first year, 2015,
You need some time to do it?
They were like 25th.
Okay.
All right, so they were not high. The next year they were mid-pack.
Okay.
In 2016, that's the year they went to the Super Bowl. In 2017, they were again mid-pack.
Okay.
2018, the Falcons were mid-pack again. Actually, they were below that. They were near the bottom, so they were like they were on number 20.
So that's kind of messing up the study.
Well, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know.
He didn't have any highly penalized teams in Atlanta.
He didn't, but as the head coach, it's almost like when he's a coordinator,
like more handprint on his
handprint,
more hands on his unit,
right? Because I don't remember. I think the Falcons had another DC when he was there until the end. Remember, at the end he took over.
Okay,
if I'm not mistaken.
So when he's like directly responsible for that group,
yeah,
highly penalized.
Highly
Interesting.
penalized. 3 years of DC, 3 years as part of the most penalized team in the NFL.
You know, you talk about the Parcells fear factor. I would like to ask this to Mike McCarthy. Was he a bigger hard ass? I would think he was more of a hard ass in Green Bay than here. My theory for it
more
is
miserable in Green Bay.
Yeah, just, cracked heads more.
Yeah.
My theory is, right, you're younger, you're fiery, and, you're trying to make your mark initially. Then you're unemployed, and you ease up a little bit as you get older, and you want to be, not cracking skulls. You chill out, you mellow.
Yep.
So I wonder, this is really a Chris Woodward comparison. Woody apparently didn't have the ability to crack down in the clubhouse. He came in early and it was, hey, players coach, no rules. No rules, do your job, let's try to get better. But then when you try to, there's a saying, right? Is it better to be hard and soften up or soft and then harden up? People always debate that. Do you want to come in? It's better to crack heads and then soften. Because if you come in and they think you're a softie, you get laughed at when you try to crack down. So I just wonder, McCarthy, having this players coach reputation now with the Cowboys, when he goes in that room and yells and gets hype about penalties, I wonder if it has the same effect that he had in Green Bay when he was younger. That's something we'll have to ask McCarthy.
Good question.
Because they all praise him for being, look, there's people that make fun of their training camp practices. There's people that see highlights and clips and they text Broadus and ask him, they doing anything out there? They actually practicing hard? Are they doing anything? So that is a very veteran type approach from a player's coach. And I wonder when it comes to trying to, hey, let's clean it up now. This is unacceptable. I wonder how much fear there is in the room.
Maybe there isn't. Real quick, the Falcons coordinators under Dan Quinn, Richard Smith, Marquand Manuel,
Mike Nolan,
and Raheem Morris.
No Mike Nolan?
Mike Nolan was there before Dan. He was the DC 2012 through 2014.
Yeah.
So, look, that's just, you got to go back and I'd have to go look and see.
But no, that is a fair question. We should be asking the coordinators. We should be asking Dan Quinn, next media session, what's your responsibility with the penalties? Why is Mike just taking all the heat?
2 games that stick out where the defensive penalties killed this team. The Raider game. How many pass interference and holding calls they get in that
Thanksgiving.
Game. And the
San
playoff
Fran,
game.
15 penalties.
How many times did the defensive line get called for holding? You never see that.
What about Randy Gregory?
You never see a defensive lineman getting called for holding. And it happened, 2 or 3 times in that game? So there were quite a bit. And look, that's not Dan's fault, but it is odd that when you look at the 3 years that he has been a coordinator in the NFL, all 3 years, the team that he was on led the league in penalties.
I don't think he would mind me reading this, but I texted the big fella yesterday. He finally wrote me back, Mark Colombo.
Yeah.
I said, should we blame players or coaches more for penalties? And Mark said a bit of both. If it's happening with multiple players over multiple seasons, you have to assess how much coaches are emphasizing it, but also what are they doing to correct it? Some players are more penalty prone than others. So finding ways to tweak a technique, get creative, like using wrist cuffs for offensive linemen or DBs to help with holding. I like to think it may be the Cowboys' number one priority, but what's the plan to fix it? A big barometer of coaching discipline is the amount of pre-snap penalties a team has. Those are the unforced lack of focus plays that coincide with overall team discipline. So the former offensive line coach and offensive lineman Mark Colombo helping us out with this topic.
I'm sorry. Was that a text?
Yeah.
Man, that's some carpal tunnel right there.
Hey, maybe it was a voice memo. How would Colombo sound reading some of this?
I don't have enough dump button
Would he
over
do
here.
it? Would he do it in his heavy metal or just straight mass hole accent?
Oh man, I don't.
You might be. You might be able to read. Like,
I don't know that I do a Columbo voice though.
Okay, I'll do his. What's his band? What was it?
Free Reign.
Free Reign.
Okay.
It's a great band.
Give
It was
us
a
some
good
music.
band.
Give a background. Give a backdrop.
You're setting me up here. Hold on.
You interrupted, so
Not to do a voiceover for
All
metal.
right, it's better. I don't want to do my metal voiceover anyway.
Okay.
So there's Columbo, the mass hole response, and the heavy metal one as well. Final hour of the show. We'll take some of your Ranger frustration calls after they fired another manager, and RJ says, pick a dag on direction. That's next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan. But look, sometimes
Leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam on Twitch and YouTube. It's Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, where, of course, the big news, that looks like Floyd Mayweather and his boxing workouts.
Whew.
Double fist pumps.
Yeah, baby.
Is there anything worse than boxing cardio-wise? My God. What a nightmare.
Yeah, I think cardio in general.
By the way, when are we going to get our Mayweather passes to that new gym of his over here behind us in Highland Park?
He's got a gym in Highland Park?
Yeah, right across from like Albernays.
He's got one at right by the AAC too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did the Talibs have a gym?
You know what? I'm not even going to step around that.
I'm serious. I thought they were doing like workout stuff.
I'm going to tear off my mic.
They might. Yeah, you're right. They may have been.
I thought the Talibs had a gym as Aqib Talib's brother turned himself in to police yesterday with that youth football incident. Of course, the big story here is the Rangers firing Chris Woodward with 48 games left to go. They beat the Athletics 2-1 yesterday. They were 6-24 in one-run games under Woody. That is not good. And Simeon homered, which, of course, he was not doing to start off the year. John Daniels, exclusively with the G-Bag Nation, what was Woody's response when you gave him the news?
He gave his opinion on players, whether he thought that they were, capable or not, and whether he thought that they were coachable or not. They had like the right attributes, but we were on the same page as far as who to play, and think that there was never anything like that. It really wasn't. That was not a factor. I mean, it really came down to just deciding that going forward, we were looking at we felt the club needed a little bit different style and then kind of how we go about our business. And, there's not a whole lot more to it than that.
You've seen Moneyball.
Yes.
Remember, and then this is when it all changed. Because what he's talking about in there, we were always on the same page on who to play. Prior to Billy Beane, really, that there wasn't the same discussions about who to play. It was the manager's decision.
Yeah.
And, slowly but surely, that decision has been much more mutual between the front office and the manager.
Yeah.
And that is where we sit right now. And when
you hate that?
No, I don't hate it.
Why? You always talk about roles. The manager shouldn't be evaluating talent. That's the GM's job.
Yeah.
So why is the general manager giving me the lineup card? I'm the manager.
I don't hate. Okay, I do hate if he's giving you the lineup card.
Okay.
I do hate if he's giving you the lineup card.
Or setting the rule on, hey, new pitcher. I mean, that's a philosophical thing you should be on the same page with.
Absolutely.
We're not going to go 3 times through the lineup.
But that's why
we're not going to have starters go past 6 innings.
That's why managers are becoming increasingly younger, entry level, cheaper. I told you in the break, Dave Roberts is the 10th highest paid manager in Major League Baseball. This is on the Odyssey website, so it has to be true. At $1.15 million. This was last year.
Dave Roberts makes 1.1. You should save this for tomorrow. This is a bigger discussion.
I got a whole thing on this.
Bigger talk.
Whole thing.
That's pretty stunning.
So
10th highest paid, the Dodgers manager, all they're winning at $1 million.
Yeah, I'll go back and get the whole list.
Yeah.
But the job of the manager is not the same as it was. These decisions are made as a collective.
I want to hear from the Tolos on this. Let's get to some Ranger calls. Get out your frustration. And who are you blaming with Chris Woodward fired yesterday? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Mike in Fort Worth, you're first up on the Fan.
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
What up?
Hey, obviously the pitching is bad, but I think the hitting is worse. There were a couple games they were like down 2-1 or tied up 1-1, and they couldn't even hit the ball, man. So the hitting is just – I think they need to get a new batting coach. It's worse than the pitching. Also, they need to bring in you remember that TCU coach, Jeff Schlossnagel or something
Schlossnagel?
Like that? Yeah, he coached TCU like last year, a couple years ago. I think they should go that route. I mean, I think you can hire a guy like that, and he can turn the Rangers around.
He's at A&M now.
Yeah, sorry about that. He's in College Station, so yeah, that's not happening. But thank you there, Mike.
Troy with the hang up to leave the
Appreciate
Aggies
that.
alone. Rangers pitching ranks among the league's bottom third in ERA and fielding independent pitching. What does that mean? What is FIP?
FIP. It means exactly what it says. Fielding independent pitching. It's you're basically it's your ERA. So they don't really take away or take into account defensive plays. So great plays by your defense that help out the pitcher, they eliminate those.
The Rangers offensively, I think that caller would be a little bit off. They're 14th in runs scored in Major League Baseball. The Dodgers are number one. They've outscored the Yankees by 18 runs, 6-14 for the Dodgers, and the Rangers are 5-13. So 14th in the bigs. That's fine offensively. What should I look at in terms of another offensive category? Average.
Weighted runs created plus, OPS.
OPS. Let's look at OPS. OPS, the Dodgers lead the way. The Rangers are 16th. 700 OPS as a team. Rich.
700?
Yeah.
I mean, as an individual player, you would like to be 800, but 16th, you're middle of the pack. I mean,
the point is, the offense better than the pitching statistically this year. Rich in Valley Ranch. Rich, you're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, thanks, guys. I just want to say that the Rangers are just a fundamentally unsound team. I mean, I'm not big into analytics, but when you see a team that is 6-24 and now 7-24 in one-run games, how many mistakes caused that? I mean, when Corey Seager doesn't tag up from third on a tough catch down the right field line, he's 20 feet up the line. You just threw away a run there. I mean, but I think the Rangers are on the right track because baseball is still 90% of pitching.
A lot of it. I mean, it makes everything different. Doesn't matter what level you are. If you're high school, you could be the best team in the state. But if you're going up against that one stud ace, I mean, all bets are off in a one gamer, man. Good luck.
Omar in Plano. What a great name, Omar. You're live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
What's up, guys? I'm not even a DFW sports fan, but I'm going to say, to be honest with you, like JD, at the end of the day, I mean, that guy, didn't 2 World Series? Didn't the Rangers lose 2 World Series back to back under his watch?
Yeah.
And how long is we make Rangers fans have to understand that's not good, man. 2 World Series back to back, and at the same time, how many managers is you gonna put through?
Hey, Omar, where are you calling from? Where are you?
Me, I'm at work right now. I literally just walked in.
What are you doing? Where you work at?
I work at the Halal. I'm the general manager for Halal Guys.
Halal Guys!
Whoa!
Can't beat that, dude.
It's
great.
It sounded like they were banging metal in there, but no, they're slinging. Are those the kebab sticks? Is that what you are slinging on there?
We're chopping up the chicken for the gyro platters.
Oh!
yeah.
I knew I heard like some.
Is it a
I can't do
gyro
the-
or a hero or a euro?
A gyro.
A gyro.
Is it a euro, a gyro? They have like the hottest sauce in the Metroplex. It's unbelievable. But I had to figure out what that noise was. And then he's walking in, they're chopping up the shawarma.
that
You get the
sounds-
shawarma ready.
Oh.
The shawarma?
Wasn't that a show, Beat the
No,
Shawarma?
it's not where you had
That's
the ring.
Stump the Schwa.
Sorry, whatever.
Beat the shawarma.
Your shawarma's as big as mine?
Yes, that's right.
877-881-1053.
What does that make us?
Absolutely nothing.
Truckwreck.com text line. I swear, you guys are separated
That's
at
good.
birth. Mikey Bassick yesterday gave his reaction to the Woody news on G-Bag. Oh, wait, no, he's on KMC.
Yeah, he's on KMC.
whatever show he's on.
Where
Yeah.
have we put him?
Whatever.
From what I understand, the players really like Woody.
Yeah.
That he's a player's manager. He's kind of like, hey, as long as you come to the park and you're ready to go at 7 p.m., you have your freedom to do what you want. And I know that the Rangers, there's been multiple times this year, and I don't know if this is why, Reggie, you asked for, I'll give examples on possibly why, and I don't know if this is the manager's fault. I would say close to 10 times this year, the Rangers didn't know how many outs there were. whether they were on the field fielding or whether they were on the bases running. That's a lot of times in about 110 games that approximately 10% of your games, your players forget how many outs there are on the field. That's somewhat not good.
Right.
I'll put it being nice.
You don't have to say somewhat here. That's poor. That's poor to garbage right there.
It'll happen once or twice in a season, but not as many times as it's happened. There's been times where there's been really sloppy play, whether it's been defensively or whether it's been base running, where you're like, wait, guys, like this is the major leagues.
Mm-hmm.
We should be better at cuts and relays. We should be better at running the bases. And maybe they're saying, obviously they're saying we felt like Woody should have done a better job.
Mike.
I really do in 2022, or actually I would have a problem with this in 1932, because at the major league level there are 58 scoreboards that show the outs. Now, if you want to say at a high school game where you may not have a working scoreboard, or there's only one and it's behind you, that is not in play, and it's on the coach or the manager, whatever you want to call it, to tell the kids, that's one thing. But at the major league level, not knowing how many outs there are, that's on the players, man. I'm sorry. To me, that's on the players. And then from a base running standpoint or a sloppy play standpoint, like attention to detail obviously is a huge thing, and that should be preached from the manager, from the front office, from the coaches every single day. But we don't even so on my older kids team, 12 years old, we don't tag up from second with one out, because there's no advantage to tagging up from
the ball hit deep to right field.
I mean, no, because you would go halfway. We would go halfway, because the advantage of tagging from second with one out really isn't there. You go halfway with one out on second base. Maybe there's a drop, maybe it gets down, and all of a sudden you can score.
What about pass balls?
Well, that's not tag up.
No, you get them on third for the pass ball score.
Yeah, but
how many pass balls do y'all have a game? This is a side note conversation. Not a ton.
It depends. Not a ton, but
2,
even when
3?
you do, yeah, probably more than that. But the backstop's so short that
it
bounces back kind of quick. So,
and you're saying they're gonna score from second anyway.
They score from second anyway on a hit. So the point is that we don't even remind our kids about that. Like they're just expected to know how to do it. Like, I really find it's depressing, honestly, that a Major League Baseball player wouldn't know how to run the bases.
But this goes back to Basic's crosstalk with Kelvin Joseph offsides on the field goal. Is it depressing? Should it be expected? Absolutely. But obviously, there's a need to remind for some reason.
Yeah,
like you got to say, Bones Fossil and Mike McCarthy in the special teams huddle apparently have to say, it's 4th and 4. Don't jump off sides here. Reminder, offsides gives them free first down. And it sounds, Mike said after every single pitch when he was playing, there was this type of reminder over elementary things. This is like a sports awakening for us to find this out.
I'm really blown away. It's kind of, it's depressing. You wonder, who is failing these players? Is it college? Is it high school? Is it youth? Like, what coaches are failing these players that when they get to the major league level, that they don't know how to run the bases, that they don't know they don't know how to check for the outs. We've been babying these players for years and years and years before every pitch, reminding them where to throw it, how many outs there are, that they don't think to themselves, just remember how many outs there are.
You guys don't yell out all the time. 1 out, 2 outs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're coaching third, okay, when you give your signs coaching third, what you do is at the end you'll throw up how many outs are on your hand. Bam, outs, 2 outs, like so everybody knows. But there's only one scoreboard. It's behind you, and half the time it's not even on.
If the Cowboys get rid of the penalties, they can go undefeated this year. What does Patrick Walker think about that statement from Michael Irvin? We'll head on over to the Voice of the Star, DallasCowboys.com after this. morning. We'll get back to the Rangers Chris Woodward decision with Corey Majors and Mike Bassick. Let's get Patrick Walker's reaction to some comments made on television over the past couple days. Patrick joining us from DallasCowboys.com on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Patrick, good morning. Your thoughts on that preseason game against the Broncos to start off?
Yeah, the preseason game against the Broncos obviously did not go mostly as planned. Now, obviously, the biggest plan was for everybody to come out healthy, and for the most part, that's what occurred. So, big W for the Cowboys there. There is a lot of, it was a mixed bag for the most part. You got the penalties. Obviously, that's going to carry the headline. The Cowboys were sloppy. I'm not going to put too much stock into that just yet because, number one, it's the first preseason game. And number two, those were not your starters for the most part. You're talking about a lot of young guys, a lot of backups. And several of these young guys are literally seeing NFL reps for the first time, so they have to acclimate to the game speed. I would be more concerned if that number of penalties occurred, say, against the Seahawks, for example. But even then, you're not talking about the starters. So still a lot to clean up there for the Cowboys. Some players didn't do as well. You talk about Josh Ball. You talk about Kelvin Joseph struggling for the majority of the game after getting off to a hot start. And Deshaun Wright got off to a hot start, but then kind of fell off the table. But there were positives as well. Malik Davis, right now the fourth-string running back, he led the team in rushing yards. He's carrying over a strong camp there. You talk about a guy like Deron Bland, for example, somebody who I and a lot of my colleagues out here have been trying to get Cowboys fans to kind of key in on, and now you're seeing why. Deron Bland went out there, and whether the pass rush was present or not present, he was a blanket to every receiver that he was tasked with covering, killed the first offensive drive for the Denver Broncos, and continues to build on that strong camp. So some positives to take away, some negatives to take away, but now here comes the Los Angeles Chargers, a little bit of a meaner defensive front, a little bit of a meaner defensive secondary. So this is really where you're going to start to figure out that depth chart going forward.
So what's the schedule this week with practice and the Chargers?
Well, this week we have 2 scrimmages against the Chargers, then the plus one, which is the game, obviously, on Saturday. We're going to head out of here being Oxnard this afternoon, take the train up to Irvine, get settled in, get set up. Practice is going to start tomorrow. Tyron Smith, for those that are wondering, Tyron Smith was kind of held out on the back end of Denver because of a slight ankle injury. It was never considered serious. I saw Tyron walking around here campus in Oxnard quite a bit. He had no, brace or anything. He was not limping, looked comfortable. Yesterday, Mike McCarthy said Tyron will practice on Wednesday. You might see Anthony Barr out there. He's still on PUP as we have this conversation, but it sounds like he has a chance of coming off of the PUP list to at least do individual drills as early as tomorrow. That's a huge positive for the Cowboys. Trevon Diggs looks like he'll be back this week as well. Jaron Kearse is going to remain out as he nurses some back tightness. Cowboys are being deliberate with that. But as far as the schedule, heading out here at Oxnard later today, go up to the L.A. area, Irvine to be more specific, 2 scrimmages against the Los Angeles Chargers. That's going to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday's going to be the day off, and then Saturday is going to be the preseason game. And then right after that, head right back to Dallas.
Patrick, who do you blame for the penalty issue?
Yes.
Good answer. You threw me off. I thought the phone went out, but good answer.
Do it on purpose.
So you blame everybody.
Everyone has to be accountable when you're talking about penalties because it's on the player to make sure that they remain as disciplined as possible. It's on the player to make sure that they understand the situation. So, for example, if you take the situation when Kelvin Joseph jumped off sides on what would have been a 56, 57-yard field goal, and the guy misses, and that penalty gives him a mulligan, so now he gets to kick again, and then guess what? He made that kick. You're talking about almost a 60-yard field goal. Put that on the kicker, to make that. Like, don't make that easy for him. Don't give him another shot. So in that instance, that's a perfect example of that's not on the coach. That's on the player. But when you step back and you look at the macro of it and you see as many penalties as you saw, now, were all of them justified? Were all of them righteous? Absolutely not. First holding call on Tyler Smith, come on, get out of here. Refs are in midseason form. But not all of them were invalid. So, admittedly, a lot of that is going to go on the coaching as well because when you have that number of penalties rack up in the game, Now you have to sit back and say, okay, well, if everybody is doing it, then it's bigger than any individual player. So to answer your question, it's both on the players as individuals to remain disciplined going forward, but it's also on the coaches to figure out how to reel that in from a team aspect to make sure everybody understands that it's just not acceptable.
Patrick, I did a little study yesterday. I came to this conclusion. I told Sean he was blown away here. In the 3 years,
very blown,
all the blowns. In the 3 years that Dan Quinn's been an NFL defensive coordinator, his teams have finished first in the most penalties called on that year. Last year, than his 2 years DC of Seattle. Is he the culprit?
I will say, let's look at it in this capacity. I think the reason for that is simple. Dan Quinn's defenses are extremely aggressive. Dan Quinn's defenses are extremely physical at the point of attack. And whenever you're asking guys to do that, you're putting yourself at a crossroads. And the crossroads is, yes, this is easily the most physical Cowboys defense we've seen in a very long time. Yes, this is the best Cowboys defense we've seen in a very long time. However, that means it's also the most handsy Cowboys defense we've seen in a long time. And in a league that legislates hands as much as it legislates, where your helmet is pointed, you're going to garner a lot more penalties in that capacity. So then you got to ask yourself, do you want them to be less physical, a little less aggressive? The easy answer would be yes if the question is, well, do we need less penalties? So I want less penalties. So yes, let's kind of calm down a little bit. Yeah, careful what you wish for, because calming down a little bit gets you Rob Marinelli's defense. So there's a fine line to be walked there. Do you want the penalties? Absolutely not. You do not. However, you also still want to keep the sharpened teeth of this defense that Dan Quinn has designed and created. So the Cowboys simply have to figure out how to marry those two things. How do we minimize penalties without losing our teeth? And that's the challenge.
Want to play you this clip from Michael Irvin yesterday on First Take addressing what could happen if the Cowboys clean up the flags.
I'm saying if they clean up, we'll stay right there. If they clean up these penalties, they will be chasing. Let me clear it up for you. The 72 Dolphins. And nobody talking about the right now Dolphins. Oh, now you know what I'm saying. I'm talking about the 72 Dolphins. Yes, you heard what I said. When you got the number one offense, clean up these penalties. You had the number one offense, number one score. You could be chasing the 72 Dolphins. Did Michael say something crazy?
Yes, it's aggressive.
Hold it.
Did Michael say something crazy, Patrick Walker?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Thank
Yes, he
you.
did.
Good Lord, Mike.
Listen. Michael is hands down my favorite Cowboy of all time. I make no secret about that. That being said, I think someone spiked his Frosted Flakes with some extra sugar that morning. The 72 Dolphins, no. Just no. If the Cowboys clean up these penalties, and more specifically, if the starters are not the ones making the penalties effective September 11th going forward, then it will in fact help the Cowboys, equal or better their 12-5 record. Now, a lot of other things go into that as well. How will things shake out in the wide receiver room? Can this defensive line continue to look as dominant as it's starting to look as far as run defense is concerned? So forth and so on. All of that plays into it. But the penalties, if you calm those down, if you slim those back, then yes, the Cowboys will be chasing someone, but it won't be the 72 Dolphins. It'll be the 2021 Cowboys, in which case they just need to figure out how to make a playoff run after going 11-6 or 12-5.
Great update, Patrick. We appreciate it, and we'll catch up with you on Thursday. Thank you, man.
Fun as always, guys. Talk to you soon.
Patrick Walker at Voice of the Star on Twitter, on the Diamond Factory Hotline every Tuesday and Thursday here on Sean and RJ. And, of course, he's brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Thank y'all for being a Tolo. NBA news coming in. The Mavs are reportedly going to open their season at the Phoenix Suns, October 19th. So the Suns will get their first chance at revenge for getting embarrassed in front of the entire NBA world. Last year, October 19th, it's going to be the Mavs taking on the Suns in Phoenix. And, of course, we know it's going to be Luka versus LeBron and the Lakers on Christmas Day here in the Metroplex. Tolo also sent me this. The 2022 NBA schedule will show, and I think that full thing is going to get released tomorrow. It's not going to have any Election Day games. Instead, all 30 teams will play the Monday before on a themed civic engagement night to encourage fans, players, and staff to vote in this year's midterm elections. So that is being reported by Shaquille Brewster from NBC News.
I mean, the NBA is taken off historically on National Championship Monday in college basketball. I don't remember them ever taking another night off other than that. That's interesting that they're going to take that day off.
And did you say the First Lady got COVID as well?
Yeah, that's what I saw this morning. First Lady got COVID. So the president had it, about 3 weeks ago?
2 or 3 weeks ago?
He got it, tested positive, tested negative, and tested positive again like 2 days later, and then obviously tested negative since, and now the First Lady has it.
And yesterday, Mark Stein quoted a front office person who said they're hearing maybe Kevin Durant would retire before going back to the Nets. Katie responded on Twitter saying it's a bunch of BS. Don't believe that. I'm not retiring. The star of the offseason, reporter-wise, Brian Windhorst on the latest with KD in Brooklyn.
Well, 10 days ago, Kevin Durant and Joe Tsai met in London. Durant really tried to apply the pressure by asking for Steve Nash and Sean Marks to get fired. And guess what has happened? Nothing. Nothing has happened. The dynamic around Kevin Durant hasn't changed at all. There hasn't been an urgency in trade talks. There hasn't been a change in strategy by the Brooklyn Nets. And I think what we have here is really a study of leverage. First off, the Nets do not have leverage in trade talks with other teams. They are not giving them the offers that they want. They see no reason to increase them. And so they are not making any progress there. And Kevin Durant clearly does not have leverage with the Brooklyn Nets. He is asking for things, get me traded, fire the coach, fire the GM. He is being told no. So when you have denied leverage, you have a stalemate. And so here we are in mid-August. We may be here at the end of August. We may be here in mid-September.
You know, it is really an interesting take on leverage. I have never seen a player not have leverage with their team in the NBA in recent years. I don't think we've ever seen that. The player always has the leverage. Yeah, he's absolutely right that the Nets do not have the leverage with the rest of the league. But he is also right that the Nets do have the leverage with Kevin Durant because the owner came out and said, tough. We're not firing our GM and our head coach.
Yeah.
So you're either going to play or you're going to deal with it. And we'll trade you, but we are going to get the biggest haul in NBA history for you.
Yep.
And that's what Joseph Tsai's done.
All right. The news broke during their show. Let's talk about the Rangers firing another manager. Crosstalk with KMC next with Sean and RJ.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is
commercial break could not end quickly enough. If only we could crosstalk the baseball breakdown that happened in the commercial break. Corey, that was fascinating. Let's try to bring it to the air after you tell us what's coming up.
10 o'clock, right out of the gate, is John Daniels the most despised man in DFW sports? We'll do that right out of the gate. But, man, I love the analytics versus athletics conversation, and I think Mike and Choppy were about to punch each other.
No. The thing is I just find it interesting talking to former major leaguers that recently in the draft we just had 4 out of the top 6 picks. Their dads played Major League Baseball, and they're teaching them the old way to hit. If you listen to Vladimir Guerrero break down hitting, he breaks it down just like you would break down hitting in the 80s, 90s, or 2000s. Mike Trout, the same thing. Juan Soto, the same thing. Almost every player, almost everyone. Now, I know Josh Donaldson's past his prime. Josh Donaldson has the new approach, and he did win an MVP with the new approach. So I'm not saying everything is perfect, everything's this black and white. Why aren't all these analytic people, if they've broken the code of baseball over the last 10 years, they've won. They have won the game of baseball. They've eliminated human beings coaching the game, and now they're having their numbers coach the game.
They won over the owners.
Yeah, and then they've eliminated the coaches. Anybody who wants to coach baseball, you are fired in professional baseball if you want to coach. You cannot coach this game. You can only hand over the numbers and be enthusiastic about the numbers and show them how to get better at the numbers. Like, hey, your launch angle is a little bit low. Let's get the launch angle a little bit higher. Well, if they've broken the code, how come all their sons aren't the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth pick in the draft? Like, you've broken the code. Why not just teach your son that so you can become a multimillionaire playing this game by breaking the code of baseball?
I would say the answer is simple. Genetics. The son of John Daniels is going to be 5'6", and the son of Matt Holliday is going to be 6'4", 230.
What do you
because of genetics?
What do you disagree the most with Mike about analytics? Because it sounds like you are against many of them in baseball.
I think they help, but now we're saying it's the only thing. Like, no human can help a human being hit a baseball. No human can help a human being pitch a baseball. We have to have all these cameras catch it. I have to, what was your spin rate on that? What was your diagonal break? What was your vertical break? And it's like, I can't coach you. I can only give you these numbers. Well, are we that stupid? Am I that stupid that when I throw a breaking ball, if I didn't know the spin rate or the vertical/horizontal break of it, I can't tell that Andrew Jones hit it 425 feet into the stands, that it probably wasn't a good one. And then when Andrew Jones comes up the next time, if I throw a breaking ball and his knees buckle, he swings over the top of it for a strikeout, the batter tells me if it's good or not. In the whole history of baseball, if you're too dumb to see that the hitter will give you a good idea if it was a good pitch or a bad pitch, what are we doing? And then there are times where I'll make a good pitch and a guy will put a good swing on it. There are times. But most of the time, literally 90% of the time, a hard hit ball is not a well-located or well-movement of a pitch. Usually, like 90% of the time, it's a bad pitch.
It's like you're looking at, if the batter hits the ball 400 feet or if he looks really, really bad on a swing, that's 1, 2, 3 pitches out of 100. You can watch film of a pitch and say, hey, that looks like a really good pitch, but you have no idea what the spin rate is. And the spin rate dictates the movement on the pitch. And, it's just a probability thing. Like if I throw 100 pitches at, I have no idea what a good spin rate for a slider is. Let's just say it's 2,000 revolutions per minute.
Right.
Say I throw 100 sliders at 2,000 RPMs.
All right.
And then Sean throws 100 sliders at 1,900 RPMs. Like my slider will move more. And there's no way to see that from the naked eye. That's where the analytics come in. Yeah. From teaching the game.
But what if on your slider, now I'm going to add this. Now on your slider, they bat 300 off of your slider and they bat 220 off of his slider. Am I saying that?
They're saying I have bad luck. I have bad luck.
And that's what they're saying. Just like I was
listening. Or I have bad location.
I was listening to you guys, and FIP is a analytic, right? It's not a real stat. It's a fake thing that we try to come up with. But if I am pitching Now, here's the human being of it, and we can't tell this.
And what does it stand for?
It's fielding independent pitching. So somewhat, no matter who I'm playing for, that would be a hit in a certain game, or it would be an out in a certain game. But I'm told when I have in 2001 Omar Vizquel and Robbie Alomar and Kenny Lofton up the middle, I'm told if you can keep the ball in the middle part of the field, we'll make a play for you. Now, no, I'm trying to think of crap infielders, right? If I have Jeff Kent, for example, great hitter, probably not much
Should be in the Hall of
range,
Fame.
right? And it should be in the Hall of Fame, but I mean, I'm just giving you an example, right? Roger Cedeno, when I was with the Mets, you know what? You're going to have to strike somebody out because he's not good enough to go roaming everywhere. When Tom Glavine, for example, Tom Glavine gets signed over to the New York Mets in 2003. So we're having a team meeting, and he says, we have to pinch the gaps. And what that means is I have to bring my left fielders and right fielder. I have to bring them closer to center field because Roger Cedeno doesn't cover much ground. He'd gotten fatter and out of shape. And so we had to pinch the gaps. He said, when I was with the Braves, we would have our corners play the lines. Why? Because Andrew Jones could cover so much ground from 96 to 02 when he was there. Glavine was there with Andrew Jones. They would play the lines. Now, aren't I going to pitch different? Or when it's like, well, that would have been a home run in this park. But sometimes if I'm in Fenway Park, I'm going to pitch different than if I'm in San Francisco. I'm going to pitch different. I'm going to pitch different if I have Omar Vizquel behind me and Robbie Alomar than if I'm going to have two guys that don't cover much ground. So then we make up a stat to say, well, but I'm going to pitch different. I'm going to pitch different according to the score. I'm going to pitch different according to my players that are behind me. And then we try to make all these stats to say, well, you should pitch exactly the same no matter what. No, you shouldn't. If I'm up 7-0, I should pitch different than if the score's 1-0.
Corey, I want to know how you are going to remember Chris Woodward, who joined you guys throughout his tenure as Rangers manager that ended yesterday.
He was always honest. He could talk about pretty much anything. That's one of the things I really enjoyed about having conversations. We had a pandemic going on. Rangers weren't playing baseball games, and he still showed up on the conversation with us every day or every Wednesday, talked to us about whatever. Like, it didn't really even matter. So I always enjoy, like, when you have a good guest, somebody that can do that stuff. That's why it sucks so bad whenever he was dealing with, man, this team's bad. He didn't want to talk about bad baseball, but he could talk about baseball all day long. I felt like I learned a ton whenever he and Mike would have conversations too. I'm going to remember a guy that I thought was super positive, and I thought like I liked to be around, and somebody that I was hoping could, be a good example for how to win a championship with a good positive clubhouse going forward. But the Rangers felt, I think Dawson used the word correctly yesterday, they have an urgency right now that they need to show the club, the owner, the GM and president have an urgency to say we have to fix it faster. And Woody wasn't the option for him.
Mike, what do you think is the best fit for this? What are the best traits they need to find in this next manager?
Better players.
That's
agreed.
For yes, you have to do that. I've talked about this. Our competition is the Astros. The Astros have created. They didn't have to sign for millions and $300 to $500 million a year.
They lost Carlos Correa and replaced him with Carlos Correa.
Yeah, George Springer replaced with Kyle Tucker. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, now when they lost Garrett Cole, they haven't really replaced Garrett Cole, but Framber Valdez, Urquidy, and Garcia all have 4 more years until they become free agents.
Yeah.
And they're all ERAs under 4. They're all guys that are good pitchers. They're not Garrett Cole, but they're good. We haven't developed any one of those 3 guys in our organization yet over this last 5 years, right? Dane Dunning, and we've traded for. I'm going to say like Taylor Hearn, Dane Dunning, Spencer Howard. All these guys are ours now, even though they were AA, AAA guys when we traded for them. We have to create 3 of those guys. Then we have to create Justin Verlander. Or we can go sign Justin Verlander, but we have to draft and develop or sign out of the Dominican or draft or trade for when they're younger, Yordan Alvarez, Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman, Pena, Kyle Tucker, right? All of these guys I'm naming, this is our competition. The Astros don't have tons of money. What the Astros are doing is they're signing, drafting, developing, trading all-star players. When we start doing that, when Josh Young becomes a guy who hits 30 home runs, 100 RBIs, 100 runs scored, and is a perennial all-star at third base, when whoever it's Acuna, Luis Angel Acuna, I don't know when he's coming up, but when he becomes Carlos Correa or Pena, the shortstop for the Houston Astros, we now have a chance to compete with the Houston Astros. When Jack Leiter becomes Jacob deGrom, and when Cole Winn becomes somebody else who's like an all-star pitcher, like we have to, at some point, we can't just say, well, they're a major leaguer. Major leaguers don't win championships. You have to develop some stars like Pudge and Juan Gonzalez and Dean Palmer, and then Rusty Greers, who are borderline all-stars, good players, are great to have. But if I develop 9 Rusty Greers, and I love Rusty, but if I develop 9 Rusty Greers, I'm going to be a 500 team.
But that's your way of saying the next manager doesn't matter. The traits.
Yes, that's and then from there, and this is where it won't work because it's not believed anymore. I need to once a week have PFP practice, pitchers fielding practice. Hey, sorry pitchers, you're coming here at 1:00. I just watched.
Do they do that in the middle of the season?
We did. Yes, when I played, yes. But last night, and this isn't the Rangers, as an example. I'm watching Quick Pitch this morning. The freaking Angels, one of the worst organizations in all of baseball.
That was an awful play.
Julio Rodriguez hits a line drive to second with runners on, I believe, second and third. The second baseman knocks down the ball, doesn't catch it, throws it home. They have a rundown. The game's on the line. It's 2-2 in the 9th inning. What does the pitcher do? He watches the baseball game. He doesn't even know to cover home. So when the catcher throws it to the third baseman, the runner sprints home, and the pitcher's then running home going, oh, I forgot. Okay, good. I'm glad you forgot. You've now been fined $100 in kangaroo court, and because you did that, every pitcher besides the starting pitcher today, we're showing up at the park at noon or 1:00 when we get our extra work time. And for 30 minutes to 1 hour after we warm up and do our throwing and everything, we are covering first base. We're turning double plays. We're covering home. We're working on our bunt coverage. And if it happens again, it usually stops. It's amazing that how many times guys will start backing up bases and being at the right bases when you say, hey, that's fine. Instead of getting to the park at 2:00 today, you're getting to the park at noon.
Right.
And we're going to work for an hour on these things.
Rangers Insight all day long. Mikey Bassett, Corey Majors next with the KMC Masterpiece right here on The Fan.
All day. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. If you are new to the station and you're like, hey, I heard it was the home of the Rangers, welcome. We're also the home of the Cowboys as well. I'm Corey Majors from DFW. Went to Bryan Adams High School here. Mike Bassick went to Duncanville High School and played for the Texas Rangers, the Mets, the Guardians.
Oh, Indians.
Well, yeah, the Indians. And who did you have another team, Mike? Was there another one involved? The Nationals.
Mets, Nationals.
There you go.
Indians, Rangers.
And so, like, when he comes to baseball talk, Mike he knows what he's talking about, man. I love talking baseball with Mike. And we got Reggie out of Tula with you today as well.
I did not play professional baseball.
But you did go to UT Arlington.
That's true.
And you dunked all over Parker once, and that was awesome. That was our old producer. We enjoyed our time with him. We got to enjoy our time with Reggie right now. And the question to you, Tolos, that is turn it on, leave it on right there. If you're looking at this Rangers team right now, do you think that JD is the most despised man in DFW sports? And because, Mike, when I'm looking at Twitter, I'm looking at our Facebook page, the KNC Masterpiece on Facebook. I'm looking at the texts that are coming in. I'm seeing the Twitch, and people just do not like John Daniels and do not understand why he still has a job.
I think it's tough because of this. And I think Jerry Jones and John Daniels have something in common and in different ways. Jerry Jones fired Tom Landry. Now, it was going to happen anyways if people don't understand. I believe that the previous ownership group, and
they asked Jerry if they wanted him to do it or if they could do it themselves, and Jerry said, no, I need to be the one to do it.
So obviously Jerry comes in as the new owner, very hated because he just fired Tom Landry, the legend. Well, John Daniels, whether it's how many facts and how much truth there is, there was a battle. John Daniels versus Nolan Ryan. Pick, choose. That's how it was portrayed to us, the fan base. And they picked John Daniels, won the battle. So he got Nolan Ryan. Understand what I'm saying here. I'm not saying this is all factual, but I'm saying from a fan base standpoint, it was John Daniels versus Nolan Ryan. He beat Nolan Ryan. And so Nolan Ryan left. So Nolan Ryan and Tom Landry were beaten by somewhat Jerry Jones and John Daniels. That's going to bring a lot of hate. Now, Jerry Jones, 3-4 years later, wins Super Bowls, creates a dynasty. It's kind of, for the most part, most of us let that go. And it's like, hey, all right, you made a great decision. Actually, letting Tom Landry go and bringing in this college coach in Jimmy Johnson was a genius move. We don't like that you fired Tom Landry, but we see the results.
Yeah.
So since Nolan Ryan has left, there haven't been many good results. This is going to be the 6th year of a team that's probably going to play under 500. So I think there's more hate for John Daniels right now because after kind of getting total control of the organization, I'm not saying that that's what he wanted or that's what he pushed for. I'm just saying that's what happened is there was a kind of John Daniels versus Nolan. Nolan leaves. John Daniels gets somewhat more control of where the organization is going to go.
And a lot of baseball people aren't there. It's a lot of baseball minds.
We haven't had success since Nolan has left. And so that's where I think, I don't know how the fan text is going to go. I don't know how Twitch is going to go. But I bet that that's where John Daniels is going to maybe get more negative talk right now than Jerry Jones.
And my understanding, Mike, on the John Daniels Nolan thing is basically it was two kids in the sandbox. That's the term that got thrown out there. And Nolan was told, look, you can be an ambassador for the Rangers however long you want. You can collect a check forever if you want to. Ray Davis was like, I'm willing to pay you until whenever you want to leave. And Nolan said, well, I want to do something. I don't want to just collect a check. I like to do stuff, and I like baseball. And I know baseball. And this guy over here doesn't know baseball like I do. So I'm going to go work with somebody that wants me to do baseball. And so that's kind of how that happened. And here we are with JD and lack of results since then. And you can say there was the fluky Toronto game that kept the Rangers from succeeding one season. And maybe that was the difference for Bannister's team after that. Things kind of changed. But since they let Ron Washington go, this team has continued to kind of fluctuate in a place that you're like, what is this team exactly? Are they a real contender? Are they a fake contender? And we didn't really know. And John Daniels' decisions so far have not led to great success. They have a problem in the developmental stages of this baseball team, yet they want to tell people that's where we're going to get our best players is from the developmental stages of this baseball team. They have yet to produce in the last 15, 20 years, Mike. The Rangers have yet to produce. I think it's 15. I think I'm going to go back to 15 years. They have not produced anything other than Derek Holland. I mean,
for a short term, obviously Neftali Feliz did win Rookie of the Year. Obviously, when they moved him to the starting role, that's when it all kind of blew up and went really bad. But to your point, and that's 2008, 2009, if I have my years right, approximately when Derek Holland and Neftali Feliz. I mean, Neftali Feliz, I believe, was 2010, and Derek Holland was 2009, if I have my years right.
Okay. So 877-881-1053, is JD the most despised man in all of DFW sports? And here it is. That's Cuban from the 469. There's a lot of questions about Mark Cuban's place in that right now. I think by saying I'm going to go hire Jason Kidd and Nico Harrison and let them run basketball, I think that was a brilliant decision on his part. No matter what he did there before, he was always loyal to Dirk. I'll always take the guy he's pretty loyal to his guys. I appreciate that in him. He wanted the championship. He did tear it down the year after they won it. He was like, we don't need to go run it back. I'd love the chance to do it again, but I don't know that I would put Cuban maybe third.
I think this is where everything changes. They made it to the Western Conference Finals.
Yep.
If they would have lost to Utah in the first round, I think that we would be talking about Mark Cuban in this conversation. But because it looks like Nico Harrison and Jason Kidd changed a lot of things,
Very
right?
valid.
That now Mark Cuban gets taken out of the conversation for now.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're talking about a team that is playing under 500 for the 6th year in a row. And for the Cowboys, 3 playoff wins in 25 or 26 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where we are right now. I would just say I thought this was funny from, let's just say Viking here. You're asking if we like wisdom teeth removal or a colonoscopy, because I said, who do you like more, Jerry or JD?
And they're saying both are bad. Both are bad there.
And then bad
You're telling me
Mofo.
people don't like wisdom teeth removal?
Oh, I mean, I like the meds, but I didn't love the feeling,
Yeah, so another person here says they like JD more right now than Jerry.
Okay,
So-
and that's interesting too, because here it is from the 469. Hell no, Jerry's the worst. From 806, he's darn near close. He and Jerry are neck and neck, and then 214, no, Jerry is always. And then there are some other people that are going after the Nolan JD narrative, and then from the 469, it's incredible how horrible all our franchises are run. It's like it takes an Ivy League school and Cole Haan shoes to run teams into the ground. And that's the debate that Mike was having with Choppy earlier is, yes, there is a place for analytics. Mike did analytics. I did analytics in high school while I was playing baseball. Mike, you know what I did? A spray chart. This guy from Plano East, he hit to right field his first time up. Maybe he'll hit to right field again on a pitch like that. I don't know. Oh, he did it again? That's 2. That's a trend. Like the trends that you want to keep up with. But whenever you start adding in all of these extra numbers, you're like, now you're just confusing players.
Yeah.
You're giving them, you want to give them enough information to give them the best that they can use their athletic skill and instincts to do something well. But you can't just say all it is the numbers. I agree with you, Mike. You use the analytics to make your players smarter.
Yeah.
But you don't have to just stick to the analytics, because I don't think that's going to help.
Yeah, and I think what's tough here in the Rangers organization for right now is they're doing things very different than what you would usually do. I think we have to remember this, because we think because the Rangers haven't won a lot of games in the last few years that they've been rebuilding for a while. They haven't been. 2017, they decided not really to add anything to the team and see if they could be good, but they're not going to add any more salary, any more type of things to the team. They think that, hey, by 2020, all of these guys that we have in our minor leagues are going to develop, and we're going to have Odor and Mazzara and Gallo leading the charge of our next kind of championship team. And we saw what happened. It didn't happen, but they didn't give up on that, because you have to remember, going into 2020, this isn't that long ago, we traded Emmanuel Clase, a premium young prospect, for Corey Kluber to add to Lance Lynn, to add to Mike Minor, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting maybe a couple other veteran guys we had. I remember we had pretty much going into 2020 a veteran staff.
Mm-hmm.
And then coronavirus obviously stopped that season from somewhat happening. And then Corey Kluber immediately got hurt. The Rangers ended up having the second worst record in the 60-game season. And then, and only then, did the Rangers say, we're done trying to really compete. We're going to go into a developmental type of rebuilding situation. Through that 2020 season is when they decided, well, let's start doing this.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at whether it's the Chicago Cubs, who won a championship eventually, or the Houston Astros, who eventually won a championship, usually when they made the decision, we're not going to try to compete anymore, we're going to start giving young guys opportunities. It took like a 4 or 5 year period of trades and calling guys up, trial by fire, trial and error, like, okay, he can't do it. And then once they started developing your Altuves and your Springer and your Correa, they said, let's go get Justin Verlander. Let's go get Garrett Cole. Let's go get Zach Greinke. Let's go get Michael Brantley, right? Now, we're doing a little bit opposite here. It doesn't mean it won't work, but we didn't develop Bregman and Altuve and Correa
they went
and
ahead
Springer.
and signed those guys for long terms, hoping that the core will grow into it, but they've yet to prove that they can develop that core, and that's the concerning part about this thing.
So,
I think a lot of people, Mike, and this is just based on like what I've seen on the Facebook page, and what a lot of people think that JD is like this slimy guy that's working in the background of everything, that he's like Littlefinger on Game of Thrones, where he's just waiting to stab somebody in the back here and there. He's always got somebody that can be the fall guy for him, and he gets to continue doing his thing. This is very similar to Jerry. He has no job. He's job immune. He's going to continue here, and nobody's going to say, hey, you haven't done good enough. And he never takes the blame. He'll say, yes, I got to do better. But what's he done better since then is the question that I think a lot of the Tolos out there are asking. And then there was this quote yesterday when he was talking with the G-Bag Nation. They do have a player hopping on today for the Players Show. They'll ask how the clubhouse is doing. I'm going to cut 4 on this. Did he have to apologize? Because Broadus says this all the time about Campo. I apologize to Campo all the time for not giving him a better team. And Campo apologizes to me and says, hey, I wasn't a very good coach. I wasn't ready for that. And this is Broadus basically asking John Daniels, did you have to apologize to Woody for not giving him that team?
I didn't. It wasn't an apology per se, but certainly a recognition that, Woody came in, we were kind of a little bit in between. We had discussed internally rebuilding at that point. We hadn't done it. And we weren't all in to win, and we weren't rebuilding either. And so we were caught in between. We basically finished 500 his first year. That's what you saw. And it wasn't until the middle of 2020 that we really committed to a rebuild. So his first year and a half, we were in between. The next year and a half, we were really rebuilding, and this year, we're just starting to come up on the other side of that hill. So there was no point in time where Woody had a roster that we expected championships from, that we truly thought was a playoff contender. You would have needed a number of things to go right. This year, did we have some aspirations that we could overachieve and be 500 or better, and in the wild card race, and maybe we could have improved the club at the trade deadline? Yes, I think that was. We thought that was kind of a realistic upside goal, but there's no doubt we never started a season in Woody's 4 years here with a roster that we felt was truly like a top level contending roster, and certainly recognized that. And to Woody's credit, he kind of shook it off. He was not like, I'll never talk about that. I'll never make excuses. But we know, and I think deep down he knows that that's the case.
Yet he wasn't able to be there when they turned that corner. Maybe he's not the right guy to turn the corner with him.
And I feel bad for Woody just because it's tough to say he's our friend, but I mean, I've got to see him at events. We get to talk to him every Wednesday, and I just think he's a great person. And I do think he's going to get back at next year. I bet he's a first base coach or a bench coach or a third base coach for some other team. So I think that he's going to be in baseball pretty quick. I think he has a great reputation around baseball, and hopefully later in his career, he can get another opportunity to manage a team that's maybe a little bit further down the line, as in you're taking over a team that we believe can win. But it's interesting, and I'll leave it at this, and maybe I'll talk about it more in Nuggets. It does seem like after this last about 7 years of analytics, only analytics, that we're starting to get this push. And I think what Buck Showalter's doing in New York with the Mets, I know Tony La Russa is somewhat, he's old and right. But I do think we're starting to see some ownerships go, you know what? Maybe all analytics leads us to a bad place. And we went way too far in one direction. And some of these teams that are coming back to the middle seem to be having more success. And so I think that the Rangers are looking at that right now and going, maybe we really have pushed way too far on this analytic thing, and we're confusing the players. We're making the game way too hard on the players, and we need somebody who's more of a baseball guy, like a Ron Washington or Mike Scioscia or Bruce Bochy, a guy who's been around for a while who can say, hey, I get all the analytics. I'm still part of the game. I know how that all works and how they're adding that. But we also need people who understand the game of baseball and understand there's 9 humans on the field. It's not 9 computer programs on the field.
We'll hit the potential candidates at 11:20, and Mike Bassick's Baseball Nuggets coming up here at 10:40. Right now, though, it's time to talk with Mickey Spagnola, and we got some stuff on Jimmy Garoppolo and what he's doing next in the Fan.
All right, let's talk about hopefully vacation time in 2000.
Of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Think there'll be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Reggie all hanging out with you today, and joining us right now from Oxnard, California, it is Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, how you doing today, man?
I am just grand. How are you guys?
Man, I'm doing great. Especially, I'm a big fan of Michael Irvin and everything he says. I feel like it's right. So the 72 Dolphins and the 22 Dallas Cowboys. Tell me the similarities and why we're going undefeated.
I don't think anybody ever suggested that this team would be going undefeated.
Until Michael yesterday.
Why did he say?
Oh, yeah, Michael Irvin on ESPN said as long as they clean up the penalties, the 72 Dolphins are in trouble. This is an undefeated team.
You got to love Michael. He's great, right? His optimism. He never thought this team would ever lose a game, right?
Yeah, I don't like every time. He's so positive.
How was he in the locker room after losses?
Oh, he was right up front. He'd be the first one to talk forever. Michael never shied away from a microphone, and he never shied away from the truth. That's what made him so good for people like me covering the team, right? And you know what? He didn't sugarcoat things either. You know, if they were bad, they were bad, and if they were good, they were really good. In his opinion. So yeah, he was wonderful. I always think back to on Fridays when the team, everything's kind of set and they get done with practice and those guys were ready to just kind of let off some steam. I wasted more time in the locker room after that last session we had in there with Michael Irvin and Nate Newton, because they just wanted to talk. Man, we talked every sport in the world, and they just wanted to shoot the bull. And those were some great sessions. When I look back, I always tell Nate, I wasted more time talking with you about stuff I didn't need when I needed to be working, right?
Yeah. You got a deadline to work on here, Mick. You're trying to get this done.
Yeah. There used to be deadlines in this business.
So Kevin and I got to coach a wheelchair basketball game, and we had one team was all former Cowboys, and the other team was the Dallas Mavericks wheelchair basketball team. And Kevin coached that team, and I coached the Cowboys players, and I went to go sit in the locker room with them and hang out. And I will say this, Calvin Hill was one of those personalities that stood out in that locker room, and he was chatting with everybody, and it was an absolute blast. I never did get an opportunity to meet Janet, and I saw the Cowboys release their press release this morning. Did you ever have any encounters with her?
I don't recall any encounters with her because most of the time Calvin was going back and forth between wherever they lived on the East Coast and then coming to Dallas and spending time with the team at different periods. So yeah, no, I never did, but obviously she must have done something right because I think their son Grant Hill, it ends up being a prime example of how parents raised a child.
Absolutely, some class acts right there. Well, let's. I know Mike McCarthy spoke a little late yesterday, and I was kind of interested to see some of the things he was talking about. What is the plan right now for Anthony Barr?
It looks like they're hoping they can maybe fit him into practice this week on maybe a limited basis. Maybe get him going, dressed, and do individual drills. Kind of ease him in. It also looked like they were hopeful that Will Greer could get back into practice on Wednesday when they work against the Chargers. And I think that's a good thing to just get him back in this quarterback competition and see just where he's at. Because there's a lot of things you can do. If they want to keep him, you can always kind of work the system. And I think you would want to keep 3 guys in some form or fashion on your team, meaning using either the 53-man roster or the 16-man practice squad. And Cooper Rush. I mean, if he somehow beats out Cooper Rush, Rush is in his 5th year, so he's a vested veteran. He doesn't have to go through waivers. And now you could, put him on the practice squad, because remember, you can put so many veterans on the practice squad and then protect him from being signed off of it I think you can do it 3 or 4 times during the season, just to get a better look at Will Greer, because I think if you keep Rush, but you want to also keep Will Greer, but you don't want 3 on your 53-man roster, he's not going to get through waivers. I think, just being a former 3rd-round draft choice, somebody will grab him and try to sign him as their 3rd quarterback. So it's going to be interesting how they work that spot. And I think it's also going to be interesting how they work the tight end position now that they released injured Ryan Nall with his shoulder injury. I think they really like Peyton Hendershot. And maybe they say, well, instead of keeping a fullback, we'll keep 4 tight ends. So that's going to be another interesting one to watch. Hendershot has, been impressive in training camp, and he had a good first preseason game. And I didn't realize that this guy left Indiana having caught the most passes for any tight end in Indiana history. And I don't know what that says, but I think it seems like he's pretty talented. And when you just watch him, you go, how did this guy fall through the draft? So that's another kind of roster decision, you have to keep your eye on.
And then I saw that the Deep Blue series is going to have Everson Walls, Trevon Diggs, 24/7 coverage. And Mickey, I know you love Cubby. What can you tell me kind of a little idea of what you're going to get out of that documentary?
Well, I think you're going to, the 2 of those guys ended up getting together for a period of time and, had a conversation, comparing their 2 seasons. And when Everson had the 11 picks his rookie year in 81, and then Diggs the 11 picks this past year, which represents the most interceptions by a player in those last 40 years, which is incredible to me that no one has had more than 11 picks in 40 years, and we can't seem to get Everson Walls into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And that announcement should come out today, by the way.
Okay.
The seniors committee is supposed to announce the 3 seniors that they're promoting for induction before the entire voting committee, the 49-man voting committee. And usually what the seniors, send to them, those guys get in. So we'll see. And I'm not sure what time the announcement is, but that would involve Everson Walls and Chuck Howley today. But, yeah, and Everson, he's got a gift to gab. So that documentary would be really, really good.
All right, that'll be 24/7 coverage. That'll be Thursday, August 18th. It'll be on Cowboys Now and YouTube at 7, then on CBS on August 20th at 7 p.m. Mickey, thank you very much for your time. We will catch up with you tomorrow, good sir.
Okay, I will be somewhere in Costa Mesa, California, getting ready for that Cowboys-Chargers practice probably.
Can't wait, man. Can't wait. See you then.
Okay.
There he goes. That's Mickey Spagnola, our Cowboys insider, joining us to kind of give us an update on what's going on. And then when it comes to history of this team, I don't know if you're going to find anybody as good of a treasurer as the information of the past of this team as Mickey Spagnola. He's been there pretty much the entire run. Now, Mike, I don't know if you saw this yesterday. This is a Jimmy Garoppolo story where they said that when he got his $137 million contract, this is the quote from one of the unnamed 49ers assistants. Once he left that press conference, nobody heard from him for weeks and weeks. He didn't return calls. He didn't return texts. He basically just vanished, and we were looking at each other going, what just happened? So evidently, after he signed his big deal, he just disappeared and wasn't the guy that was like, hey, I'm going to be here like Dak. Every practice, invite all the guys over to my house for everything. He wasn't that leader for that team. So while he had some of those skills, they're sitting there going, we can get better, but you're not even answering our phone calls.
I think just going to Dak Prescott, this is where he is top 5 in the NFL. When you're ranking quarterbacks on skills, he might not hit a skill that's top 5. But this one, which is that innate leadership skill, he is – I won't say number 1, but usually he's right around that top 5 number on this one. I don't think we ever have to worry about Dak Prescott in this situation going, gosh, I just don't think he's good at leading the team or the team rallying around him.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you are. When you are a CEO when you become a quarterback of a football team. That's just it's the role that you're put into, and it's your decision on how you're going to float it. I know when the Mavericks are done with the season, usually it's scatter. They just everybody goes separate ways. It's hard to catch up with everybody. Now with social media, you kind of know what they're doing.
It doesn't 100% keep your job, but in the issue of Tony Romo, because he wasn't the best leader, the best, let's say, connector of the whole team and communicator, and he was kind of more of, I'm with Jason Garrett and Jerry Jones. I'm more front office than I am player. Is that when Dak took over and was winning games and connecting with the whole team, that's where it became a little bit of a tougher situation. So I think it's a good type of learning thing for whoever it is around football or wherever you're doing your job is, can you be that connector? And then when it becomes, hey, maybe we should let him or her go. But look at this aspect of what they do, which isn't maybe a stat that you have on your sheet.
Kind of like all those things Woody told me the other day. Be that guy that's just doing the extra. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so we're going to have fun here. Yes, we're going to talk some Texas Rangers, but I'm going to go back to my tease that I had yesterday. So there's a 12-year-old whose favorite actress is Alexis Texas. Next.
Coming up in the next
It's on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricade. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Rocking along in your late morning here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, so let's pay off on this tease. So if you're kind of on Twitter, this came up the other day. I haven't got to it, but during the weekend, there was a person who posted a picture of a kid from Webb City, Missouri. And they're in the regionals. It's not the Little League World Series yet. I believe the Little League World Series is going to happen pretty soon. I think all the regionals are over, and we have our, I believe, is it 8 teams that I think from the United States?
Yeah, it was the Midwest region game on Wednesday of last week.
Yeah, so I wasn't watching that game. But then over the weekend, I see this pop up as somebody retweeted on my Twitter feed. Last name of the kid was Jackson. It says, favorite actor, actress, as they try to put little nuggets on these kids on who their favorite players are or whatever. And it says Alexis Texas.
What?
Which, if you don't know who that is,
I don't.
Good for you,
Sure.
but that is a porn star. That is a
film star.
A woman porn star.
Adult film.
Yeah. That's same thing. The exact same definition. So I'm like, this can't be right. And I'm trying to confirm, like, is this right? And from what I understand, I think somebody decided to make that a joke, but it got
I'm fairly
enough.
certain it is a joke.
It got enough like buzz that a lot of people somewhat pick this up on social media.
I saw it.
But it's like, there's no way that 11, I believe Reggie told me he's 11,
Yes,
not 12.
Brody Jackson, age 11, 4'11". And the reason why I know this is because the image, I saw the same image that you're talking about with the actress. And I have now found the original image that it was like, that was edited from.
Okay.
And this was, again, Iowa-Missouri game. And I mean, bottom of the second, Iowa's up 1-0. And the lower third says Brody Jackson, third baseman. Where's number 23? Age 11, 4'11" in height. Dream job, chicken nugget taster. So it is not a favorite actor, actress. But I think we should talk about the fact that, like, this kid, he's got his head screwed on straight. He's like, look, man, what do I want to do when I grow up? I want to taste test chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets are amazing. No matter where you get them from, they're usually always awesome. And so that would be a fantastic job if you could get it.
What seafood? This is another question. This is totally off of baseball nuggets. What seafood tastes better when it's not fried? I feel like every seafood that I have when it's fried, it's just a little bit better.
I've never had fried salmon.
I guess fried salmon doesn't.
I've never had fried crab.
Yeah, I've had fried salmon, and it's better when it's not fried.
But crab cakes are somewhat
Crab
fried.
cakes are
and
great.
crab cakes is better than crab.
Good point.
What?
And then if you take
fried oysters are good.
The stuffed crab at Papados, which is kind of, it's kind of a fried crab type of deal. It's better. Crab is great. I'm not saying crab is great. I'm not saying shrimp isn't great if it's sauteed or grilled, but
Better
I think fried shrimp is better.
Yeah, no, I think there's
fried
some
lobster
fish.
sticks.
Oh,
just
man.
a little
What
bit
is
better.
that?
Fried lobster sticks are pretty good.
Tempura fried,
Uh-huh.
just a little bit better.
Yeah, man, he's got a valid point with some of this. That is a good question.
I'm not saying it's not good. I'm not saying chicken not
so you
fried
saying
isn't
all
good.
fried foods are better?
Because steak.
Chicken fried steak's pretty good.
I know, but I think a filet mignon is better.
Okay.
And I don't think frying a filet mignon, I'm sure they do that somewhere at the State Fair of Texas.
Uh-huh.
But also probably because the cost of that meat, they're probably not going to fry it.
Yeah, probably
But
not.
usually what you do is you take an average piece of meat or an average somewhat fish or shellfish and you fry it and it turns it into something amazing.
Scallops. I don't think I could eat a
scallops
fried
are
scallop.
great.
Like scallops and butter and garlic and lemon. Like that's the way to go with scallops.
Do
for
they
sure.
fry scallops? I've never even had a fried scallop.
I've never had a fried scallop before, so I would not know.
State
but
Fair of Texas. There's next year somebody's going to be like, I'm listening to KNC
You almost said the
Masterpiece.
G-Bag
I
Nation
know.
again.
And I'm listening to 105.3 The Fan, and that will be my entry next year. But then once again, I wonder how much scallops cost. And if you could
I don't think
do
it'd be
it,
cost effective.
if you
Market
could
price.
do it. at
Fried
the-
sushi is fantastic.
I don't think that person is being serious.
I've had fried sushi. It's good.
What?
There are fried sushi rolls out there.
No.
Yeah.
Sometimes you you tempura something.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah,
And
but I
then
thought
you
you
put
meant
it in
like
a wrap
you
or-
get the sushi roll and then you batter it and you
I've
fry
had,
it.
yes. You need to go to Sushi Shack in Plano, buddy, where they have the Wildcat roll. Yeah, man. The Sunset roll. They're awesome.
Okay.
Back to you.
Let's get back to baseball here, as he took me a little bit off topic, but I wanted to get a little bit off topic. It's been pretty serious and kind of sad. I mean, we're fans of Woody here. I understand why the Rangers are moving on. I hope that it gets better next year, that the team plays better, that the team looks like, hey, we lost because we lost, if that makes sense. We didn't lose because we didn't run on a ground ball to the second baseman. We didn't lose because we didn't tag up because there was a fly ball to the outfield and we messed it up. We didn't lose because we forgot how many outs there were, right? I think that's not like the majority of the Rangers' losses, but there's been enough mistakes that I'm hoping. I don't think it's pretty much all of Woody's fault or the majority of Woody's fault. But if those things get cleaned up, then maybe the run differential, right? The Rangers should be probably a game or two under 500. If you look at the run differential this year, maybe even if you got a little bit lucky, you'd be a couple games over. So the run differential suggests that this team is closer to a 500 team, but the record says we're not really that close to a 500 team. So looking at that, hopefully, I'm sure the Rangers are looking at that too and going, hey, if we can pretty much score as much as we give up, we should be a 500 team if we have better leadership. I'm not saying I agree with that or disagree with that, but I think the Rangers looked at it and said, if we do that, then we should be a 500 team and take that next step, because I don't think the Rangers can compete next year for a playoff spot. You're going to have to win close to 90 games. They're not going to, it looks like this year they're going to end up somewhere between 72 and 77 wins, somewhere in that range. So if you jump from, let's just say 75 wins to 90 wins, that would be 2-15-time game advantage, as in you go from 60 to 75, 75 to 90. That just doesn't really happen.
Yeah.
And if it does, who's it going to happen from? Well, let me give you this. I think Josh Young is going to get called up soon. And I don't know if it's tomorrow. I don't think it's tomorrow. But I think that the Rangers within the next 2 weeks are calling up Josh Young to be the everyday third baseman for the rest of the season. I do think he'll flip over to first a little bit. So let's just say when a left-handed pitcher pitches, Nate Lowe will have the day off. Josh Young will go to first, and then you'll put Ezekiel Duran at third base. You'll have Bubba Thompson in left field, and you'll have a very heavy right-handed lineup. Josh Smith, right now, he barely at bats against left-handed guys. Josh Smith, I'm wondering about, by the way. The more I watch him, the more I wonder, is he a major league player or not? And that's probably not fair. He has very little time in the major leagues. But I watch him and go, where does he actually fit in on a major league team? He's trying to hit home runs. I don't think he can hit home runs. I think he needs to totally change his approach to an opposite field hitter. He needs to watch film on. I don't want you to go back. He probably doesn't even know who Tony Gwynn and Wade Boggs are. Go watch Luis Ariz. Go watch how he hits. Figure out his approach. Figure out how he does it, and you become that guy. You become hitting like that. They should never, the rest of the Josh Smith's life, and I know that they're probably taking away the shift, so that will help, I guess, out a little bit since he's so pull happy. I mean, the other day against Seattle, they don't even have a shortstop. They're like, we're playing a dude up the middle, and we're playing three guys on the right side of the field. He's not a home run hitter, never will be a home run hitter. Hit the ball the other way. Let the ball get a little bit deeper. Let the ball travel on you. Hit the ball hard the other way. You all of a sudden become a 300 hitter. Now, here's the other deal, too. If you become a good bunter, the third baseman moves in. I can't tell you how many times. This is where I don't get the analytics and how they trump this. Juan Pierre, who I played against, and most people won't know who he is. He was a little fast center fielder.
Him, man.
5'10", 5'11", but could fly. And he would bunt. And sometimes he would get bunts for hits. But you know what else it would do? It'd make the third baseman play on the grass. So now when he beat the ball into the ground, opposite field, because he's all left-handed hitter, that ball would pop up over the third baseman's head. And if the third baseman was playing normal position, he would take 2 steps up, catch that ball, throw it hard. You got to get rid of it quick because he's running fast, out. But we had to play on the grass because that son of a bee would bunt all the time. And so now when he didn't bunt and he swung the bat with less than 2 strikes, now that little bam, hit the ground hard and pop over the third baseman's head was maybe sometimes even a double. because it wasn't hit hard, but it was popped up over the third baseman's head, and now he had a double on a little dink fart hit. It pissed me off as a pitcher, but that's baseball.
Yeah,
that's a
is.
double. It doesn't matter the exit velocity. It doesn't matter the launch angle. He actually got a double by hitting the ball into the ground over the third baseman's head. And I just think that Josh Smith, for example, needs to work really hard on I got to use the whole field, because I'm not going to use the over the outfield too much. I just don't see that from his game. Good defensive player. I think he's a good third baseman. Third base is probably going to be filled by Josh Young, but I'm excited to see Josh Young come up here pretty soon. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I would bet by September 1st or a little bit before that Josh Young is added and we get to see him play every day. I won't judge him so much on results. It's getting him at bats in the major leagues, kind of, hey, we're going to trial. We're going to give you this trial time. But the more I can see Bubba Thompson, the more I can see Josh Smith, the more I can see Ezekiel Duran, the more I can see Josh Young, it gives me a little bit better idea going into 2023 what I can expect from this team.
Do you think if Woody was still the manager that you would see those, or is he trying to get wins?
No, I think we would see that.
And he's trying to win.
Yeah. I mean, Brad Miller played yesterday. Yeah. Brad Miller's not part of the Rangers' future.
Yeah.
I mean, Woody wasn't there and Brad Miller was in the lineup.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
weird.
I can only play – I can't take out everybody because, I mean, I know Oakland is, but Oakland, they just released Piscotty today to call up, Langoliers, if I'm saying his last name right. He's the Baylor catcher they got from the Atlanta Braves, premium kind of catching prospect.
Mm-hmm.
And so that'll be interesting to see how he does with the Oakland Athletics. But, I mean, I do have to play what I have, and I have to play some. But by the time you call up Josh Young, I don't know where Culberson or Brad Miller fit in the lineup.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it shakes out, but I mean that's Chris Young and JD's job because they got to do that and find a manager. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Tiger Woods is going to talk to the guys and say, "Hey, everything's got to shut down." And how does Kevin Durant keep getting involved in drama? It just follows him. Next on the Fan. 682, working on glass cubicles so I can see other screens. Dude is on the fan website listening to the stream. Sometimes there are fellow Tolos around and you don't even know it. They're everywhere. Tolos are everywhere, baby. And they also want to know one thing. That is whether or not Kevin has had his child yet. Mike, what is our current update situation? Because is your
contractions
wife?
are getting closer?
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Bassick will be Noah's pediatrician, from what I understand, unless she screws up, and then they'll switch. But
should be relieved of her duty.
When my wife left this morning at 7:45, she has to take her rounds around hospitals for all the newborns that are her clients, I guess. And I said, "Hey, are you going to see Noah Hagelin?" And she said, "He's not on my list." And so that's when I had a good idea that Noah wasn't born yet. And so Kevin confirmed, he said, this was earlier this morning, that they're getting closer and closer.
Contractions.
We haven't got, it's 11 a.m. here. We haven't got any more information, but I'm going to just guess. I love you guys, but I'm just going to guess if I had another baby, which I don't want to, that you guys wouldn't be maybe my first text.
Oh, wow.
I would text you guys
Okay.
eventually.
All
I don't
right.
know, like if it would be 2 hours after the birth, 4 hours after the birth. It would be that day.
No, it's tough. It's a tough day.
I
Yeah.
don't know like how quickly I'm looking at my wife and going, "Hey, give me just a second. I need to text the show."
I got a whole bunch of people I got to let know what's going on.
I know there's
over
the
here.
placenta, as people are asking about, but I mean, I have to text first.
Yeah, but baby Noah got like thousands upon thousands of millions of aunts and uncles, so everybody got to know.
Yeah, no, you got a good point there. But I just do know you have a family waiting, usually a family waiting in the waiting room. You got to go talk to them, show them pictures, do all that stuff. And then you got all these different doctors' things that you have to go through. And maybe you get a chance to take a breath later tonight if it was even to happen this morning. So it's a chaotic schedule.
Also,
but
Kevin's not great at texting.
Oh my gosh. He won't answer his phone. And he's like, just text me instead. And then he doesn't text back. What a guy. All right. Kevin Durant. Drama seems to find this guy. And I'm not sure. I would like to know from you guys, is it a fair or unfair target that Kevin Durant is always getting on his back? Like, is it fair because he's this outspoken individual that's just always trashing people? Or is it
fair that we do, the
and
media?
then a lot of people, and fans, they're always digging in on Kevin Durant. And I don't know if it's fair or unfair to him because, I don't know, he's a really good scorer, and I just don't know, maybe the person, people don't agree with his, like, the way he's gone about things. But yesterday, Mike, there was a report from Mark Stein that somebody believed he was more likely to retire than play for the Nets next season. And then Kevin Durant tweeted out, "I know most people will believe unnamed sources over me, but if it's anyone out there that'll listen, I don't plan on retiring anytime soon. S is comical at this point." And I just don't know why this guy is such a polarizing person to everybody else. I understand LeBron. Like, that makes total sense to me. I've never understood it about KD. And maybe y'all can help me figure out why people are so polarized against or for him.
I think that he obviously takes on people on social media. He's addicted to social media. The book about the Brooklyn Nets, I mean, he's addicted to it. Steve Kerr was like, "Hey,
Really?
why don't you just put that down?" He can't not look at it. Besides playing basketball, he's pretty much playing basketball, looking at social media, and then eating or sleeping is the next two things. And seems like maybe smoking weed's in that category.
Can I interject on that point? Because I think some of this also is like a generational divide where a lot of the people watching sports, we're recognizing like is a fairly older base. A lot of these dudes playing sports are in their 20s, and I know that doesn't necessarily apply to Kevin Durant, but Kevin Durant is at the early end of this generation of folks who are always like they were raised on social media. It's just a natural part of their environment. Mike, talk about your daughter. Like, can you imagine a day without her interacting with social media?
No, I don't think so. But what if her coach, I know this is weird because I'm taking it to Steve Kerr, was like, "Hey man, just like let's just put that down and ignore that. They don't mean anything. They're nobody."
Sure, and it's easy to say that, and like we understand where that is, but for somebody for whom social media has always been an active part of your life, you can hear that, but I imagine it's tough to like actually internalize that and for that to be a truth to you.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm looking at Luka. Luka's active on social media, and he even talked about it in The Old Man and the Three, where he was talking about Jokic, and he's like, "Hey, man, you know, you want to get this extra money? You can be an influencer. You can make extra money on Instagram and do those things." And I think Luka, he uses it effectively. I don't know how much he gets caught into what fans are saying about him. But what he does is he's promoting things, he's jabbing at friends and teammates and stuff, and it seems like he feels like, look, that next year, that's not anything I need to worry about.
Well, I also think that Durant deserves it because he had burner accounts.
Yeah.
And he got caught with having burner accounts, that he was being a fake person, as in, like, I'm not Kevin Durant, I'm just a Kevin Durant supporter, and I'm going to come at you and say these things. And when he accidentally used one of the burner accounts as his real account, and then it kind of got figured out that, hey, he might have multiple accounts on social media where he's defending Kevin Durant, and it's actually not a fan of Kevin Durant. It's actually Kevin Durant.
I got insider info.
Is when I think he maybe got it even a little bit more. He's obvious, besides LeBron James, in this era, in the last 10 to 15 years of basketball, he's the second best player in the sport to LeBron James. And so when you have that, you're going to be covered like this. Basketball is a very popular worldwide sport.
Yep, that's true.
And so I just think if you become that guy and then you also interact on social media the way he does, he's combative on social media, then I think that it opens all of this up. Because if I look at Luka, I can look at Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's first, and I can't remember exactly how many years, but 7 or 8 years in Oklahoma City, he was not combative. He was not as far as we knew, he wasn't on social media attacking critics of his game. But then as soon as he started attacking, and then he went to Golden State, that's when everything kind of blew up. But it seems like, in a weird way, it seems like he enjoys it too. It doesn't seem like he wants to back away from it or back down, because you would just have to, maybe to Reggie's point, not put it down, but just not respond to the critics. But he does like responding to the critics.
It's kind of like social media is just one big bully. And what happens if you went with bullies? What do? You leave them alone, or you don't give them the response they want? They move on a lot of times. You start responding back, and they're like, "Oh, I got you. I got you hooked."
You talked about a portion, like a response that he gave recently, which was like, setting the record straight. And I imagine for him, which we also have to point to the fact that in addition to like being of the social media era, he also cares a lot what people think of him.
You can't set the record straight on social media, though.
Sure, but this is the thing. If you just sit and watch people, like I can imagine you sitting and watching people say whatever and anything about you, and as somebody who actually does care a lot about what people think, like the general larger narrative, you can sit there and just be like, well, I mean, look, I could say my piece as well.
Yeah.
And I think he's come to a place where he understands it's not going to change it, so at least allow me to get my portion of this out.
How long into a Twitter conversation before you stop having you're like, it's not any use for me to continue arguing? How many replies back do you get where you're like, okay, I'm done with this conversation? 877-881-1053. Because I'm 3. If I get 3 in and you're still arguing you're like counterbalancing all my stuff, I'm like, okay, I'm done with the conversation. I'm moved on from it. And I think that's a good approach for me. It may not be for everybody else, but that's a good approach for me. Now, Brian Windhorst did have a thought on this. Now, he may have the most thoughtful approach to talking about basketball in the world with isn't it strange that Utah made this trade? That's the greatest thing ever right now. But he was talking about Kevin Durant and lack of leverage here on the fade.
Well, 10 days ago, Kevin Durant and Joe Tsai met in London. Durant really tried to apply the pressure by asking for Steve Nash and Sean Marks to get fired. And guess what has happened? Nothing. Nothing has happened. The dynamic around Kevin Durant hasn't changed at all. There hasn't been an urgency in trade talks. There hasn't been a change in strategy by the Brooklyn Nets. And I think what we have here is really a study of leverage. First off, the Nets do not have leverage in trade talks with other teams. They are not giving them the offers that they want. They see no reason to increase them. And so they are not making any progress there. And Kevin Durant clearly does not have leverage with the Brooklyn Nets. He is asking for things, get me traded, fire the coach, fire the GM. He is being told no. So when you have denied leverage, you have a stalemate. And so here we are in mid-August. We may be here at the end of August. We may be here in mid-September.
So there we are, Mike. He's neither side really has leverage except for, he wouldn't retire. There's no way he would retire with so much of what he has left. So the fact that floated around was very interesting, other than trying to gain some, look, I'm never playing for you. You got to figure out how to get me happy and out of here because it's not going to be worth it for your time. And, I guess we saw with Ben Simmons that he could just sit out, have some reasons to sit out, and then still get paid.
We won't know the settlement. I wonder if it's 50%. I wonder if that's my guess, is that, look, to shut all this down, Philly's like, we're going to save $10 million and you're going to get $10 million.
Yeah.
Maybe they came to that. I will say this with the Dallas Mavericks, this is coming from multiple sources, is that Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving and situations like this is possibly why the Mavericks only have 2 ball handlers on their team. Not that they're getting Kevin Durant. I want to make this clear. We don't have any assets to do it.
Right.
We can't even compete. We would be probably the 30th team out of 30 teams to compete for Kevin Durant. I guess I should take out the Brooklyn Nets because they already have him, so 29. But the Mavericks seem to be, from what I understand, waiting on possibly a Kyrie Irving, possibly a Kevin Durant, possibly a Donovan Mitchell move, where they want to be the 3rd or 4th team involved and say, let's just say a team trades for, let's just say Donovan Mitchell. I still think he's getting traded to the New York Knicks. Well, all of a sudden, a 3rd team gets involved and a 4th team gets involved, and a team goes, let's just say the Utah Jazz, and they go, we only have 1 roster spot available. When we trade Donovan Mitchell, we literally can only put 1 guy on our team right now. So we need to move a couple guys off of our team, whether it's Michael Conley, whether it's Patrick Beverley, or another team goes, well, we're making this trade, but they don't want this player because they don't want that salary.
Mm-hmm.
How do we do this? How do we get that team an expiring contract? Well, we'll send you Dwight Powell. We'll take on the guy that has a 3-year, $40 million deal. And it makes sense for us because we need that type of player on our team. So this Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving thing might be the reason the Mavericks, as of right now, have no backup point guard. Because if you look at it, Luka and Dinwiddie start the game.
Yep.
And then there's nobody to come off the bench to be a point guard.
Frank Ntilikina erasure.
We're going to be fine, man. Everything's going to be fine. By the way, from the 940, tried to walk away from an argument with the wife after 3 texts. It didn't go well when I got home.
Yeah, those are ones you're going to have to figure out a way to solve.
As a man who's been married for so many years, I can't remember how many years I've been married.
That's probably not a good sign.
The goal is to de-escalate as quickly as possible. On the way home, pick up a bottle of wine, pick up a snack. I don't care what kind of snack it is. And immediately have it opened and ready to go for as soon as you walk in the door. So she's like, oh, that de-escalates very fast.
Unless your wife has an alcohol problem.
Well, no,
then you're just causing more of an issue.
Well,
or if she's on a diet, that probably would.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Or she's allergic to chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You've only given an example in your life, not our life.
That is how I do it. Yeah, that's how I do it.
I'm not saying my wife has an alcohol problem.
Find the
or allergic to chocolate.
Mike, what's your de-escalation tactic?
What is it, Corey?
Deal with it.
Deal with it.
He just says deal with it. And she's like, no.
And what's your batting average on deal with it here, Mike?
0.000.
I get it. Listen, I use deal with it with the kids. I have not thrown it her direction yet to see how she responds to it because I know what it's going to be. It's going to be, no, I'm not dealing with it. I'm going to get the look. There's going to be a lot of quiet time around, which might be a good thing. You know, it might be that she's trying to show me that she's going to ignore me today and she's going to be all, you know what, I'm going to give him the cold shoulder. Guess what? It's quiet around here. I got a lot of work done. I was productive. I didn't have to hear all this, all day long.
Do you want her to hear what you just said?
Not really. Okay. I mean, we're open and honest with each other about a lot of things, but it'd be cool if, this was a safe space on 100,000 watts where she can listen at any point, but I'm sure she's going to text me here shortly. And then real quick, Tiger Woods is going to meet with about 20 of the top players on the PGA Tour to see how they can make the PGA Tour better since everything's happening with LIV. Tiger's like, look, we got well, let's see if I can help out. Let's see if I can make this product a little bit better. I'm very interested to see what the conversations are like and if those guys, because I feel like they're going to be some younger guys that are looking up to him going, man, this is Tiger Woods talking to us
It's
about
tough
this right
because
now.
all your dreams is to play in the major tournaments, to win them, to be on the PGA Tour, and now there's this other thing. It's kind of USFL.
Yeah.
It's kind of, hey, I know that I won't really get super recognition for this. It's not really covered, but I'm going to get way more money doing this. So it's just an interesting thing. And obviously the PGA Tour, all of a sudden they found all these more millions of dollars to give the players that they weren't giving before, since there's competition. But it's interesting how Tiger's really go PGA Tour. And I'm not saying he should be for go live. I'm not saying that, but it's interesting that he hasn't looked at this and gone, hey, the more live seems to do, the more money PGA Tour kind of shows up with.
Yeah, man, it is wild where they're like, oh, well, now that we know that you know what you're actually valued at, it's time.
That happens when you're in a non-unionized sport. Like everybody's a contractor of sorts. Yeah, that might come to bear.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, we got some potential candidates for replacing Chris Woodward. Next on The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric. It's brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
I'm still fascinated by this piece of information that John Daniels threw out there in the middle of the press conference yesterday. And I don't know if we exactly got the same audio in the conversation with the G-Bag Nation. They did great work with him, though. But he said, as far as any personal accountability on my part, this is John Daniels, that's something we'll address down the line. And, Mike, that brings up a lot of questions for me. Like, is he saying that Chris Young is here and now he's looking at this going, my job's going to be different in the future? He says, as far as any personal accountability on my part, that's something we'll address down the line. And that's in part of building this team and all their failures and everything, too. And I know Ray Davis was in the front of the room and then left. He didn't answer any questions. That's been his MO since he got here. But you have to think that Ray Davis is probably looking at him going, hey, the clock's ticking on this team turning into a success soon.
You would think so.
Yeah, you'd feel like it.
I just wonder if that quote that you just read about John Daniels is if we're going to hear something in October.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work, but maybe that will whenever they decide it's time to get a new manager and it's time to do that part of it. Maybe they have a different approach to it.
I know during yesterday, Chris Young was talking about how this is a joint effort, a team effort, but it makes me feel like, I don't know this, it makes me feel like that Chris Young is maybe there has to be somebody that has final say.
Yeah.
There can't be, it's not like everybody come to a consensus or what do we do? Just not do anything. Somebody has to be the leader in that room and say, all right, we've discussed it. We've talked about it. This is what we're doing.
Yeah.
And it's been John Daniels for, I don't know, since 2006, if I have my year right, or 2005. And so since about 2006, it's been John Daniels. It feels like, and I don't know, it feels like for the first time since John Hart that it's going to be Chris Young that has the final say after the meetings are done and everybody has their say and everybody has discussions about it, that decision on where are we going now with the next manager, with the next whoever, with the draft pick, with the whatever. It sounds like Chris Young is going to be the final say, but I don't know that for a fact.
It's very interesting. I want to see what that era looks like. And if there's always this behind the curtain, there's still John Daniels whispering in his ear, or if it's a complete, look, Chris, we trust you to do this. By the way, 2005 was when John Hart retired or stepped down, and then the 2006 season would have been JD's first one. I saw this list pop up, and I think that's what everybody's kind of wondering and curious about is who will be the next manager. I heard there was at least one guy chanting we want Wash back last night at the game. I love Ron Washington, so I'm not against that at all.
Okay.
I think I love Tony Beasley. I follow him on Twitter. I think he's a wonderful man. And I don't know what his coaching style is like. I would love for him to get a consideration for it if possible, but I don't know what his connection is. But there are 7 candidates from Evan Grant to potentially replace him. And Mike, unfortunately, your name is not on this list.
It should not be on this list.
People keep texting in and saying, Mike, have you ever thought about managing? Mike, this is gold. Why don't you become a manager?
No.
Why not try for a year and just collect that manager's salary?
I don't mind that. It's about $900,000. It's maybe not as much as you think, but that would be a great salary.
Well, I'm not saying you make here, that's kind of a pay cut, right?
When you think of, no, not at all. When you think of, there's probably a 9 at some point in my salary. Is when you think about what head coaches get in other sports, basketball, football. And then you take baseball, for example, and basketball and baseball are about the same generating income, revenue. You would look at what Jason Kidd makes versus what Chris Woodward makes. And you go, wow, that's not even close. It's 3 times to 4 times more of what Chris Woodward makes. So it's just that job has come down. I could have been a pitching coach plenty of different times in my life in professional baseball, but I just decided that is a major life away from your family. So I just never really wanted to.
You spent a lot of time away from them before.
Yeah, and I mean
playing.
there was depression after my career was over about wanting to stay in the game and taking maybe some of those opportunities. But I knew that if I take those opportunities, I won't be at my kids' games. I won't be at my kids' functions. I will see my kids 3 times. I will see my kids 3 months out of a 12-month year. So there's going to be 9 months where I'm not there, and I just didn't want to be that.
Then what we'll do, Mike, we'll wait till your last kid is out of high school, and then
sometimes that happens. It's in today's game they want such young guys that are kind of newly out of the game of playing. So I don't know if that really is a deal.
Or guys that have never actually played the game. Which, by the way, I played to high school, so I'm a perfect candidate at this point. I do believe in analytics a little bit, but not as much as they want. So anyway. The vets, Mike. Here are some veteran options that Evan Grant suggests could replace Chris Woodward.
Okay.
Bruce Bochy. That name we've heard very consistently.
I would love that. I think that would be a guy who just came off of a dynasty of the San Francisco Giants, winning 3 championships. It'll be interesting if he wants this job. I mean, he retired from the Giants just a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
What Gabe Kapler's been there just a few years is, I mean, I hope he would say yes to this, but then there's part of me that says, the Angels are in this situation too. The Angels fired Madden, and I don't know where they're going to go. It's not like they hired a manager long-term after they fired him, months ago. So you look at kind of different jobs, different opportunities. Detroit Tigers could be one. I hope not, but I mean, my buddy AJ Hinch is probably in a bad situation there with the general manager who hired him, who just got fired. Usually the next thing is you get a new general manager. The new general manager gets a new manager. So it'll be interesting. I do like Bruce Bochy. I think that would be a good hire. I wonder the convincing of Chris Young to get Bochy to get out of retirement. He's collecting pension.
Yeah.
The dude has 10 years of service, so he's getting approximately, less than this, but approximately $200,000 a year off of his baseball pension right now.
This one, I think Jared, not a huge fan of, but he turns 69 next year.
Nice.
Joe Madden.
Joe Madden drives me insane with watching infield in or not infield in he was the guy who did intentionally walk Corey Seager early this year. Some of his moves make no analytical sense, and they also make no sense. So I think Joe Madden, I get his resume. If he's not in, then I'm assuming he's a borderline Hall of Fame manager.
Okay.
But at this point, I don't really like some of the things that he does on the field. I'm not saying if we hire Matt, I'm going to be like, what a horrible mistake. But I just go, man, like there's decisions he makes, infield in or infield back, different type of things where you're just like, that doesn't make any sense what's going on right now. But he is a veteran guy that I think that a lot of the players in that room would say, hey, man, we need to do what he says because this guy has skins on the wall.
I think this is again from Evan Grant's list. It was very connected. He was the guy that did post the story first. It was wild that he had that story written already.
What are you trying to say?
Ron Washington. Well, he was prepared for it. Sometimes
you're trying to say that he was in on the job?
Yeah, you write stories beforehand just in case something happens. Ron Washington, though.
This would be awesome. I think he can still be a great manager in this game. I think that he demands accountability. When you don't know how many outs there are, or we might not see it on television. Here's the deal. I mean, Ron is professional enough. I think one time I saw him lose it with a player, and it was caught on camera. And that was when Josh Hamilton missed the pop-up in Oakland.
Yep.
And he was just sick of it. He was sick of that was a championship team led by Josh Hamilton in 2012. And it was like Josh had just lost it, as in like he was not interested anymore at playing baseball the rest of that season. And finally, Ron, who would take guys into his room after a game or before the next game and talk to those guys and let them know, you got to pick this up. That was really the only time. So for me, I would love Ron Washington. I think the fan base would love Ron Washington to be the manager again. he did a very good job of holding those early Texas Ranger teams accountable, 07, 08, 09, and then it ended up being, I think 2009, if I have it right, you won 87 games. In 2010, you're in the World Series. I think he knows what it takes to win. The one thing is, when he took over, there was already a Michael Young and Ian Kinsler, and really quickly, I believe it was his first year, I can't remember, that Josh Hamilton was there, and he was able to handle Josh Hamilton, him and I forget the guy's last name, but I mean, they had that kind of babysitter that Josh needed. Is you wouldn't be having that type of team yet, but I think that Ron would be an unbelievable guy that the fan base, I think for the most part, loves. I think he really knows the game, and I think he'd put a good staff around him too.
Yeah, and when it comes to knowing the fundamentals, like that dude practices the fundamentals, the grind every day.
He had all-stars practicing fundamentals before the All-Star game.
How do you only can do that if you have the respect of the players. That weren't
Atlanta Braves.
Yeah.
That weren't former, players of his. He's like, hey, come here. I've watched you play against us, I'm sure. And he's like, let me show you. If I watch this and do this, and if you do this drill, you'll get to be a better player. Like, he cares so much about getting the players better.
A couple other names here, and you can hit these real quick, Mike. Tony Beasley and Michael Young.
Michael Young, I can't imagine there's probably, I don't know. I'm going to guess Michael Young doesn't even want to interview for this job at all.
Okay.
I just don't think he wants that responsibility at all. But I get how I would love for him to be a candidate. He's never coached before yet. I know he's part of the organization. I just don't think he wants that everyday grind of a job.
Yeah, and then Beasley, I'm very interested to see what his connection was with them, and other than he was weird with Banny. And then, he's continued to be around. I think he's
more of an organizational guy, and at this point, they don't want that. Okay. He has to fill in. I don't think the Rangers are – I don't know this. I could be wrong. I don't think the Rangers are really going to consider Tony Beasley as the next manager, but I think he could be a carryover onto the next person's staff, if that makes sense. Like if Bochy or Ron Washington or Madden – or I've heard about Mike Scioscia. I don't know if he's on this list or not.
Now, the next person is Joe Espada, Dusty Baker's bench coach in Houston. He's 46. He interviewed for the Rangers job when they hired Woodward.
Okay.
He also interviewed for a Cubs job that eventually went to David Ross. All he's done is continue to go to the postseason with Houston while the Rangers and Cubs have been in rebuild cycles.
And that's one that our friend in here, Carter, liked in part because he was not on that 17 staff. So, he might not come with all of the animosity that might be there for the Astros. And like you mentioned, been on a whole bunch of playoff staffs.
And then Matt Cortero, the Tampa Bay Rays, he's with them. The Rangers, I guess, interviewed Kevin Cash, who's now the Rays manager, before they hired Banny. And if they can't have Cash, his bench coach would be an option. He's 47 years old.
I'm going to be honest here. I don't want to bring over a Tampa Bay Ray because they do way too much analytic crap that makes no sense and loses games eventually. Now, they do win quite a bit, but they have a lot of developed talent. They're winning a lot on talent. I think they actually do make managerial mistakes there, like taking out Blake Snell in Game 6 of the World Series because analytics said do it, and Mookie Betts said, thank God you did it. Now we're winning the World Series. And I don't know how much feel they actually have for the game in Tampa Bay. They're literally going off of piece of a paper when I watch them do things. And look, as long as you have the talent, just let a piece of paper manage the team. But I don't want a piece of paper managing this team.
I agree.
And that being said, this is a person that I would like who's not on that list. He got interviewed last time. He is here in the Metroplex during the offseason is Sandy Alomar Jr.
I like Sandy Alomar Jr.
Sandy Alomar Jr. is a genius when it comes to this game. Maybe teams don't feel like he has the leadership capabilities. He's the first base coach for the Cleveland Guardians. He's there with Terry Francona. What a great guy to be under for a while. Obviously an all-star player, a catcher. Catchers are usually really good at being managers overall. But that being said, I'm going to be honest here, and maybe I'm being too honest. I don't want a paper manager. I don't want an analytic guy. I just don't.
I get that, man.
We have enough of those people. There's 20 people hired to do all that to give to the manager. The manager should take that information, not just give what's the point of having them?
Yeah.
If you want just that, don't have a manager. Be the first team ever to not have a manager and just hand out paperwork when the players show up.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, time for some gridiron gravy. Russell Wilson has a new role. It's a partner. Next on The Fan.
Do you own or run a small business? It's been tough the past couple of years. So for a tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Jim Rome here for Omega Accounting Solutions. It's not a loan like the PPP was, but an actual refund of your payroll taxes. Omega Accounting Solutions is helping small business owners like you in applying for and getting this tax refund for your business. The tax credit is part of a federal government plan called the Employee Retention Credit Program, or ERC. And in the last 6 months alone, Omega has recovered over $300 million in cash ERC refunds for businesses. Remember, this is not a loan, but a refund of your payroll taxes. Omega Accounting Solutions helps businesses nationwide. So if you have more than 5, but less than 500 employees, they're likely able to help you as well. A Better Business Bureau partner and a champion for small business, Omega has 15 years of accounting experience. Find out if you qualify today. Call toll free 800-704-2000. That's 800-704-2000, or go online to OmegaTaxCredits.com. That's OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Hey, big things are happening at Platinum Chevrolet in 2022, and they're currently building a brand new 50,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in Terrell that's going to be ready to serve you very soon. However, you can go check them out at their current location right off of Highway 80, and it's just a few minutes drive to make sure you get the best possible deal. You can personally ask for GM Justin Rudd, and he's going to be more than happy to help you get the best deal out there, and that's what we suggest doing. Plus, you get the 2 years of complimentary oil changes and tire rotations on all new Chevys, and that is the Platinum Promise right there. So go ahead and hit the open road in a new Chevy from Platinum Chevrolet and unlock a summer and a fall and a winter and a spring of new possibilities. Enjoy the brand new redesigned 2022 Silverado 1500 Texas Edition up to $2,000 off MSRP, and 2022 Blazers at $1,250 off of MSRP. And you know why I'm saying this is because I told Kevin to do it a long time ago. My family's worked with the Platinum Chevy people for a very long time, and they love what they do over there. The Gilchrist family does phenomenal work. That's why I said, Kevin, go try it out. He did, got a great deal, bought his wife a new car from there as well. So that's why I say check them out. I always will. Clear upfront pricing. If you see that price online, that's the one you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Stay cool all summer and warm all winter with Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric. Baker Brothers is known for great service, but we also have great deals too. Get up to $4,000 off qualifying new Lennox HVAC systems with a free smart home thermostat while supplies last.
Call 214-342-1171. Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
Some restrictions apply. License number TACLB0052136E.
Shane Mullen again with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. My family's been fighting for injured North Texans almost 4 decades. Car and big truck accidents, premises, work injuries, as well as all wrongful death cases. I don't have a clever nickname or a funny TV spot. What we do have is years of experience and top results right here in DFW. Year after year, TopVerde.com recognizes Mullen & Mullen for obtaining some of the largest personal injury results in the entire state of Texas. 19 of the top 50 last year. We work for you. We've never forgotten that. We return phone calls promptly. Clients even text directly to their own case files and dedicated legal teams 24/7. We handle cases the way we'd want our own case handled. We hope you never need to call us. If you do, our family's trusted, capable, prepared, ready to fight for yours. Call 214-INJURED. Online, mullenandmullen.com. Doctors, specialists, and diagnostic referrals with no upfront out-of-pocket expense to you. If no recovery, there's no expense or fees. It's been that way since '83. Call 214-INJURED. Online, mullenandmullen.com. Call today for a free consultation.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com naturevalley.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails, and we're on our way to restoring even more because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. We've all heard about the supply chain issues, and the AC business is no different. As the largest factory-authorized dealer in Texas, our buying power means we have a warehouse full of AC equipment, in stock, ready to go. From 14 SEER all the way up to 26 SEER systems. And our factory direct volume pricing saves you money. While most companies are 2 to 3 weeks out, if you get your free estimate by noon, we can install your new Reliant air conditioning system the very next day, guaranteed. Right now, you can combine utility rebates with Carrier's Cool Cash to save over $5,000 on a new AC system that can cut your electric bill in half for as little as $98 a month. Turn to the experts with Carrier and Reliant Air Conditioning by calling 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your free estimate online at ReliantAirConditioning.com, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Get the latest info on your favorite DFW sports teams, contests, videos, podcasts, and much more. Check out 1053thefan.com. And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Even though shortages in demand have driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, after we had that conversation about the potential future managers of the Rangers, we were told that we will have Tony Beasley on at 12:20 tomorrow. So we'll have the new interim manager at 12:20 tomorrow because we are the home of the Rangers and the home of your Dallas Cowboys. And right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Buttermilk biscuits. My daughter thought it was funny I had deviled eggs this morning for breakfast.
What?
Why did she think that was funny?
Because usually I have eggs, but I just don't usually devil them.
Wait, you deviled them this morning?
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of work, Mike.
Yep. All right, football nuggets.
Russell Wilson is now a partner with the coach of the Denver Broncos, according to the whole approach of the Denver Broncos.
Mazel tov?
Yeah, that's well, maybe so. Nathaniel Hackett is the head coach, but Russell Wilson, according to Peter King, said it's the ownership of players owning our own offense. This has to be a player-ran kind of team. Coach Hackett gives us the keys to do that. And then an unnamed source who knows Wilson well said, Coach and Russell are not coach player, they're partners.
Well, you know, it's interesting here. It seemed like the Seattle Seahawks players never felt like Russell Wilson was truly connected with them.
Yeah.
That he was more part of the coaching staff or part of the front office.
Yep.
And this doesn't sound like a good start in Denver. And I'm not saying Russell Wilson isn't successful. He's not going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. Like all those things. He's a champion. He's going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. But it doesn't seem like when we go back earlier to your comment of, and my comment of how Dak Prescott is just A+ at this, top of the line out of the 32 starting quarterbacks. It seems like Russell struggles with this. And it seems like this isn't a good article about, I'm more of the head coach, more of a front office guy than I am a player.
Yeah, it's like I'm on this team, but I am separate from you guys, and that's why. And he kind of sounds like he wants it to be that way.
Yeah,
and it kind of sounded like he wanted that way in Seattle. Whereas, and I know, it's very difficult whenever you're using him as the example, but Tom Brady seems to be a guy that all of his teammates like him for whatever reason. Maybe it's because they're winning. Maybe it's because he's like, look, this is how we do. This is our philosophy. This is how our approach is going to be. And if you're in on it, then let's go. But it just does seem like people will go and work hard with Tom Brady, and they believe in him. They believe that he's going to give them that opportunity. I think that's important when it comes to a guy that you're going to be saying that's the guy that's running everything, rather than, hey, he's more partner with the coach than he is just the leader of this team right here.
I did find that interesting that you guys took it from that perspective, because my initial reaction was one of the offensive philosophy. Because, Nathaniel Hackett comes from a very particular and both of these guys are new to the team. So there was some questions to be asked, like what offensive philosophy, where are they going to take this? Nathaniel Hackett has his own philosophy that he's bringing from Green Bay, and also like his other stops along the way. And Russell Wilson has like a certain style of play that he's wanted and hasn't necessarily always gotten a chance to play. So there was always a question of which style they went with, and it sounds like they're going to try and meld that in some way.
Yeah, and you might have a really good point there in the here is the playbook. And if y'all don't want to run some of these plays, we can I don't have to call these plays, but here's what we should build and grow together. What are you good at? What do you stink at? What can we use to really make our offense click? And I think the best coaches do that. If you can't run this play, I'm never going to ask you to run it because it's not going to be successful if you're out there trying to do that. Speaking of Tom Brady, he continues to be away from the team. He continues to be due to return next week after a second preseason game against the Titans. Todd Bowles was asked by reporters yesterday. He said, yes, the situation continues to raise plenty of questions, but thanks in a large part to the manner of which things have unfolded. The team has said minicamp hiatus was pre-planned. Brady is gone for personal reasons, and the situation has nothing to do with health or Brady for his family members there. So it's still kind of like this, will he ever talk about it? Will we ever know anything about it? What's really going on? And then you hear the whispers that maybe he is ready to retire. His head's not completely in it. It's kind of a weird place, but I'm sure at the end of camp, Reggie, you got this smile on your face.
Kyle Trask time, baby.
Oh my gosh, you're ready for Kyle Trask era.
I'm ready for not Tom Brady.
Not Tom Brady era of the NFL. Will it be boring?
No. I think that's something that the NFL is actually in a really great place. Like the old guard of quarterbacks moving out is actually something that people should be excited for because you have a young crop of guys that look like they can carry the mantle.
They're all in the AFC, though.
But you got to hate somebody. And which one of these guys do you hate? I mean, you got the MILF Hunter. You're going to love that guy, right? Like, he's going to always be a fun joke. Mahomes is a blast. Trevor Lawrence is like, there's nothing to hate about that kid. He's too nice.
Who's the great young quarterback, Reggie, in the NFC?
Dak.
He's almost 30.
Daniel Jones.
Isn't that weird, though, that all these – because Reggie's right. But aren't they all in the AFC?
They're all older, yeah. Yeah, there's not a young quarterback in the...
I mean, this one's being carried by whatever order you want to put them in. I'll put them in this order. Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Matthew Stafford.
That's it. Wow, that's wild, man.
Maybe Dak Prescott's fourth.
Kyler at Arizona?
Yeah, Kyler Murray. He's the one young quarterback, I guess, because there's nobody in the South that comes to mind because it ain't Baker Mayfield. It ain't Jameis Winston.
What?
What? Hold up. He's not young. He's not that young anymore.
That's the contention you have?
From the 682. I can't stand patty cakes.
What?
They said he looks like he walks like a rooster. And I guess I understand that a little bit. If you put
I
don't know. Yeah, I do actually.
I'm very confused.
From the 813 Mike, Justin Fields. I don't think that team's. That's going to be a long time before Justin Fields gets the help that he needs. Speaking of the Bears,
I have often said that this is the year that Geno Smith puts it all together.
Drew Lock's looked better. Drew Lock has looked better, which is wild. He's looked better in the preseason stuff than Geno Smith actually.
Wasn't Geno Smith upset? Wasn't he in the draft with Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf?
It feels like it.
Huh?
It feels like he's been around that long. Speaking of the Bears, though, Roquan Smith wants to leave the Bears. We already knew about that. But the NFL has come out and said there is a stringent warning to not talk to him because Smith...
Who not to talk to him?
Remain other teams that might be interested in trading for him. He is representing himself. And because he's still under contract, Chicago technically does not have to permit trade talks between the linebacker... should he officially hire an agent and other teams. So the Bears don't have to say anything. Like the Bears can be like, no, you can't talk to him. And now here is Roquan Smith just stuck saying, well, I need to either go hire an agent or something and see if we can get something to happen. But the NFL has stepped in and said, hey, don't say anything or you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And then this is popping up. This is interesting because the Steelers just always find receivers. And it's not like they're always going out and saying we have to use a number 3 overall pick on a receiver.
Are we talking about George Pickens?
I'm talking about George Pickens, who we all knew.
As much as I want to give the Steelers credit for like doing what you're right about, they're finding wide receivers. I feel like we knew George Pickens was this, though.
We did, but did you know he was going to be a second-round selection?
No, that was a little bit of a fall, but I think that how much credit do we give the Steelers for that, or how much blame do we look around the rest of the league and go, y'all really didn't want this kid?
I agree with that, and just watching George Pickens do what he's doing right now already, like I'm starting to consider, will he be the next Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson type guy, where he pops? Maybe without a quarterback.
You hear that, Mike? He's going to be the next Jamar Chase.
I'm asking the question. I asked a question.
That's not what I heard.
I asked a question.
Yeah, you said he's Jamar Chase, except better.
But they got Mike Wallace, who had a few standout years. Emmanuel Sanders, a few standout years. Still really good. I'd take Emmanuel Sanders on this team right now if he was healthy. Antonio Brown, who was the best at one point. Martavis Bryant, Juju Smith-Schuster, Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool. They just keep drafting them and then saying, doesn't matter, we'll move on from you. It's fine. We're okay. But they keep finding these guys, and now George Pickens is on this list here. Is he going to be? I mean, just watching what he's doing, I'm very excited about what he's throwing out there.
He's the next Carl Pickens.
Mike, that's not his dad.
It's not. I know. I found that out. He's not related to him at all, but that's going to be his career.
But you don't have to have the same name, and that's the only comparison.
Ooh, what if analysis was all based off of your name? It's like we got to have somebody with the same name as you.
All the Johnsons out there are just going to be.
They say, I'm the next Mike Bassett. And I'm like, I'm left-handed. This is going to be a little bit tough here.
He's a right-handed pitcher out there. And then Travis Kelce said Patrick Mahomes just keeps finding ways to get better. Without a doubt, it's the whole offense in general, but you put a lot more accountability on the O-line, but he keeps finding ways to get better at quarterback. He keeps developing, and that by far is what's made this offense take off and go. Mike, are you saying that this is now time to re-believe in Patrick Mahomes again?
It's time to re-believe in him, that he's been to 4 AFC championship games in a row, 2 Super Bowls, won one.
Would you take him over Josh Allen right now?
I would.
Going into this season, would you pick the Chiefs over the Bills?
It's a close call.
That's
obviously,
a coin flip for me, yeah.
Right, and they won on a coin flip last year. They coin flipped it overtime, and Patrick Mahomes got the ball, and Josh Allen didn't get the ball. So that's how I do see it the same way. I do see it that I get that a lot of people feel like Buffalo has the better team now.
Mm-hmm.
But
since they drafted Matt Araiza.
Yep.
I do think that Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL. Better than, not by a lot. It's very close. But I do think Patrick Mahomes is a better quarterback than Josh Allen. Josh Allen has the better team now. Let's see if the better quarterback can beat the better team when the team that has the better team has a very, very good quarterback too. Josh Allen's a top 5 quarterback in this league, but he ain't number 1. Number 1's Patrick Mahomes.
AFC is going to be an absolute blast again this year, just like it was last year. So I'm really looking forward to it. Hopefully the Cowboys can, yes, because of the punt god, Matt Araiza. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, what do these NFL GMs do better than Jerry Jones or Will McClay? Next on the
Nothing.
Coming up on the Fan, get ready to in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation, starting at 2 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Damon Amendolara with your Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Jets can't have nice things, which is why it almost wasn't surprising that Zach Wilson injured his knee in the preseason opener. But it doesn't mean the season's over, just that a young QB who needs consistency is going to struggle to find it again. This is Damon Amendolara.
Zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
5X480. Dayton B100 V-Belt, one of the many parts Grainger carries. It's also the item that helped Rob carry the day. The job was on hold, deadline fast approaching. But a quick search on Grainger.com and Rob found his part. And with same-day pickup at his local branch, he and his crew got the job done safely and on time. Get supplies and solutions for every industry with real-time product availability. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
RJ Choppy here. Are you sick and tired of that constant pain in your knees, your hips, your back, your shoulders, your elbows, ankles, wherever it is, especially this time of year? You want to be moving pain-free. QC Kinetics, helping people every single day, giving them lasting pain relief, using the latest advances in regenerative medicine. The science, very simple. Concentrating your body's own healing agents, applying them to your aching joints. I had this procedure done, right elbow, right shoulder. I was in a lot of pain. I was unable to even hold a water bottle. Now, 100%. No surgery, no drugs, no steroids, no downtime. Able to throw the baseball with the kiddos, able to play golf, go to the gym with no pain. It's like I'm 18 years old again, only in my right elbow, right shoulder. All you got to do is give them a call, 972-972-8610. They went from one location to 4 in a single year. Dallas, Plano, Fort Worth, and Grapevine clinics here and all over America. They are dominating right now. Make this the last summer that you suffer from chronic pain. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
Progressive presents Don't Do It Yourself.
Okay, read me the manual.
Using a Phillips screwdriver, drehen Sie die Haube, bis sie fit sitzt.
What was that?
Drehen Sie die Haube, bis sie fit sitzt.
This sounds like another language to me.
Okay, maybe we should bundle our home and auto with Progressive. We could save big, then pay someone to do it for us.
Maybe. What's next?
Next, pony ostium pronus and terra.
Was that one Latin?
Save when bundling home and auto with Progressive and use the money to, not do it yourself. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Sean and RJ here for carsforkids.org. You could change the life of a local kid in your community. Taking care of the kids is our biggest priority. Cars, trucks, SUVs, motorcycles, boats. Doesn't matter. Any condition. Pick up fast and easy. Carsforkids.org.
What if you don't have a car? Your cash donation can still make a massive impact. So choose your impact at carsforkids.org or call 972-274-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
More than ever, cash is important right now for you and your family. Call TexasLending.com for a cash-out refinance or a home equity refinance. We are the Texas experts in home equity refinances for over 20 years. Call us today, 972-387-4600. Get the cash you need from TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. And MLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
Hello, this is Eric Thomason from Blue Nail Roofing. If you have storm damage that needs to be repaired, make sure you call us for a free inspection of your property. At Blue Nail, our team is trained to find all the damage that other roofers and insurance companies often miss. And this can mean a larger claim check for you. And every Blue Nail job is backed up with a lifetime workmanship warranty. To learn more, go to BlueNailRoofing.com. That's BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 1053 The Fan.
YOLO, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey apps.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 1053 The Fan.
Hey, we're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 1053 The Fan. It is noon. It is lunchtime. And we want to know what you're eating right now. 877-881-1053. I think we can. Pop-Tart. Good for you, man. Do you eat lunch at noon, Mike?
You're with me every lunch day. I don't know, somewhere between 11:15 and 1 p.m.
Okay.
Sometimes, and this isn't, the best soda situation, but sometimes if I don't eat, like all of a sudden it gets to be 1:10 and I get really hungry at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
And kind of have my lunch at 2 o'clock, which then it does throw off the whole schedule.
My son is very consistent. Even on the weekends, he's like, Dad, it's 11:45. That's my lunchtime at school. Where's lunch? And I'm like, oh, gosh, now I got so much pressure.
How old's your son?
On me. He's 10 years old. So he's very regimented.
It's in between the make your own lunch.
Yeah.
You're 10 years old. But 10 is a little bit young, but they they can peanut butter and jelly it up or make a ham and cheese sandwich. As my son, when he was younger, would say, I want a ham and cheese sandwich without cheese.
Okay, that's
I'm like, you can just say a ham sandwich. But
all right,
I want you to put the cheese on and then take it off.
I found this on For the Win the other day, and it's the GM rankings in the NFL. And Jerry Jones is ranked 15th in the GM rankings. And that's right in the middle, where I think a lot of Cowboys fans will say, seems about right. The Cowboys are right in the middle.
Yeah.
What's interesting about this is right behind him is John Lynch. John Lynch is who has had some really interesting playoff runs. They've also been very poor whenever they haven't, been completely together. But John Lynch is not as good as Jerry Jones, according to For the Win. Here's what they say about Jerry Jones. And, Mike, I think you could completely agree with this. One of the worst kept secrets in the NFL is that Jerry Jones hardly does any of the heavy lifting as a football executive. GM is purely a title to appease the man who built Jerry World. If we want to credit the person who really made the Cowboys a solid NFC East force again, we'd look right at Vice President of Player Personnel, Will McClay. Jones routinely tries to keep McClay away from leaving by compensating him more just about every offseason. Jones is the one who built the roster with 45 wins and 2 division titles, and it's McClay who made the mistake of pushing for Mike McCarthy. I think that McClay has a lot of say with how this team is built. And I think there are a lot of people inside that organization that know that Will McClay has the biggest piece of the pie when it comes to the conversation with Steven. I don't know where he stands with Jerry, but I know with Steven, a lot of decisions are they work together.
Yeah, Steven and Will McClay, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's a 50-50. Will McClay does a lot of the work on finding who the players are around the league, looking at the bottom part of the roster, where Steven cares about the top end of the roster and he's doing all the financial stuff. He's really working the salary cap situation, but at no point in Jerry Jones' whole life did he ever look at players 35 through 53 on his team, on other teams. Like he's looking more at the headliner, type of situation. I think he has chosen a lot of coaches over the year, but I do think now I would bet that Mike McCarthy was more of a Will McClay giving the thumbs up and Stephen Jones giving the thumb up, and then Jerry Jones saying, all right, if you guys think this is the guy, he's the guy.
They did sell. Remember, they were at the bar, and Stephen walked up to him at the end of the bar, and he was like, what are you waiting for? And he was like, all right, let's do this thing. It was kind of like they were pitching him, and Jerry, come on, let's go ahead and get this.
I do think Jerry, though, also has to make sure Mike McCarthy knows his role.
Yes.
As in, you understand what I'm going to do. Because if you don't like it or understand it, interview's over. You're not the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. This is a unique job. And I think Mike McCarthy was like, yeah, sure. And I think he's finding out through time of not crazy about the way Jerry does things, but I understand that's the Dallas Cowboy way.
Yeah. And when it comes to McClay, we talked to him. We had him on the show. He was the Desperados coach way back when I started working at the Cowboys website. He has been a part of the fabric of this organization for a very long time. I think he sees the big picture. Look, I can do all this work without having to take all the heat, right now, and I can try and build a winner right here. And, family always helps out when those conversations are happening. He feels like he owes it to the Joneses. He feels like he's kind of part of what they've done. So Will McClay gets a lot of credit. So whenever it comes to the I guess Fish used to say the triangle of trust, it's Steven, Will, Jerry, and maybe McCarthy's involved in some of these decisions too. But I think there's a lot of those three guys involved. So my question is, what are the other guys that are ahead of him? What did they do better? Okay. And that's what I really wanted to grind down into, because I think whenever we look at the number one person on this list is Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick has ultimate power on everything. He buys the groceries and cooks the meal too. That's what he
seems to do a bad job, honestly, for the last 5 years or so in buying the groceries. Now, he might have got it really right with Mac Jones, and that's the most important thing to get it right with. But man, has he screwed up a lot of drafts. Yeah. I will say with free agency and some trades, he does a pretty darn good job. But with the draft situation, he's had some pretty clunkers of draft. So I would actually say the Cowboys in general do a better job of drafting than the Patriots. But what would I say is the number one thing about New England over the Dallas Cowboys? If you're not here to win, you're not here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that, I don't think the Cowboys have much. Winning is not that's not a high priority in this organization.
If you're here for money, you're not here. Like within the organization, he understands their roster, he understands their salary cap, and somehow is able to get it to work. I don't think when it comes to comparing him and Jerry, I don't think you're ever going to be able to say there's another person like Belichick. Maybe somebody will pop up later down the road, but he's been able to do something very unique in the salary cap era that not a lot of people have been able to do. Eric DeCosta pops up from the Baltimore Ravens as number 2. And I just think that the Baltimore Ravens are one of the best run organizations when it comes to getting talent. However,
they do draft better than us. The Cowboys, I think, are top 10 in drafting. Baltimore's one that is better than us at drafting.
Yeah, and I think that the one place they're lacking is giving their quarterback weapons, but they've made sure he's protected.
Yeah, they're they do have a weakness. Wide receiver seems to be a weakness in their kind of blind eye in drafting, where everybody can't be perfect at everything, or they'd have more championships. But man, what a great run organization, and they seem to make adjustments. And Joe Flacco and Lamar Jackson, are total opposites of quarterbacking a game. But they were successful with Joe. They're successful with Lamar Jackson. I know they want to be more successful with Lamar Jackson and get that championship the way that they were able to figure out how to get one with Joe Flacco. But I just think that there is, once again, I'll go to the message of, if you're not here to win and you're not helping us win, we don't care. And here's the deal. If you've helped us win, but we don't think there's much left in the tank, I'm sorry.
Yep.
You're leaving.
That is true.
We're not holding on to you because of what you did in the past for our organization. We'll put you in our Hall of Fame. We'll root for you to make the Hall of Fame. Good luck in your other stop. But we're not just holding on to you because we drafted you and you were good 2-3 years ago for us.
What's wild too, Mike, is you go from the philosophy, I guess, built by Ozzie Newsome to DeCosta, who was with Newsome for a long time anyway, and it seems like nothing changed. Number 3 is Howie Roseman. I don't know how I feel about that. This is Philadelphia, and they did say, hey, we're going to give you every weapon you could possibly need. They have done a good job of that for Jalen Hurts, but
is it because we know more insight with Philadelphia because of Brian Broaddus and how dysfunctional they can be?
Maybe so. Yeah, maybe that's kind of how I feel about it. So I will move on from Philly.
They were also so dysfunctional that they took his responsibilities away for a point of time, gave it to Chip Kelly, and then brought it back. It was like, hey, you still want to do this?
Didn't they send him to an office on another side of the building too? They were like, go over there and just hang out for a little while, and then we'll get it all back together. Les Snead then pops up for the Los Angeles Rams. Completely different than Jerry Jones, completely different than Bill Belichick, but just won his championship.
The draft means nothing. The draft means we have 7 tradable assets. Yeah. We're not drafting them. We're not using them to get young players for the most part, maybe one of them, but we are trading these to get known players in the NFL. I have no clue how they do it with the cap. I really don't. I don't understand how they can have so many premium players making premium money, but they are able to do it in a total 180 direction from the Dallas Cowboys, and their way led to a championship. Their way almost led to a championship in 2018. Was that the year they were in the Super Bowl?
Yeah,
too?
I believe so. You're good with years, Mike, so I just usually kind of go with it because I'm terrible at years.
But, they have done a tremendous job. I don't know when it all ends. Sean McVay, in a weird way, is so young, but he seems to want to retire after every season is over. But, yeah, they have done a tremendous job of saying, we believe we can do it. Let's throw all our chips in. I have no clue how bad it could possibly be in the future. I guess we'll find out.
There is one thing that I'm kind of interested in there this year specifically. If Matt Stafford's elbow is a problem, are they turning to John Wolford or Bryce Perkins, or are they saying, you know what? Forget it. We're trading another draft pick, and we're going to go out there and get a different quarterback. It would be wild if there was a team out there that was like, yeah, just take our quarterback. But I don't know if that would be their option if Matt Stafford's arm isn't holding up. this season. But there's a lot riding on that, man.
At this point, do they have any draft picks left to trade?
I don't know the
next
answer
year's
to that
pick
question.
goes to Detroit. I'm just looking at next year's draft pick is a Detroit Lions pick.
So then the next year after that, maybe
I'm sure it's somewhere else. I don't know how many picks they have left after doing everything they've done.
Mike, I think you admire this general manager a lot. I'm very curious what this guy has built a very good team, and it's Brandon Beane for the Buffalo Bills. Lots of B's right there.
I'll tell you what, took that chance he was there for Josh Allen, correct? I mean, that was a little bit of a controversial pick. In the first 2 years, it looked like they made a mistake. But somewhere in that end of year 2, beginning of year 3, everything changed and it clicked, and they've done a tremendous job of building around Josh Allen. I think what will be challenging there, Corey, and we'll see how good he is at it, is Josh Allen, if I have this right, because he's a 2018 draft pick, it hasn't kicked in where their quarterback is under a $40+ million contract.
Yeah, that probably is a big factor there. Let's look
Mike, before we move on, it's worth noting on that general manager's behalf as well. In that time period where it flipped up for Josh Allen, they went and got Emmanuel Sanders, which helped them open up the intermediate game and really helped Josh Allen out a lot. So that did
and Diggs
matter.
too, right?
Yeah, and Diggs, that's right.
You had Tre'Davious White. You had Tremaine Edmonds. You had Ed Oliver. Like, this team has been able to add a lot of talent in the draft and then said, you know what we're missing this year? This year, in order to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, let's add Von Miller so we can get some pressure. Like,
he's better at calling coin flips.
Yes, well, maybe that too.
Think about it. If they call that coin flip right, I don't know if they beat Cincinnati or not, but I thought for sure whoever won the Kansas City-Buffalo game was winning the Super Bowl. I was wrong on all of it, right? Because they lost to Cincinnati. Cincinnati loses to LA. But I thought those were the best 2 teams in the NFL last year. And a coin flip, I think, took the Buffalo Bills out of being the Super Bowl champs last year.
I'm not quite sure if I agree with this. They have Mickey Loomis at 8 from the New Orleans Saints. He's going into his 10th year. They have him on here actually more for the Drew Brees, Sean Payton era, for having been the guy that was the deciding factor, which got that there. But now I do wonder, like, if you're looking at this team right now, they're a mess. Like, they have a group of talented players, but I just don't know what to expect out of them. And maybe he is a genius when it comes to this. Maybe he's already got it built in place.
I'm just on Tankathon looking at draft picks. They don't have a first-round pick after this year's over.
Okay. Yeah, that's tough.
It goes to Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough situation there. Jason Licht, who was minutes away maybe from not having a job. I think Broadus's term that he and the coach were on their way out there, and then they magically land Tom Brady. That changes everything. One move changed everything for that team because they were that close, but they were also that far away. And then they add Tom Brady, and they were a quarterback away the entire time. It was always like, is Jameis Winston that or not? Well, we got to make the decision to move on. Strong move, strong decision there. Could cost you your job with ownership. That's how it goes. You tie yourself a lot of times to players that you draft and add on this team. Then they magically get Tom Brady. That's the big difference. I don't know that Jerry Jones is just going to magically get a quarterback like that. Like, they lucked into Tony Romo. They lucked into Dak Prescott. But that's not changing this organization. That's not changing anything there. And then the Chris Ballard, Andrew Berries, and John Robinsons of the world, those guys fall in place there above them. But I think what we kind of saw there is there are a lot of guys that really do take risks. There are some guys that are very risk averse in Bill Belichick. But a lot of these guys have made some very, very conscientious efforts to build in the draft and know when to take the risk on a big-time free agent to add to their team, and that could be the difference for them.
I think what's tough in this is I agree that I guess the Jones family / McClay are middle of the pack, and they don't take risk. They'll never be great, and they also don't take risk where when they don't work out, you'll be really bad. I think for some weird reason, Jerry Jones, who's been a winner in his life in so many different ways and in football early in his life or early in his Cowboys life, the whole family now refuses to take any risk to be good because they're afraid that risk will turn them bad.
Yeah.
So they're like, what if we just live in the middle?
Yeah.
And we live in the middle. We make the playoffs every third year. We lose really quickly because we're not good enough to compete with the teams that have better front offices, that take bigger risk on free agency and do different things that when they pay off in a huge way. Kansas City took a huge risk. They weren't anywhere close to the first round to take Patrick Mahomes. And they said, we're a playoff team. We're going to take the risk that Alex Smith will never win a championship for us. He's not a top 8 quarterback in this league. We think Patrick Mahomes can be. And it paid off huge. We will never take that risk. We will never, in the history of Dak Prescott, in the history of Jerry Jones' life, ever take the risk to go, Dak Prescott's good. He makes the playoffs. Let's trade it all up to go get the Alabama quarterback. Let's trade it all up to go get the Ohio State quarterback. Let's do this because Dak's good. He ain't good enough.
The difference
Kansas
is the top
City did
five,
it. And
yeah.
because if it doesn't work out, you traded a whole bunch of assets to get a guy who's not good. They'd rather say, let's just go with the good quarterback. Let's just go with the okay team. And let's just pray and hope that we get lucky.
Yeah, and that might be the thing that continues to halt them from making any progress there.
Or it turns out to be the 72 Dolphins.
Yeah, that's what Michael Irvin said. A different Mike than the one sitting across from me right now. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, Mike Clevenger traded this for a beer. We do it next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the DFW Sewell Lexus dealers, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there will be fewer big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again, and those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less, Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, what's the coolest trade-off you've ever had? The moment where you were able to make a big trade, or what's the coolest thing you've ever gotten at a baseball game? I've never had the joy of actually catching a foul ball or a home run ball. Been very close before. I've found baseballs at spring training that were foul balls that, if you go to spring training, Mike, you know this, the roof has like 100 baseballs on it. I just don't know how to get
spring training.
Yeah, I don't know how to get up on the roof at Surprise and just say I'm taking all these home. Yeah,
I assume people don't get up there because that's why the balls stay up there.
Makes sense. And then the wind may blow them off every once in a while, or a haboob comes through and all the sand. It's sand. A haboob. It's where all the sand comes in. It's a big sandstorm. Ask Eric Nadell about it. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. So, what is the coolest trade-off? And the reason I'm asking this is Mike Clevenger, he was a big-time trade acquisition for the San Diego Padres. He was at the Marlins, and a fan was in the back area behind the fence and yelled at him, "Hey, I'll give you this can of beer if you give me a baseball." And Mike Clevenger runs over. He's wearing his pregame stuff, so no sleeves or anything. He runs over, and he exchanges the baseball for a beer, and then puts the beer in his back pocket and runs off. First off, this looks like the exact kind of move that Mike Clevenger would make, because that dude looks like he likes to party a little bit. And I don't know that he ran back into the clubhouse and was like, chugging a beer now, but I just think it's a really cool exchange. My second thought here is that a fair trade? That beer's got to be about $15 or $16. It was a tall boy can. And that's got to be a pretty expensive beer, knowing how much beers were out in Anaheim whenever we were out there watching the game.
I think it's pretty fair. I'm typing into Dick's Sporting Goods right now. I believe a Major League Baseball is $20 a ball.
$20 a ball?
Yeah.
Jeez, for a Major League Baseball?
Yes.
And they hold on. Does Major League Baseball pay $20 per ball for each one of those two?
No, I think they get them for like cost, which would probably be like $8.
Okay.
Like
all right.
for a team to pay Rawlings, 99% sure they still make the baseball. But yeah, I know Major League Baseball makes the baseball because they keep changing how it's flying and everything. But yeah. I think I'm trying to find the exact price of it, but yeah, I believe it's $20 to buy an MLB baseball.
So that's almost even. You paid $16 for a beer, maybe about $16 for a beer, and then you were able to get a $20 baseball that you may have been able to get for free. But now you have the story that this pitcher ran over and exchanged a beer for a baseball with you, and I think that in itself. I think that's valuable. I think that's kind of a priceless moment, in that the pitcher that you like, or maybe you don't even like him, but he ran over and exchanged that with you. And you can tell that story to your buddies. You can tell that story every time you're in a bar, and somebody's going to think it's pretty cool.
As long as they know who Mike Clevenger is.
Yeah, maybe
Reggie,
so.
Dick's Sporting Goods, their website, when I type in MLB baseballs, it doesn't really come up with what I want. There's too many things that happen.
I'll notify them expeditiously.
If there's any way you can get that fixed,
For sure.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Notify the sports authority at Dick's Sporting Goods.
That's a different place.
I will say this when it comes to baseballs, because you're talking about an MLB baseball costs $20, and most people would say that's way too much. I'm looking real quick.
Seems like a lot.
I do find a 2018 World Series baseball with display case. That's $35 at Dick's Sporting Goods. The official game ball with display case is $25 at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Wow. Okay, with the display case. All right.
Idea. And I get that people don't know this because they'll be like, a baseball's a baseball. There's so many times when you're, especially at Little League games, a coach, when you're playing like just kind of rec ball, will throw out a ball. And I'm like, this isn't a baseball. They're like, it's a baseball. It's white. It has seams on it, I guess. And you're just like, this isn't a real baseball.
Wrong stitching and such?
It's just
the
horrible.
ones that are made out of vinyl.
It's just not made of what a baseball should be made of.
Rawhide.
I don't know why. Why do we make these? Because then parents buy them, and they're not real baseballs. I don't think they have the same weight. I don't think they obviously don't work the same way when you throw them.
They're slick.
It's just or like super tacky, or just like, these are horrible. This is not a real baseball. And so I was just looking at kind of baseballs here at Dick's Sporting Goods, and my dad knows all of it. Like, hey, because he used to work at not Dick's Sporting Goods, but he used to work at BSN.
Okay.
Where they sell
Oshman's.
They sell a lot of different baseballs. So he'll be like, yeah, the R1473 is a pretty good baseball to get, and those are going to be about $6 to $8 a ball. So if you're paying, under $70 a dozen, you're getting a pretty good deal. Type of deal.
14U baseball.
Because you're asking about baseballs, and sometimes it's like, no, don't. Like, sometimes you're like, oh man, I got a dozen baseballs for $25. You didn't get baseballs.
Yeah.
They're just shaped like baseballs and they look like baseballs, but they're not baseballs.
Reggie, if you can, let the Academy know about Dick's Sporting Goods situation.
Still in a different place.
Okay, all right. We'll see if I can come up with another one.
I do think you need to pay at least, for parents, you do need to pay at least $5 per ball to know that you're getting a decent baseball.
All right, so what if I'm not looking for decent baseballs. I'm just looking for things to hit. Like I'm gonna do some soft tossing, pitching.
Your son's gonna be like, God, I thought I hit it better than that.
Okay.
And you're gonna be like, well, this is how these baseballs work.
This is a stupid baseball. It's not gonna be very good. So I got
Because the other thing too is if your kid's 14.
Yeah, he's 14.
If he does put a good swing on those $1 to $3 baseballs, sometimes you'll go pick them up and you're like, yeah, it's not round anymore.
Yeah, I've flattened a couple, and
those
it
are
makes me look cool.
They're not real baseballs. And so that's the tough thing too, is if you want them to last a while, schools deal with this too. And I get there's budgets, and it's not like baseball has it's not like baseball has the football budget.
Yeah.
So, you'll be like, hey man, we got you 3 dozen baseballs for the year. Like, that's going to last me maybe 1 month at best, and probably not even a month. So we need to think about that. Okay, well, how many baseballs do you need? And they're like, I'd probably need 12 dozen for the year, somewhere like around 150 baseballs.
A few bucket of balls.
And then they'll go, okay, well, we can get those for about $150. You're like, no, you didn't get me baseballs.
The coach, I remember at Bryan Adams, the coach, we would have 3 buckets of balls, and those were the ones that were just beat up balls. And we always at practice, we had 20 pearls. He would open up a box of pearls every week, and those were brand new baseballs. So what was the Diamond? Is that Diamond's?
Diamond's usually a pretty good brand.
So you would always
They make really crappy ones and really good ones.
And we would do BP with those. And at the end of practice every day, he needed 20 pearls back in his box, back in the box. And if we didn't have them, we had to run laps for every one of them. Because, like Mike said, budget means that you can only have a couple there, so it makes sense.
So, Mike, when you were looking at Dick's Sporting Goods, one thing to remember is that, like, who they're selling to. So they're not going to have, like, a lot of official balls because they're not going to be selling a lot of those.
Right.
You go to Rawlings' official site.
Okay.
And they will sell you an official Major League Baseball with Robert D. Manfred Jr.'s signature on it.
Man, what a signature.
He doesn't sign his name on the balls. He just signs, I hate baseball.
No, he doesn't.
I'm looking at it. It does not say that. But it will run you $24.95.
So same price.
$25 right there. From the 214, this is about Mike Clevenger exchanging a baseball, which somebody did say, hey, that dude got a deal. He didn't even have to buy that baseball. He just grabbed it out of a bucket.
Well, 100%. It's free
beer.
Yeah. This is what I exchanged my USA hat and my Reebok spikes for in Cuba. My wife thought I was crazy, but I went.
Free passage back to the U.S.?
No.
Okay.
I went after we had won. The next day, we had one more day there till we left and came back to the States. We went kind of to like, I don't know, some sort of kind of farmer's market type of situation. It's very different in Cuba than it is in the United States. But so these guys come up to us. They know that we're not, I think it was like with Kurt Suzuki, who somehow still playing in the major leagues. And they say, hey, we got some Cuban cigars. Do you want them? Like, do you want to like buy them or exchange some of your stuff? And we knew we had told that we could barter at this kind of farmer's market. So I went into their house and bartered and gave them my spikes and my hat for like a dozen Cuban cigars.
Dude, that's awesome. That's actually a pretty cool deal right there, man.
And it was a long time ago. It was 2006, so I don't think I can get in trouble for this. But because we were flying...
What's the statute of limitations there?
Where we weren't...
7 years.
We weren't flying commercial per se. We were flying kind of because we're
First
United
class?
States Olympic
Oh, okay.
players. is that we were able to bring them back.
Okay.
Where obviously it's illegal, but we were able to bring them back because.
Did you smoke them?
I tried one. I don't like cigars.
Okay.
So I gave
so
them,
why'd you do it?
I gave them to my dad.
Oh.
For people. Just to do something.
So he could.
Just to have the story. I get
the
it.
story. Hey, listen, I've told you many times, the story is the reason the book industry and wine industry are as great as they are.
I'm not a fan of smoking things, but I feel like that's a pretty good trade. And by the way, like I was a Reebok guy. It wasn't like I was paying for my spikes. I mean, they would give me, if all I had to do was call up my agent and say, hey, I need 2 new pairs of spikes. Back then, man, it wasn't as cool as now because if I was on let's say the Phillies and I was in AAA playing for Scranton, we had to wear red spikes. Like there wasn't any other choice. You couldn't pick different colors or anything like that. You're playing on the Rangers, you wore blue spikes.
Gotcha.
Spikes.
One of the from the 214, one of my best memories, July 4th against the Red Sox, we win, and I get a ball tossed to me from Rafael Palmeiro. Still have it cased up. They didn't have to do anything other than be there for the game for that one right there. From the 214, I won Whataburger for a year at the Rangers game during the fry toss. That's a win. That's a victory in my book. My story, I have 2. One, I got a Reggie Jackson card for a Barry Bonds card.
Wait, who gave the Barry Bonds card?
My cousin. I had the Barry Bonds card. My cousin, it was his rookie card too. And I gave it up for a Reggie Jackson card. I don't think it was the 86 tops though, Mike. I think it was it may have been a different card and he thought it was the 86 tops. But I gave that and got the Reggie Jackson Oakland A's card. I was just happy to have a Reggie Jackson card. Like that was me like going, I love Reggie Jackson. I didn't know how much of a jerk he was, but I got the card and I was just happy to add that to the collection. The other one though is I had a garage sale and I had a PlayStation 2 and this guy came up and was like, look,
most elite of all the PlayStations.
I had a number that I wanted
agree.
for it. I wanted like $50 for it. And he was like, I don't have $50. And I was like, well, I'm waiting on $50. He comes back later with a Pete Rose autographed bat and gave it to me in exchange for it. And I was like, I will take this bat. I don't even know if it's worth anything. My dad has it now. So that's where it is right now. So
one of my worst trades as a kid, I traded the 89 Upper Deck Griffey Jr. rookie card for 10 Todd Zeal rated rookie Donruss cards. That didn't work out. In the end, it didn't work out.
Was Todd Zeal good?
He's a solid player.
He played baseball.
But not Griffey Jr.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Mike Likes It. What you like, Mike?
I don't know. Sometimes this turns into what I don't like. But I think you're going to have a good conversation with me here, Corey.
All right.
Emails from teachers.
Oh, man.
Next.
Here we go.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have the Rangers player show, see what the guys
Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental is buyersbarricades.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Got the C Block coming up here at 1 o'clock, and then predicting breakout players for the NFL season at 1:20. Couple of things for housekeeping. Tony Beasley will be on with us tomorrow at 12:20. We'll have the new Rangers interim manager. And for people that are asking where Kevin is, they were inducing and watching contractions last night. So the contractions were getting closer today. Fingers crossed. Hopefully, baby Noah will be here shortly.
All right. So can't wait to hear the good news there. Let's talk about back to school. Obviously, there's back to school specials happening at stores, right? I do back to school specials for DFW security right now, back to school specials for, let's say, Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne. So go check out their websites and go buy from them. It's awesome. But let's talk about back to school emails.
What?
How many emails are you getting per day right now, Corey? Because I have 3 kids. You have 3 kids. They're all in school. And I would like to thank all of these teachers for sending emails. I'm going to tell you, I'm not reading these emails.
What?
But man, do I get a lot of them. And so I'm just wondering, am I going back to school? Because...
well, how would you know? You didn't read the email.
I'm so happy to have you in class. I'm not in this class. I am a graduate of high school. It's been wonderful getting to know you, and I appreciate how engaged and excited you are to participate. It's so much. Like, I thank you, teachers, for doing this, and I pray to God my wife reads these. Because if my kid, the essay is due on Monday by 6 p.m., on Teams, and we'll have class time Monday to complete the essay. That's up to my kid. You want to get a 0, get a 0. It's not up to me. But I guess, how many parents out there, I'd love to know this on the fan text, or maybe I'll click on Twitch. How many parents are you guys reading all this, then putting it on a calendar and making sure your kids do it? Because I will say this, what my kids get is what they get. It ain't going to be me doing this essay.
Tonight, I am going to a 4th grade meeting. Adrian, during that 4th grade meeting, will be at a 5th grade meeting. And then after the 4th grade meeting, I know there's there's another 5th grade meeting going on. I will also be going over to Plano Senior for the baseball booster meeting. So that's all tonight. It's all on the schedule. Guess who put it all on the schedule, Mike?
Adrian,
absolutely.
Teachers.
Yeah, well, the teachers, they do email though. I'm getting probably 3 emails a day, one for each kid. But Avery is at a point where he's got 7 classes now, right? So if I'm getting emails from multiple teachers, there's a lot coming in. So yeah, I'm getting lots of communication. And I know at the end of the week, I'll get a new email from 4th and 5th grade for my little ones, because those teachers send one out every single week just to say, hey, here's how we did this week. Here's what's going on. But yeah, it's a lot, man. And there's no way. Adrian reads every word. I read the first sentence, and then I'm bored, and then I'm like, I got other stuff to read.
It's like this one from Mr. McDonald, AP Literature. I don't know which one of these I'm teaching your child. Which one? And I don't think that they should put like Jake Cal or Mary Grace. They probably like, listen, this is a mass email to the 10 to 15 kids that are in this class.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just like, crap, I don't know which kid this is.
I always like when they say,
good luck, kids.
They say, hey, 8th grade Spanish or something like that. And I'm like, okay, all right. That helps. That helps me know exactly kind of where we're heading in this direction. But Mike's one of the parents has to read those, right?
Yeah.
And if you're you said, does Sue read them?
I guess. I hope. She's busy too.
I know Adrian does, and she takes it very serious.
She's a doctor.
I can't imagine being like a single parent with multiple kids and like trying to keep up with all the schedules. Like, salute to those people that are having to do that and still raising great kids.
I wonder this. Am I a good parent from the teacher's standpoint because of this? At the end of most of these emails, especially early on in school, the school year starts. please do not hesitate to contact me through email. How many emails are these teachers getting back from parents? Because I'm not going to email one time.
Good point.
Hey, you got a 0. Hey, turn in your work. This isn't hard. This is life.
Yeah, no,
there's deadlines, there's schedules. You're a kid, you're in school. This is your job. For 7 hours a day, this is your job, is to learn and to try to comprehend and to turn in your work. Usually teachers will give you good grades for effort over the answer. I get in math, there's a difference there, right? There's more of a yes, you got it right, or no, you got it wrong. But they'll work with you if you're showing the effort and turning in your work. But I'm just like, I wonder how many parents then email the teacher. So if a teacher's listening right now, I guess you're on break because you should be teaching.
No,
but like, how many are they getting back?
Mike from the 817, as a principal, I hope you read campus communication, but I love the child accountability. First off, we have a principal listening in the middle of the day, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, Tolo.
Thank you, principal, for doing what you're doing. But yeah, I hope you read the campus communication, but I love the child. I'm the same way. Avery had this summer, he had a online class to kind of get ahead of a couple things, and he didn't keep up with it the way he should have been. And Adrian was on him all summer long, and Adrian had to pay for the class, and so there's a lot of like, hey, you need to get this stuff done. And I think by the end of the summer, it clicked for him. And he's like, as he started this semester, he's been on top of everything.
This isn't the best for DISD, but we go to private school.
What?
And we threaten our kids, like on this email, or I will send a warning email about their overall grade if it's 68 or below. And we've told our kids, if you can't pass at the private school that we're paying for, we're going to send you to public school. And you're going to have to deal with all that public school has in the DISD. So this is a privilege for you. Mom and I have worked hard that we have enough money to send you to private school. But if you don't do private school, if you're not going to do well, your consequence is you're going to go to public school and you're going to deal with what public school has to deal with. You went to Bryan Adams. I went to Duncanville. Hey, you want to get jumped? It might happen every once in a while. You know, I mean, that's part of public school. There's going to be some ass whooping going on there where that doesn't really happen at private school because then kids get kicked out of school and parents lose a lot of money. But I'm just like, hey, I'm appreciative of all of these emails, but it is overwhelming to start the year.
From the 806, thankfully my son's mom gets all the emails from school, except I don't find out about stuff sometimes until the last minute, if at all. That is, I will say, Adrian will tell me that she reminded me. And a lot of times I'm like, I never heard that. And Mike, I don't know if it's just that I ignored her or that she didn't tell me, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't tell me things sometimes and just tells me that she told me so that I feel bad about it. You know, Does Sue ever do that where she's like, I told you, and you're like, no, you didn't. I know you didn't. I would have remembered this conversation.
But she says it, and I'm like, you probably did. It sounds like something I don't care about. So even if you did, it's just not going to register in my head and stay there.
Yeah. From the 254, we haven't started school yet, so they may not be at work. So that some school districts haven't started yet.
So what are the teachers saying? It's just
former teacher here. I would delete emails from parents that would want to argue kids' grades via email, but would never answer my calls about their kids. And then somebody said it works both ways. I'm a teacher. I get way too many emails, and they think that's why a lot of them are leaving the profession. Because they're just like, there's just too much to try and, keep up with all those things.
Yeah, and I don't. I mean, that's the tough thing. I know parents don't want fairness. They want their kid to just get the grade.
Yeah,
and that's the thing about sports. That's the thing about, I think, grades now is there's such a competition into getting into the college that you want your kid to get into or that the kid wants to get into, and so they want things for free. They want to dictate to the teacher, give them this grade, because if they get this grade, then the reward is this. And the teacher, I agree with the teacher, hey, here's the assignment. If they would have done better on it, they would have gotten that grade. It's not up to me to give them that grade. I know that at times book reports or stuff like that, there's a little bit more of an opinion on the grade rather than in certain aspects of, hey, if you're doing a Scantron, I don't even know, they probably don't have Scantrons anymore.
They use Scantrons?
Oh,
man.
They do?
Got it. I imagine.
In college,
there's a right answer.
Maybe they just take those types of tests on the laptops or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
A, B, C, or D. One of them's the right answer.
Just keep writing C in there.
I
That's what I
can't.
did.
There's no. I give you a grade. You got it wrong. You got it wrong. You got it right. You got it right. That equals your grade. But I think there's so many parents nowadays that just try to dictate the grades that their kids are going to get. So I had a little bit of an extra baseball nugget, but I will leave that for tomorrow because it's a little bit about playoff baseball and it's longer than a 30-second conversation.
All right, I like that. Great stuff from Mike Bassick, and I think a lot of people in on the conversation when it comes to whether or not, when it comes to having kids. There is somebody that said, don't have kids, don't want kids.
I love teachers.
Don't have to
awesome.
worry about that. We do love
doing
teachers.
a great job. Thank you for the emails. They're probably all working right now, but I read a sentence or two, and if it doesn't seem relevant to me, I just give it a thumbs up, hope my kid turns it in, or I'll kick their butt if they don't.
Coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the C Block. Can Malik Davis make a name for himself? Next on The Fan.
Store.com studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's time for the C Block, and we do a lot of different things when it comes to this, but Cowboys conversation is definitely where it's at to start and maybe even to finish at times. Malik Davis is an interesting player to me because he had 51 yards in the Cowboys preseason game, and he looked like he was running the ball well. The other thing, too, is I was watching Rico Dowdle, and I was like, man, every time that guy gets the ball, I'm interested in what he's doing. But there is a very strong, solidified group of two running backs that are at the forefront of this thing. And I think the Cowboys are looking at this going, man, we don't have to keep any other guys. I'm just kind of curious where the Malik Davis role could be, because I think that's the one guy that really did stand out to me in preseason game one. How many reps he gets in practice tomorrow against the Chargers, that's a different story. How many reps he gets in game two and how he effectively does that, that's another story we got to keep an eye on. But 877-881-1053, Malik Davis, do you think that he could steal a role? As Isaiah Stanback told us yesterday, he has a definite chance to do it.
And what would that be specific here? What do you think that he would do that you're cutting maybe a more
he would be the third back. And I'm just trying to figure out. There are three guys. It seems
but
like.
Do you activate a third back on game day?
I don't think so. For special, unless he can contribute on special teams enough.
Does it seem like the guy we interviewed, Vasher from Texas Tech, as much as they were pumping him up to us, that as we're moving forward and we've had a preseason game, that he has no chance of making the team?
Roster cuts are going on.
Wouldn't this be a decision? Do we keep a third running back or a sixth or seventh wide receiver?
Yeah, and there have been times when the Cowboys went long at receiver for specific reasons. I think that they do have concerns on their offensive line, that they're like, we might have to go a little long there. You have a ton of defensive linemen. You got to feel like there are guys in this defensive line that are quality players. They're going to find themselves on other rosters at some point.
It sounds like to me, and I don't know this, Corey, but it sounds like to me that the Cowboys think Ezekiel Elliott's the greatest running back in the NFL. They really, I'm going to tell you, I think that from the Joneses standpoint, and look, they're professional at their job, and part of that is selling products that they know aren't really for sale.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, he's the greatest. I don't know, for some weird reason, I think that they really think Ezekiel Elliott is arguably the best running back in the NFL when healthy, and they think that they have a special kind of weapon in Tony Pollard. And if they think that they have the best running back in the NFL, which we all know is wrong, but it doesn't matter what we think. It doesn't matter what you think as a fan. It doesn't matter what I think as a fan / as a radio host. They think Zeke is one of the best, if not the best running back in the NFL. And they think Tony Pollard is a very special backup, toolsy type of guy. And if you think that, I don't know why you need to keep a third guy. Don't you just try to sneak him onto the practice squad, and then if there's an injury, you activate him?
Yeah, probably so. And I guess that's the deciding factor is, do you go with Dowdle, who was around last year? This new Malik Davis. Do you go with Malik Davis? Do you go with Shamklin? They was running out there the other night. There are three options. I think from what I've seen so far, Davis might be the best of the three for me. But I do love watching Dowdle run. Mike, when it comes,
isn't it easy though to pick up let's just say you release them all.
Yeah,
they all get picked up on somebody else's practice squad or 53-man roster. And in week 4, Ezekiel Elliott gets hurt, but not bad. He's a pretty durable guy. He gets hurt, and they're like, gosh, he might be missing a week or two. I mean, isn't it easy? I'm forgetting, was it Bo Scarborough? We had Bo Scarborough from Alabama who had a nice national championship game. I liked what he was doing in preseason football. We end up eventually getting rid of him. He had one good game for the Seahawks or something like that.
Detroit, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's really easy to pick up these running backs, third string, fourth string running backs. I don't know if I'd want to keep one on my 53 because there doesn't seem to be a difference between that guy's third string running back and our fifth string running back and their third string running back to their guy that we can pick up off their practice squad real easy. It's like for running backs, you kind of give them the ball and just say, here's the hole you're supposed to go through. But another hole could open up as you're trying to hit that hole. You're a third string guy. We get it. You're a fourth string guy. Figure it out for a game or two till we get back our guy.
I think that is a key right there, is Alfred Morris had to run for a game or two, and he did a good serviceable job. I think Corey Clement last year had a couple of carries that you were like, wow, that That was nice to see those carries, but I'm not sitting there saying Corey Clement's going to be the savior to the team. That being said, does that kind of go against the idea of we have to get Zeke the ball? Is because he's that special? That this offense has to run from Zeke because he's that special, or can anybody run? Because there was one time when they said, yes, DeMarco Murray had a great season, but anybody can run behind this offensive line. Well, now you're telling me that Zeke is that special behind this offensive line? Come on, man. Try and tell me what you're really trying to sell me on here, because it's one or the other, and you got to make a decision at some point whether it is the chicken or egg in this. Which one is it? Because the Joneses or the Cowboys have flipped and flopped on which one's more important there.
Well, they drafted him 4th overall. They gave him the most money in the NFL at the time to be the running back.
They got to prove that contract's worth it.
I don't think Zeke's gonna be on the team next year. I think he's going to even prove to the biggest Ezekiel Elliott fans in the organization that he is an average running back in the NFL, worth about $3 to $6 million a year. And I think that's why they're going to release him. But right now, man, they've talked him up into, if Zeke doesn't run for 1,500 yards, I think those people in the room are going to be disappointed.
Yeah, the CBS Sports did do a ranking of the combinations of running backs in the NFL.
Let me guess.
Go ahead.
8th.
Close. Higher.
6th.
6th.
Yes.
They have Ezekiel Elliott, Tony Pollard, and Rico Dowdle. So that's the question of who's gonna. For me, it is still who's gonna be there. But they say Zeke gets a lot of flack these days for failing to match Pollard's explosiveness. I think that's national right there. But I think that's a very local story. Whenever we're watching this, we're saying, man, what are y'all seeing that we don't see? Do we see Tony Pollard making these plays? But they say he's still an above-average, do-everything starter. And I do think that the do-everything part of it is something that they say, well, we can save a little bit here because we have Zeke. Oh, we can save a little bit at right tackle because we have Zeke. We can save a little bit at offensive line because Zeke can do this pickup stuff. Wouldn't you rather have your offensive line just be more of a force? But they say that if Dallas wisely keeps increasing Pollard's role as both a runner and receiver to speed up their attack, the 1-2 punch could be lethal. I think that Tony Pollard could be a big factor, a definite big factor if used properly for this season.
Is it? I'm just asking. I don't know if you have the whole list. Is it Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines? Am I saying Hines?
Nyheim Hines. That's number 2 on the list.
Is it behind? Does Tennessee have number 1?
Tennessee is not number 1. As a matter of fact, I'm very surprised where Tennessee is on this.
I don't even know who their backup.
Tennessee's number 9.
Because their backup's so bad?
Yeah, because they have Hassan Haskins. And they're like, look, man, a healthy Derrick Henry is going to launch you all the way to the top.
Let me take another guess.
All right.
Green Bay Packers?
Green Bay Packers are number 4 with Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon and Keelan Hill. And I think A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones are a great combination.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic running back combination there.
Ooh. I don't.
This is kind of tough. This is a tough group.
Cleveland Browns?
Cleveland Browns are number 1 with Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt and Dearness Johnson.
Although Kareem apparently doesn't want to be there anymore.
Yeah, so that could change everything. But, I mean, listen, man, if Nick Chubb's healthy, you're going to give that dude the ball as often as you can. He's going to average 5 yards plus a carry for you because they do run the ball effectively. It's not like they just say, we're just going to run it all the time we're going to settle for 2.5 yards. They run the ball effectively. They pick up yards. Usually, and I want to see the stat on this, usually it feels like he doesn't take contact until he's about 3 yards past the line of scrimmage. And that's not always the case when it comes to the Cowboys. Number 2 is the Colts. Who's number 3?
Are the Vikings up here?
Very good, Reggie.
Who's their backup?
Dalvin
Do they
Cook,
still have Madison?
Dalvin Cook and Alexander Madison. I don't know how much you saw Madison last year, Mike, but when it came to fantasy, he was a quick pickup.
When he filled in, because he's going to get hurt, right?
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden when he gets hurt, then the backup comes in and did a really nice job. I was wondering this. I know I'm going off of the top list. Is it near the bottom? Could the Cowboys have a really nice run defense in week 1? Because Tampa has Fatty Fournette and Rashad White and Keyshawn Vaughn. That doesn't sound good.
This is only a top 10 list, and Mike, they are not on the top 10. So, yeah, maybe the Cowboys' run defense looks really good.
Neville Gallimore eating them up.
Neville Gallimore. Well, maybe the good thing is maybe that allows Neville Gallimore to be more of a pressure guy because they can't run. Maybe they're poor at running, especially since they've had so many injuries on their offensive line. And like you said, there are some questionable decisions at the running back position. Maybe there is a big whoa, hey, the Cowboys front really was able to get to Tom Brady or maybe the Kyle Trask era because that they can't run the ball up there.
They should make Leonard Fournette, if he's as fat as they think he is, they should make him wear 00 this year for the double donuts.
Dude. Donuts are good, though.
And then they wear the creamsicle jerseys, but they make sure for him it's, cream filled.
Mike.
For Fatty Fournette.
Isn't
that a good nickname?
Has he lost that weight yet? Is it down on him yet? Or have we?
It says on ESPN, it says 6 foot 228, but didn't they say he reported
like
at 260?
Yeah, something like that. But I mean,
you can lose 30 pounds really easy.
It's water weight.
Just don't eat. Let's see how that works for practice.
While he's working out every single day. And then I think to round it out, here's what this is wild to me. Number 5, they have the Baltimore Ravens. And they have J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards, Mike Davis, and Justice Hill.
And Lamar Jackson.
At some point, and definitely Lamar Jackson.
Their quarterback does run for 1,000 yards, right?
At some point, though, weren't all of those guys injured at some point last year? So it just feels like putting them back up there, you're expecting a lot from a bunch of guys that are in recovering.
But they missed, didn't their rookie or second-year guy, he got Dobbins, he didn't even play, right? He got hurt to start the year, so they're expecting him to come back and be a good player. I mean, the Ravens are going to be such an interesting team. They're just, the AFC is so deep at quarterback. I think that's where if Lamar Jackson was in the NFC, I think we would respect him more because he'd be higher on the list of NFC quarterbacks than that AFC just loaded with good young quarterbacks.
The number 7, the New Orleans Saints having Mark Ingram back with Alvin Kamara, and it looks like Alvin Kamara is not going to be banned this year by the NFL, so that's interesting.
Why is it moved to 2023?
I don't have an answer for that specifically.
My son drafted him in fantasy football. He's showing me his team the other night, and I was like, oh, but isn't he out for the first 4 to 6 games?
Yeah,
and then I looked it up, and they're like, yeah, it's going to be in 2023 he gets suspended.
There's the status of that case is not going to affect his availability this season, according to Schefter. He could be disciplined, but in terms of the season, it looks more and more unlikely. And I don't know whether or not that has to do with the fact that the case would be looked at next year, and they're kind of like Deshaun Watson, where we'll just kind of wait it out and watch how it goes. But the hearing related to the case has been delayed 3 different times this offseason, so that could be, Mike, I think that's definitely a part of it, is they're set to open the season September 11th, and that'll be before the hearing takes place. So I think they'll just say, we'll just wait till it's a fresh year there. But that's a really good group of running backs.
Did Cincinnati make the list?
Cincinnati? Not on the list.
Good. Look, we're going to have good run defense to start the year. Then we play suckers, right? Because then we play divisional opponents.
They do have one really good running back. And I think that when it comes to Cincinnati, their pass defense is something that I'm scared of. They actually didn't even make the honorable mention list. So that's interesting because the Eagles, Commanders, Bills, Dolphins, Bears, Jaguars, and Chargers all made the honorable mention list and not the Bengals. And I think Joe Mixon, man, if I'm going into fantasy this season, he might be a great value to pick up and add to this thing. So that's very interesting to see that. But, Mike, I think that game is going to be more about how do you cover these big wide receivers? How do you stop Jamar Chase from running downfield and getting a 50-yard bomb against you? And then Joe Mixon's kind of added into the mix.
The second half of the season for the Cowboys is a lot tougher run defense situation. I think the first half, the Cowboys could look good based off of being better, one, and then the opponent, two. As we get deeper into the season, I see just going off of November 13th, you play at Green Bay. Then the next week you play at Minnesota. Then to start December, you play the Colts. Then late in the year, your second to last game is at Tennessee. So those are later in the year, you play on this depth chart, and then the premium running backs, right? The top 2 running backs are on your December schedule. 2 teams that we said are deep at running back and then have good number 1s too are the Packers and Vikings. That happens in November. But if you look at September and October, you're not playing teams with good running backs.
Yeah, no, that might be a huge benefit to you. That could be, Mike, the way that your secondary looks really good, because if you can make a team one-dimensional and your secondary is good enough to hold up against them, now your defense is looking really hot.
I see how, Michael. I mean, we're undefeated in September. We get to October undefeated. November undefeated, but tougher because at Green Bay, at Minnesota, back-to-back weeks. But I mean, we are the 72, Dolphins. And then you get to December, you've built up so much confidence, and then I mean, who's really going to beat you on this schedule? You know what? Michael Irvin was right. He's not crazy. He's 17-0. Second team in my life to ever go undefeated in the regular season. Yeah, it's really easy.
Mike, I'll tell you what. The Cowboys go 2-0 to start this season. We will revisit the 17-0 bet. And we will revisit that and see just where we stand on that.
Yeah, it'll be easy.
That'll be the tough. After that, it's just a cakewalk, right?
Usually there's a team every year that goes undefeated. So why not the Cowboys?
From the
except it never happened.
From the 214, those are tough games, but gosh, the Cowboys have an easy schedule. Well, we'll see how easy it turns out to be. Man.
I think the start of the schedule is very tough. Your first 2 weeks, you're playing teams that have been in the Super Bowl recently, but then from there you get chumps. It's called the NFC East. And then you get a little bit of a tougher game at the Rams, right? So 3 out of your first 5 games, you have your 2020 Super Bowl champ, your 2021 Super Bowl loser, and week 5, your 2021 Super Bowl winner. But, it's surrounded by chumps, Giants and Commanders.
I mean, they're basically high school football teams at this point.
It's like getting to play UT Southwestern, or, you put UTA on the schedule. And like, wait, UTA doesn't even have a football team. Like, yep, exactly. That's how Texas Tech racks up a 3-0 record to start each year.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, why the NBA is not scheduling games on this day and breakout players for the 2022 NFL season. Next on The Fan.
2 of the Cowboys' top insiders teaming up for one.
To the Fan is brought to you by Jack in the Box.
Mike's watching it right now. Bronny James did a in and out and then went straight to the rack and dunked it with his right hand. And Skip Bayless told him, hey, that was nice and everything, but your dad would have dunked it with his left hand. Oh, man. Why are you taking shots at this kid?
Yeah, and first of all, I thought he hated LeBron James.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Skip Bayless likes whoever allows him to bang on who he would like to bang on at this point in time.
Yeah, no, you got yeah. If and whatever will get me attention at some point, we're the KNC masterpiece here.
There was a great post on Luka Doncic and how, he got our team to the conference finals, and everybody did. It's not just one player, but obviously he's the main guy. And going into like game 7, I think Skip Bayless was on there going, yeah, he's soft. There's no way he's going to have a good game with kind of game 7 season on the line. And Shannon Sharp, right? Shannon Sharp. Shannon, right?
Yeah,
Shannon. Yeah. He's like, no, he will.
And then he did.
And then they show like the highlight of just him destroying the Phoenix Suns. And at halftime, like, hey, did you know that you had more points than the Phoenix Suns at halftime? He's like, yeah,
I do. That's that kind of guy. Now, speaking of the NBA, the one day that they won't be playing this year is November 8th, according to the NBA. That is the day of the midterm elections. They will play. All 30 teams will play on November 7th, the night before the midterm elections, but they made a concerted effort to not play on that day. The scheduling decision came out of the NBA family's focus on promoting nonpartisan civic engagement and encouraging fans to make a plan to vote during midterm elections.
Yeah,
it's very interesting.
I think it's really interesting too, because in our job, we're told, I joke about it, but I try to joke where I'm not trying to say I'm Republican or I'm Democrat, but we're told don't talk about politics.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, try not to do it. Try to do sports. I get sometimes politics and sports mix, and it's part of the conversation of sports becomes politics. But like baseball players, football players in general, they're kind of told the same thing too. It's not like, hey, you have to. Basketball seems to be very different. They're like, we want you to be political. We want you to give your hot political takes. I'm not sure if they say they want to, but like giving that day off on November 8th, it's kind of like we're promoting, we want you to give your political views leading up to this and tell your fans who you're voting for and why you're voting for them.
Yeah, and I am kind of curious how the NBA community responds to that. Like the fan base responds to that and says...
Usually 50% respond well to it and 50% respond negatively.
But do you think that the NBA fan base is accurately depicted 50-50 at the moment? Or do you think that... I'm very interested to know that.
I kind of do. I think where you're going, I'll be honest here. Are you saying that probably 80% of NBA fans are Democrats?
I don't know. I'm curious about that because during the pandemic, during that, there was hey, we're all leaving basketball. Well, then didn't it prove that basketball like caught back up pretty quickly because people were back in on this thing this year?
Yes.
And so if there was
I thought that they did lose a lot of viewership, not totally on politics, but they did lose 2020 bubble. Did lose viewership. One, because it was a bubble thing with no fans.
Yeah,
but
it was weird.
2, I think that they went really hard on which way they were supporting, and I do think that hurt some of the viewership. But I don't think they were. I think they were okay with it. They were okay with losing viewers. Going, we're going to express this. And if we lose viewers because of it, we lose viewers because of it.
We feel strong. A lot of the players in the league feel strongly about that, and that is another thing that's pretty interesting. We discussed this a lot with the players in the NBA have more power than they've ever had before in being able to kind of push their way to go do something whenever it comes to their own contracts, being able to go to teams that they want to. It's not like complete, wherever you want. But I think Silver looks at it and says, if I empower the players, they're going to be more committed to the product. And I want to give them opportunities to be outspoken about things, and we'll have those conversations when we have to about what's best for business, but we want the players to feel empowered for those purposes.
Well, I find it interesting that that you might even position it as like the commissioner giving that power, then the players kind of just grabbing it.
Yeah, having it. Yeah.
You know, like, because I do look at this, and some of this, I imagine, comes out of the, you know, refusing to play in the bubble and, like, the players making it very clear what their focus is. Now, of course, you can give some kudos to the league for, you know, deciding to work alongside as opposed to working in opposition to in some ways, because that's a larger, deeper conversation. But I do think that it is interesting the way that the players have made it clear this is something that matters to them, especially like voter engagement, right? You could tell the places in which the league is probably trying to like play this like, all right, well, we still have to be conscious of the way that we are an organization and make sure that we position this as nonpartisan, and so that we want everybody to get involved and go and vote. But this is something that very clearly stems from something that the players care about, and that I think that in that way you have to talk about it coming from the players and their power and the league responding to that, and not the other way around.
Man, that's a really way that Reggie put that there, man. That's why you can hear the get right.
Do you think, Reggie, I have a question, though. Do you think it's the older players that care way more than the younger players? Because they are now adults, because nothing against the younger players. Just for example, I don't know. I'm using this person as a person. Okay. I don't know. Does Anthony Edwards really care? How much did you care? I didn't really. When I was in Arizona Fall League in 2000, when the presidential election was, I could vote, but I would have to do a write-in vote, or not write-in vote. I'd have to mail it. I'd have to do a mail-in vote because I was not in Dallas, Fort Worth when that election took place. I was in Scottsdale, Arizona. And I was like, I don't really care too much about it. And it seems like, for the most part, I get why LeBron James would care, or Chris Paul, or these older guys that have been kind of more affected by politics or by our laws or non-laws in the United States when they're in their 30s. But usually when you're 18 to 25 years old, you might not vote as much or care as much.
I think what I say to that is like, and I guess this is in an attempt to like be apolitical but make a observation about politics, is that, you know, there's not necessarily a single issue that affects any particular voter or any particular citizen. Like, for different people, their political engagement stems from different things. Certain people are, you know, I care about education, or some people are like, I care about economy, or I care, right? So like, I think for different players, there might be different things that might be forays in. So like, in the example of Anthony Edwards, like, you might say that he's young and he might not care, but he might be moved by, you know, police brutality or something, and that could be something that moves him. So I don't know that necessarily there would be a particular demographic that I said cares about it more, because one of the biggest figures that I think in the NBA when I think of like quote unquote activism or like being outspoken is actually Jaylen Brown. And Jaylen Brown's a young guy, but that's a guy that cares deeply about a lot of these types of things. So I don't know necessarily that I would say that it's the younger guys or the older guys, although I think if you were going to try and generalize, I could see how you look at the older guys being guys that have made it to more where they have families and they're possibly thinking more about some of these things.
I mean, Milwaukee was during the bubble for sure at the forefront of a lot of those moments too, right? Like they're like, we're not playing tonight, and then it's not like they haven't taken stands in a lot of different times, but it is interesting to see. Now, some people, it turns them off from it. Some people, they're like, hey, I'm all behind that. I appreciate that, and that's just kind of where we are at this point. I do have a question to you though. Why would Giannis do this? When it comes to Milwaukee, he was asked about playing for the Bulls, and he was like, maybe down the line, but right now I'm with Milwaukee. Why would he do that to the fans? You just signed your contract. You're a big deal there. You're the man. You want a championship. Don't do that to them. He's like, listen, the Chicago Bulls, they had the greatest player ever.
Who asked this and why?
He was on Fox Chicago, and he was asked if he would sometime at some point switch over, and he said, I think anybody you ask that question that plays basketball, if he said no, he'd be a liar. It's a team that won multiple championships, a team that had one of the greatest players ever, if not the greatest player ever, to play the game. So it's a no-brainer. Everybody would love to play for Chicago. Down the line, you never know. You never know how life brings it. Maybe I play for Chicago, but right now I'm committed to Milwaukee. And I found that on Odyssey.com.
Okay. It's weird just because, you know, Chicago hasn't been a relevant organization since Jordan. Now, Jordan is one of those iconic figures. I'll say Troy Aikman isn't. but I found it interesting during the broadcast that Jalen Tolbert has no clue who Troy Aikman is, that he played football. Maybe he knows him as a broadcaster, maybe, but I don't think he does at all, because he's like, I want number 8. They're like, Troy Aikman was number 8. He's like, who's Troy Aikman? Right?
It seems weird.
Babe Loftenberg was telling the story during the game, and it just goes to show, like Jalen Tolbert, there are people that know the history of the sport that do play the sport, but there are a lot of guys like Jalen Tolbert. Jalen Tolbert, from what I get, doesn't watch football, doesn't know the history of football, but plays football. He likes playing football, and he does. He's like, I don't know who Troy Aikman is. I don't know who the Dallas Cowboys are. I don't watch football, but I do love playing.
I'm here to catch footballs.
And maybe he knows recently who some players are in the NFL, because he's like, man, I really love watching, like we heard Odell Beckham Jr. When we were talking to CeeDee Lamb. And maybe he kind of knows a couple of the recent players in the game, but it just goes.
Jalen Tolbert's 23 years old.
Yeah.
So the last time Troy Aikman took a snap, he was 7.
Right.
Like, I can totally understand.
But I know who Bart Starr is. I never played football, but I know who Bart Starr never played when I was alive. Terry Bradshaw never played. Well, I guess he did play when I was alive, but such a young person that I never saw him play. I probably couldn't go to another team's organization that has a Hall of Famer from the 90s/2000s, me as a person who likes sports, and go, I might not know their number. I might say, I want number 4 for the Green Bay Packers. They're like, you can't have 4. That's Brett Favre. Like, oh gosh, I forgot Brett Favre was number 4. I wouldn't go, who's Brett Favre? But I think Jalen Tolbert would go, who's Brett Favre?
All right, so I'm looking
who's
at this.
Joe Montana?
He's in his life, though. Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers, Mahomes, Brady, Matt Ryan, Cam Newton, Peyton Manning, Adrian Peterson, Tom Brady, LaDainian Tomlinson. Like, that's the list of MVPs in like his era of knowing the sport.
Okay.
And so I probably wouldn't either. Now, we know the Cowboys so well, but I'm not going to go to the Cleveland Browns and go, man, I want this number, and they're going to go, that's Bernie Kosar's number. I wouldn't know what number he was.
Bernie Kosar didn't win anything. He's not a Hall of Famer.
What about Brian Sepe? He was a freaking MVP for them in 1980. That's the year before I was born. I wouldn't have a clue who that guy is.
Well, he's not also a legendary player who's on broadcast on Fox now.
I would know Earl Campbell. I would know Dan Marino. Well, I wouldn't know. Let's see. I'm going to go back a little more. I don't know John Brody's number. I don't know. I do know.
I love John Brody and the Pianist.
I don't know Kenny Stabler's number. There are certain players I'm looking at from way in the past that I don't. I do know Walter Payton. I know Jim Brown. I know those guys.
This would be like going to me, and I know he's a little bit better. This would be like going to the Lakers, getting drafted, and saying, I'd like to be 32. And you don't, it's fine. You don't know Magic Johnson's number. But if they're like, that's Magic Johnson's number, and today you go, who's Magic Johnson?
He's that guy that you see in highlights or you see on that Burger King commercial.
But that's the thing. Like, it is what it is. I get that Jalen Tolbert wasn't alive for Troy and Michael and Emmett's career. But you would think that they would be like, that's Troy Aikman's number. I get that you wouldn't know Troy Aikman's number.
Yeah.
But I bet you would be like, you'd say
Troy
Aikman.
Gotcha. I see what you're saying.
I get it. Troy
Aikman,
Hall of Fame quarterback. I didn't know what his number was. Like, I don't know, for example, Dan Marino off the top of my head.
12.
Okay, see, I forgot Dan Marino's number. 13. See, you forgot it too, right? It is 13. It is not
13.
12. Right? But we would be like, oh, I forgot, because he hasn't worn a jersey long. But if they said, you can't have 13, that's Dan Marino's number, I'd say, oh, okay, I'm sorry. I forgot Dan Marino was number 13. But I wouldn't go, I don't know who Dan Marino is.
Yeah. Reggie, do you know what Steve DeBerg's number is?
No, because he's an irrelevant average quarterback in the NFL who probably had 7 different numbers.
I want to say 9.
Man, you're way off. 17.
17. Yeah, and how and
did he win 17 his whole career?
Yeah, he was 17 pretty much the
team.
whole time. All right, that's great stuff, man. And yeah, somebody said, what kind of math were you doing? That he would have been 1 in Troy Aikman's last year. I don't know how to do math. Don't worry about that right now.
Yeah, Kevin's not here, so none of the math is right.
There's plenty of people that I never saw play that I probably don't know their numbers off the top of my head.
Mike, not everybody's a historian of the game.
You
like
are
man.
the best historian I know.
I think Jalen Tolbert's never really watched NFL football. I bet if I asked Jalen Tolbert, hey, who's in the Cowboys division? I bet he doesn't know.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's talk with the G-Bag Nation and see what numbers they don't know. Next on The Fan.
The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Tomorrow we'll have interim head coach, interim manager Tony Beasley join us at 12:20. So that'll be rocking tomorrow at 12:20. Mike's going to ask so many hard-hitting questions about Woody. Or maybe not. Maybe just let's see what his plan is for the rest of the year. Mike, what do you think?
I think that we need to ask, how is it as being part of a coaching staff when a manager gets fired?
Okay.
During that, wasn't Beasley on the staff when?
Yeah, with Banny too.
He was.
Yeah, he absolutely was.
So, I mean, he's now been through this twice as a person on the staff when the head coach / manager gets let go.
It is time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you doing?
Terrific, Majors. How are you?
Doing very well. Thanks to D&M Leasing for having this thing rocking for us here in Crosstalk. I do want to know this. Mike he's still, this is what, 3 days later? He's still furious that Jalen Tolbert doesn't know who Troy Aikman
Not
is.
furious. I get it. I mean, I talked about Lenny Dykstra in the book Moneyball when Billy Bean's on the Mets with him, and he's like, who's pitching? They're in spring training. And he's like, who's this chump? Who's this left-handed chump warming up? And he's like, dude, it's Steve Carlton. He's one of the greatest pitchers of our time. And he's like, I don't know who players are. I just go up there and hit. I don't watch baseball. I don't follow baseball. I just play baseball. I get there are people like that in sports. It is always weird to me, though, that when you get drafted by a team and then you're like, I want number 8. And they're like, that's Troy Aikman. And he's like, I have no clue who football players are. I just wanted number 8.
At what level do you think a guy like you should know that guy? Star quarterback seems like one, but let's say he was like, I don't know who George Teague is. He's one of my favorite players, but I can understand if nobody knew who George Teague was.
You know, you talk about Tolbert, but in this current class, Tyler Smith completely knew the history of Larry Allen. He knew where Larry Allen went to school. He knew about Larry Allen dealt with some problems in his life as a child. I mean, he had the whole history down of the number and all that. So
did Daryl Johnston, right, with 48, and Jake Ferguson now wearing his number.
Yeah,
that's why Jake Ferguson's wearing it.
I think you owe it to yourself if you're drafted by a team to kind of try and get a little bit of knowledge of where you're going and who you're playing for.
Did Favre know who Bart Starr was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, when he came to Green Bay, but it's very you know the history when you come to Green Bay, you see it.
Okay.
Because as soon as you show up, you walk through the front door and there's Super Bowl trophies and then there's pictures and Hall of Fames and stuff like that. And then you walk in the stadium and then they've got all these names on the wall, so you have an idea.
So
Bart Starr was one of his best friends.
Do they teach that, Brian? Like in your time with other organizations, do they teach the rookies about the history of that team?
You know what? I know me personally, and it's funny, Gavin and I were laughing about this. I can't tell you anything about Devontae Adams, but I could tell you every other receiver that played in the 70s or in the 80s and stuff like that. I have this weird deal in my brain where I know like the 72 Pirates, the 75 Dodgers. I know these names that are ingrained in my brain. But now, you know, like we were playing that game the other day and I was like, this is crazy. I can't remember any of these guys' names. But I never remember us on a team that I went to where we said, hey, listen, go learn. I remember when I went to work in Philadelphia, because when I was a Cowboys fan and going to Philadelphia games, I knew who Harold Carmichael was. I knew who Bill Berge was. So when I met these guys, it was like, I know who you are. I watched you play. But we never had a program to teach the players the history of the organization.
Here's what I worry about, and this is all general. This is going to happen to Jalen Tolbert. Here's what I worry about. Let's just say I was in Brian Broaddus' position at one point as a scouting director. If I find out that this player doesn't watch football, really care about football in general, he's just like, I love playing football, but I don't watch it. I don't know I don't know who's in our division. I don't know who played football before me. I don't know who's playing football now. I just like playing football. Then I go, crap. how well is he going to be able to understand this game at this high of a level where a lot of times talent won't get it done? Not only do you have to have talent, they're all talented in the NFL, they're all talented in Major League Baseball. But if you've never watched somebody like you play this sport at this level, then are you going to care to actually watch this sport while you're playing it at this level to learn the nuances? And I know that's just a general statement.
No.
It doesn't mean Tolbert's going to be good or not good.
Can you really love it if you don't watch it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then how many adjustments can I make if you're like, I don't really like watching this sport?
Well, how about we interviewed Sam Williams today, or well, not today, but when we were at training
weeks
camp.
ago.
Yeah, and
Maybe
Sam
on a
Williams
Tuesday.
told us he doesn't watch football; he watches cartoons. Remember that whole thing?
John Marion loves cartoons.
Yeah, he
Didn't
was
watch
like,
basketball.
It was funny. It was like he was talking about, and some players are just God-gifted talent, and maybe that's not their interest. I know I was with a guy in Jacksonville, Ben Coleman. All Ben Coleman cared about was getting enough money to open Stone Cold Creameries. That's all he cared about. He
Sounds
played,
great.
He played football. He played football. John Frank, Ohio State tight end, played for the 49ers. John Frank played long enough so he could get his medical school paid for. And once it's paid for, he quit. There's some guys that just do this because it's a job to get them to where they want to be. And, you know, I mean, you want guys that are glass eaters. You want those guys that live and die football. But in this day and age, there's a lot of kids that don't have the same interest that I had in 1972. Yeah. They just don't.
It's glass eating season, boys. And with Sam Williams didn't know who Jerry Jones was.
Well,
remember that's he was like, I didn't even know who Jerry was until I got here and started understanding.
He had a
all this
visit
stuff.
with him on the 30 visit thing.
That's what it was.
That's when he knew who he was.
And you can use that in your city for optics too. Like just look at 88. Dez, all those guys, they live off the number and they can use the number and say, all these guys do. And even Jerry Jones was smart enough to know when he bought the team, I need some optics in my favor right now because everybody wants to hate me for firing Tom Landry. So what did he do at the first camp? Walked out with Roger Staubach. He said, nobody's going to boo Roger Staubach. They'll boo me, but they're not going to boo Roger Staubach. So I'm going to walk out there with him. And everybody was like, oh, yeah. And he was like, see, they love me.
Genius.
They love me.
I think you know what we're talking about, though. It's why it's important to have great coaches, guys that can relate to people and then sort of get that inspiring message home to go out and be the best version of yourself. And if you can just, dial that up a little bit, maybe that's why Sam Williams and Jalen Tolbert are second and third rounders. The right coach talks to them, gets them inspired, gets them motivated to be the best version of themselves. And now you find an edge. And that's what great coaches do.
Yeah. I can only imagine what the fan text was like yesterday during y'all's interview with John Daniels. We started the show off with this. Is he the most despised man in DFW sports right now? And y'all can look. Y'all are reading the fan text, so y'all might know.
I kind of feel like that Stephen Jones is still running way ahead of everybody right now.
Anybody named Jones kind of has in that.
Well, more Stephen than anybody.
Well, not Charlotte.
Yeah, I think Stephen's still running. There was a lot of disdain for John Daniels. So absolutely was. But I think if you talk to fans, they would say that Stephen Jones is probably still their guy.
I think Ranger fans are pointing the finger at the wrong person. Now, maybe John Daniels has responsibility and why this person's still around, but I think Kip Fagg needs to be getting a lot of blame for what's gone on with the Rangers over the last decade, and he should maybe be the next to go.
Is this what you were saying you were going to come after me for?
No,
Okay,
I'm upset with you, Mr. You think you're the greatest person ever at fantasy football, and you won't even join our 105.3 The Fan Fantasy Football League.
Wow. Well, it's because y'all were talking about raising the price.
It's a $50 buy-in,
I have
Corey.
not gotten a raise in a little bit. So.
Oh, you haven't gotten a raise in a little bit? Yeah, talk to Eric and I. Okay, here's the situation. We need somebody from the KMC Masterpiece to participate. We want somebody from every show. I'm looking at you too, Reginald. Where's the Get Right representation?
Every time Reggie's in, he wins, though. Like, every time he's ever drafted, he's won the league.
That's where the money is, Reg. You win, you get the money, baby.
All right, I guess it might be pressured into this.
I know you got a show
point.
to get to, but Zach, I want to give you a compliment.
Yeah?
Your shirt's too big.
It is too big. I'm going to have to go get some new clothes.
Nice. Look at that. You're going to be wearing Chio's clothes here pretty soon. What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Usually the skinny guys shave all their hair.
I'm never shaving.
Pure
This is
gold
all
always.
natural.
Thanks for asking.
Nice.
First ever preseason edition of TD Tuesday coming up at 3 o'clock.
I am excited for that. I don't even know what it is yet, but I'm pumped. All right,
We're
guys.
doing it at 3.
That
Let's
is
go.
that is the G-Bag Nation. Roll home with them. We'll be back tomorrow with Tony Beasley at 12:20. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
Miss anything from your
Coming up for you, we have the Rangers Players Show at 3:20. Bubba Thompson is going to jump in here, and we'll talk baseball with him. We'll, of course, continue to break down where the Rangers go from here at Manager. And is this a good thing or bad thing? I continue to be blown away by the amount of disdain there is out there for John Daniels. Will he last another off season around here? We got to talk about all those things. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are riding, and so is Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. They get the win last night, 2-1. Simeon homered again, so that's cool.
They won the one-run game. They did.
Yeah.
We're batting 1,000, baby, with Tony Beasley.
Just had to get rid of the skipper, right? Open up Club Rangers.
Holy cow.
That's all it took, man.
Where are you guys on the general direction of where this team is going? See, I think they have talent coming up. Mm-hmm. I think they're spending money. Mm-hmm. I think they have some good players. The general framework of a good team is there. They just need to get a finished product, and I think they're within striking distance of it.
Yeah, I think that you've seen a lot of growth from Leody Taveras this year. We know he's a fantastic outfielder defensively. The question was, could he become an above-average offensive player? And he's taken great strides at the plate this year with his plate discipline. It's been fun to watch Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran get up to the big league level. And then Bubba Thompson, who's been up and during this 3-game win streak is a massive reason that the Rangers have been able to win the last 2 games of that Seattle series. And then last night he was huge again. So, I think those are 3 guys that could be foundational pieces for you. Be awesome if we get to see Josh Young next month as well, who should be healthy and ready to go. I think that was a guy that we were hoping we'd already have gotten to see if it weren't for the injury this year. So it's still, the jury's still out. Like, are these guys that are actually going to develop into all-star caliber players like you had with Kinsler and Elvis and some of the core youth that you had in those World Series teams? But they've certainly shown they're willing to spend money. I think they're going to go get another arm this offseason, maybe another outfielder as well. Or do they look at what they have with their youth and say, we're good in the outfield. We like Bubba. We like Leody. We think Adolis is a guy that's going to be here for a while. So they're going in the right direction. But what JD told us yesterday, guys, I don't know that John Daniels is going to be here next year.
Yeah. I don't think so either. And, I don't know how much it matters. I think JD could easily just continue to transition more into a president's role and let Chris Young do things. Yeah. And maybe that's the perfect spot for him. JD has serious CEO energy, Brian.
He does. And, he's always kind of been a big picture guy, and made a lot on his plate, as they kind of navigated things. I feel like, though, that what Wooly Bully was talking about with the youth of this team, that JD and CY and the ownership got together and said, listen, we don't have the right manager for these players. I don't want these young players coming in and it being their locker room.
Building these habits.
They need leadership. They need direction. And that's why I feel like that they made the decision that they did. To go ahead, let's go ahead. We're gonna. This thing is not a playoff team this year, of course, but they're figuring it out. Like, let's go ahead and take our resources and go look and see who could be the right guy for our young team.
Yeah, you just needed a stronger hand on that steering wheel.
Yeah, they did not need Woody with these young players, evidently, is what they felt like.
469, he didn't deserve to be fired, and I think that's what you get when you're a very well-liked person, but it's year 4 in pro sports. They spent a bunch of money, and you're barely, if better, They were around 500. Since then, they've looked like the team that Woody's managed the last 3 years. That's adding Seager and Simeon, 2 of the best, 10-position players in the game. I don't know if you can say he didn't deserve to be fired when your team is that bad in year 4.
Yeah, because there's so much we don't personally know. Clearly, there was the way that he was going about things, his processes and stuff with the way he prepared the team and all that kind of stuff was not in line with the way that Chris Young and these guys see it. So to them, they said, okay, this is something that we need to move away from. And so it is encouraging that they clearly have a vision to where they at least know what they don't want in terms of the way that Woody was doing his thing. Hopefully they have a really good idea of what it is they do want and how to go get that from a managerial standpoint. But they clearly have a vision to where this is what we kind of want to be doing here, and we want to win. We're spending the money to do it. We're drafting the pitchers because we know how desperately we need those. Hopefully they develop. And there's other things from a lower level, from the AA, AAA stuff of maybe you want to tweak that, and how far are you willing to go to revamp this whole sucker. But like, what's your optimism in terms of Chris Young? Do you believe in him and where he's at? Because that'll tell you, kind of give you an idea of what this is going to be for you. Because Chris Young's clearly going to be the one driving this ship.
I think you hit it right on the head. Why I am optimistic about this, and it's because I love Chris Young. I believe in this guy, and if you listen to the press conference yesterday, you could tell like JD was hurting. He had to let go of a guy that he was like, man, he really believed in and he liked personally. Chris Young was excited about the organization going in a new direction. That's how he was talking. And I believe in Chris Young. I think he's tough. I think he's no nonsense. I think he has standards, and I think he knows how to build winning systems. You know, this is a guy that whatever you put him in charge of in any industry, he is going to help cultivate a culture of success and break down your weak points and accentuate your positives. I'm a huge Chris Young guy, and thanks for bringing us around to that point of conversation, because why are you optimistic? The team's been heading in the right direction since CY arrived, and JD has much less of a role.
Sometimes the nice guy is not the right guy. And that's probably what you had in Woody.
Well, and
everybody, when the manager or the coach is a nice guy, when they're the nice guy, sometimes it's not the right guy.
You got to have the right players for that. You got to have the veteran leaders on the team that are willing to say, okay, we're going to take the reins. We're going to take ownership of this thing. Like there is a world where this type of style can work, but you got to have a very specific kind of clubhouse with the players that you have. And clearly you brought the guys you spent the money on were not guys that were coming in here and ready to take that charge.
There's no Michael Young in that locker room.
There's nobody like that.
You've got, and you said it yesterday, Gavin, you've got lead by example guys, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but you need somebody that's going to police the clubhouse. If you're going to be a standoff manager and let guys have the freedom to do what they want and do whatever their pregame routine is, you need somebody else that's going to say, hey, you shouldn't be screwing around. We're going out here and we're going to go do this. Come over and take ground balls. We're going to go out and do fielding practice, whatever it might be. But I do think, and just like we would get after a Will McClay, who, and for the Cowboys or whoever it is with the Mavericks, the development of some of the young Rangers, and this is the issue, right? I mean, the reason you had so much success in the beginning of the 2010s was you were able to develop. You were able to get Derek Holland and Matt Harrison and some of these young pitchers, and then the Ian Kinsler and the Elvis Andrews and some of these guys that came up and were cornerstone players. They thought they had it with a Rugi and a Mazzara, didn't end up working out. These draft picks, getting a guy like Dylan Tate, Lewis Brinson, they've missed on a lot of these. A guy, and I'm not ever trying to really go after people's jobs, but if we're looking at what are some legitimate changes, and if everyone wants to just point at John Daniels, Senior Director of Amateur Scouting, Kip Fagg, what have you done for me lately, Kip?
Even the 2010 and 2011 teams were built a lot on the Teixeira trade to Atlanta, which got you Elvis and got you Neftali Feliz, and then the acquisition of Josh Hamilton, the addition of Vlad Guerrero. You know, as far as homegrown players on even the World Series teams, I think you really got to squint, and that's been a problem. It's a problem that I think they're in the process of remedying. And when Jack Leiter was drafted, Al Leiter was very skeptical about the Rangers organization because of the things we just talked about. But what did he do? He talked with Chris Young, and after that conversation, Al Leiter was like, "Oh yeah, my boy can go be on your organization."
Sure.
That's
right,
not a problem.
Because Chris Young helped that.
Yeah.
He helped remedy that. So CY is not my issue. But even this year with Chris Young and with Chris Woodward, some of our stuff is we're looking at the minor league, and we were hoping Cole Winn would be up right now. We were hoping maybe Jack Leiter, if he had a good year, would be up right now. These guys have not had good minor league seasons. In development, again, that's the reason. They brought up Leody Taveras last year. Wasn't good. They brought him up this year. Had to send him back down. Now he's back up. There's been so much Jekyll and Hyde with the development. Some of these guys have panned out. Some of them haven't. at some point, I think you need to make a change there.
Absolutely, yeah, especially after such a long record. Okay, tonight, Rangers are going with Kohei Arihara. Yeah, the Japanese signing from a couple of years ago didn't work out the first time around. He's been hurt, but now he's back, and he's been having somewhat success. But there's another pitcher they identified, and I think they spent like $7.5 million bringing him over, and he blew up on the spot when he arrived at Major League Baseball. The A's are going to counter with J.P. Sears tonight, pregame at 6:30, Brian.
On the Twitch, they want to know, though, is everybody on Chris Young's train because he hasn't failed yet?
Yeah, probably, but he's also a hometown guy. He grew up a Rangers fan, and I like a lot of the moves that he's made since he's been here, personally. I mean, look at the Gallo trade that he made.
Mm-hmm.
That's giving you immediate return. Glenn Otto just pitched a phenomenal game for you last night. Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran. They're young. They're playing for you in the big league level. That's a home run trade for you. Joey Gallo, he's already been traded from the Yankees. He's now an LA Dodger. So I think there's a lot of reasons why you should point out, hey, Chris Young's made good moves already. Until a guy fails, sure, we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Everything we've heard about him is he's just a really bright guy when it comes, and that's why so many teams wanted him.
Absolutely.
Since they've been acquired, the farm system is elevated. The draft picks are getting big thumbs up. They spent some money. It seems like they actually have a plan.
Kind of manipulated the draft a little bit.
But it's been so early. I think the Twitch guy has a point. He hasn't failed yet.
Yeah.
He's, so far he hasn't messed up, as, we're unfortunately used to seeing DFW front offices do. Quiet day around the Cowboys. We have several good angles to roll out for you throughout the show, but there's no real pressing news right now, Brian. Am I right?
No, nothing. They've got they had practice yesterday. They'll have another practice today, and then they board trains to go to Irvine to go work against the Chargers for a day or two, and then they have their mock game on Friday and then play against the Chargers on Saturday. So really not anything pressing going on right now.
So we get round 2 of one of these, joint practices. Hopefully the Cowboys do better. The Chargers are being identified as one of the most talented teams on paper, although their defense not where the majority of the assets sit. They did do some investing in on the defensive side of the ball. So I think this is a playoff team. I think it's going to be a big test you follow.
Oh, it's going to be huge. This is going to be a fun one. This is one of those where you're like, gosh, dog it. I wish I could be out there watching this because
you guys want to fly out?
The Chargers, I'm down to fly out, bro. I'm down to fly out. And that's going to be a fun watch because Justin Herbert's a monster. They got weapons offensively, but especially I think it is going to be a challenge for the Cowboy offense, and it'll be a really good one at that when you talk about having to block Khalil Mack and Bosa, and then there's Derwin James floating around over there. Okay, J.C. Jackson now, the interception machine from New England
Samuel
is there.
Jr.
Exactly. So you got 4 cornerstone type players on that defense.
Derwin James,
it's gonna be
safety.
It's going to be an eye-opening experience, I think, for the offense a little bit to be like, okay, this is going to be a challenge here.
469 General said the Rangers have been heading in the right direction since Young got here. What's the difference? Under 500 and 0 development. I don't remember guys coming up and having the sort of impact that Josh Smith did early or Tavares did early. We haven't been in the top 10 of the Baseball America prospect rankings for like 7 years. So things are looking better. John Daniels didn't know how to talk to ownership to get them to spend money. Chris Young is here. You got Simeon and Seager. If you can't see how this team is better positioned, if you can't get out of the immediate moment, you want to start holding Chris Young's feet to the fire now? He told you when he got here it's a 3-year project. This team was not only rock bottom when CY got here, they had refused to acknowledge they were even rebuilding. They were trying to do some dog and pony show to get the stadium built and try to put butts in seats with some crappy baseball team. Chris Young cut through that, said we're not doing this mess anymore where we're somewhere in the middle. We're a damn rebuilding team. He went out and got you Simeon and Seager. You're top 10 in the prospect rankings. This thing is building to something that's going to be a damn exciting baseball team. Now, maybe you got to wait another 12 months, but that's what you sign up for in pro sports. You don't get very often, but you have to become adept at recognizing what is going on and reading between the lines or whatever. And between the lines, you can see John Daniels has been squeezed out. and a new vision that's got much more clarity and a lot less feet dragging and sucking up to ownership has taken charge in the GM room. Okay, now you have a guy who's a proven winner, and he's getting after it.
I knew he was going to have the fastball working today, boys. When he showed up with the chocolate pudding Oreo situation, now he's got the chocolate chip muffin sitting right next to him as well. Dawson is
envious.
in his bag today.
You know, we're going to the Ranger game tonight.
TD Tuesday will get you going, Dawson.
The boss is taking us tonight. He's treating us, and Eric's already like, dude, I'm getting the chicken tendies. I'm like, have one for me because I'm going to see all these goodies in the suite. Not going to be able to dabble in any of it, trying to keep this soda body right. But as soon as Dawson rocked in with the delicious Oreo pudding, I thought, damn it, Gab.
Yeah, he came in with a different swagger today as he was munching on that.
It had the whipped cream on top with the crushed Oreo.
It looked legendary. And you bought that here downstairs in the snack area.
Yeah, I found it. I cracked open that fridge.
Next time. I don't want to know it's so close.
Diamond in the rough, man.
That little store has been there for over a year. For the first time I cracked open the fridge today, there's all kinds of yummy delights in there. Yeah. There's like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in there.
Oh, I love a little Uncrustable
That's
action.
Basics. Don't eat it.
Oh,
That's Basics.
get me on that Uncrustable, boys.
Have you still been eating his bars?
Oh, I asked him if I ever take one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you
before I just took it. Now I ask him.
We're off and running. We got to run around the rim. How did blunts and anime play a huge part in the association over the weekend? We'll find out next. Then we'll get you the G bag of the day here on the Fan.
Blasting out.
Welcome back, Nation. Let's go around the rim here. The Nosebleed Seat Boys will lead us in this. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel at truckwreck.com. Chiafalo, Wolchuk, take us away.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. Ladies and gentlemen, the adults are going all the way around the rim.
Let it ride! Brain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
All right, we'll get to the Draymond wedding blunts, the happily ever after blunts here momentarily. But did you guys see Skip Bayless continuing to have no chill? Tweeting out yesterday. You were marveling. I don't know if it was on or off the air yesterday, Dawson, at a Bronny James, it was a nice dunk. It was a nice dunk that he had in whatever high school game he was playing in. Yeah, went viral, kind of a nice dunk.
Good finish.
Skip Bayless, like by any standard, objectively badass for a high schooler to do that.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you're Skip Bayless and you have his eyeballs.
Oh, my God. What did he say?
Because he tweets out, hey, Bronny, ... impressive, but your dad would have dunked it left-handed. You sure got away with it, though.
What?
In tweet.
That was a nice little, that was a cool style. That was better.
I admire the consistency of Skip Bayless to just be a never-ending, just total bleep hole.
You know, it's just he hates LeBron, and now he's going to carry over the hate to his son.
Yeah,
we're doing this. We're trolling the teenagers now.
You don't do that to the son. You don't do that to the kid. Try to steal his shine. It's okay with the adult. Yell at me. I'm a man. I'm 40. You know what I'm saying?
I do. Thank you, Coach Gundy. Now to the wedding of all weddings. Draymond Green tied the knot with his lovely bride. And it was a who's who event, boys. Every time, to your left, to your right, it's LeBron, it's Steph. Name that NBA player, and they were there. And, of course, they had, I believe it was one of the babies. I don't think it was the little one. I think it was baby was performing.
Okay.
Now, don't quote me on that, but one of the babies was up there performing and having a great time. Everybody was loving it. Looked like
it was Lil Baby.
It was Lil Baby.
No, I'm just screwing with you.
Oh, okay. But one of the babies
it was
performing.
Definitely Baby.
Looked awesome.
And Roddy Rich.
Now, we all know that every wedding, usually they like to do something cute, a little take home or a little something festivity, maybe a little
thanks for coming
bag of a little token of gratitude for being here, and I guess
or sharing the day with us.
What Draymond and his wife decided to have at one portion of the party was a bit of a blunt rolling station.
Not a bit of a blunt, a full-on blunt rolling station.
It was legendary.
So this is replacing the carving station we have at weddings now? Is that
like there's a cocktail hour and then there's
dinner.
There's a little bit of
These are cigar-sized blunts.
I thought it was cigars to begin with, but it wasn't at all, right?
It looks as thick as like a full-on cigar. I think one or two of those would have got the entire party completely stoned out of their minds. And there's I
thought those were cigars to start the game.
No, there's right. This is like a championship stogie, like a post game championship stogie.
Red Auerbach,
That's how big they were. But it was filled with a green substance.
Oh,
not tobacco, Broadus. And so I guess it's just, is it one of these things now where it's so common and no worries at all in the NBA that all these NBA players are just there? Draymond very openly having a giant blunt rolling station there where you have the choice of 3 different strains. Of course, you can get Happily Ever After, which is a gelato kush.
Very romantic.
You can get the Hazel Haze, which is a biscotti something or other. And then there's the All Day, which is probably some semblance of a sativa, boys. Okay. And those are the options that you had. And I believe there was like one blunt for every regular season win that the Golden State Warriors have had for the last 5 years, because it was like an endless amount. I can't imagine J.R. Smith walked out of there he's got enough weed to smoke for the next 2 years.
I wonder if Josh Howard got an invite.
Josh Howard was probably hanging out over there. Sean Kemp was certainly participating, but
maybe Corey Blunt, LeGarrette Blunt.
Yeah, the entire Blunt family was there.
It is legal in California. There's no testing for it. I think this is just it seems weird because it's the conditioning of what we've been told our whole lives about this, right? It's bad. You're a criminal element if you participate in this, but it's just the same as someone offering you like a bottle of wine as a parting gift, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this might be a new trendy thing, but I believe this is sort of the first of its kind on like on a large scale kind of basis.
Now, when you say station, were they helping people learn how to roll it or roll your own, or was there like a pro roller there just dropping them off at the end of the line?
Pro roller.
It's a pro
roller.
Oh, it's a pro.
Yeah, they have, I believe they call them bud tenders.
Okay.
Yeah. So there was at least one, if not more, probably more than just one bud tender, and there was just an endless amount of the thickest and fattest blunt you've ever seen in your life. So,
I think I'd rather be a bud tender than a bartender. You don't have to smell people's cigarettes and deal with drunk people.
You never have to worry about over serving them.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah,
sure,
baby.
of course you can have another, sir.
Just point them to the convenience store.
Right.
I don't know. That's one too many for you today, sir. Your eyes are very red.
Do you walk over there and go, well, what do we have here today? What kind of questions you ask to get one? Or you just grab one out of the pile?
I would just.
Or do you want your own
talk
special
to me? Talk to me about these. What's the difference between Happily Ever After and Hazel Haze?
So you're asking questions, right? You're just not acting like you know what you're doing and just grabbing one.
How fat would you like it?
Yeah. How big do you want it, sir?
Okay.
All these different
things.
things.
Okay, do you start the night there or finish the night there?
That's a great question. I think most people are going to do
for the wedding. I probably start it there.
I think it'd be good for the pregame meal, and then I think it'd be good for the postgame
recovery, and then
the wedding. You're in the back. You sit do that and sit in the back.
It's a nice little there's an hour left in the party. Nice little pick me up to finish me out here. Yeah, that's a pretty legendary move, Draymond.
Is it an aphrodisiac? Have you guys heard that for some women, cannabis is a get you in the mood.
I know they alleged it back in the day.
I've
right?
heard that with oysters.
Okay,
oysters for sure.
Okay,
Spanish fly.
That's way back in the day.
That is.
That's way back in the day.
What do you mean? Eat some flies?
Exactly.
Yeah. You're close.
Like Doug Ford.
Is this an Urban Dictionary?
This feels like we're getting got right now. We just got soup kitchened, bro.
Holy cow! Did I get clam chowded?
It's got duck sauce.
Yeah, you're good.
Hey, what's going on with this anime stuff?
Oh man, so Zion's a
Spanish fly. I'm googling.
Zion's a big anime fan, and he was doing the media rounds. He said Zion is estimating that around 80% of players in the league are into anime, and they're just too scared to admit it. And he was recently at an anime convention, and those familiar with the conventions of the form know that it would be hard to craft a genre better suited to professional athletes, because it often revolves around a protagonist striving to achieve greatness in their chosen field, be it high seas piracy such as One Piece, which Troy Hughes recently was voiced in the recent movie, or fighting alien warlords using energy blasts to powerfully destroy their enemies. Oh, and their hair turns gold, which is Dragon Ball Z. Now, Dragon Ball Z has a new movie that's coming out to theaters. I may or may not be going to see it on Thursday night.
Into this.
I love
was
DBZ.
Wondering how this made the rundown.
I grew up a big DBZ fan. And if you're a hater of anime, and I know there's a lot of listeners out there that love it, 877-881-1053. Can't say I watch them all, but I have dabbled in One Piece a little bit, but I do love DBZ. That's always going to be near and dear to my heart.
I thought you were a Digimon guy, too.
Never really got into Digimon. I did like Pokemon.
I know, because he has a Pokemon t-shirt that'll wear in the studio plenty.
I did like Pokemon.
You have a Dragon Balls t-shirt as well.
But I'm not going to hate on it. Like a lot of people love
what
Naruto.
What did you say, D and what?
DBZ.
DBZ.
Dragon Ball Z.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that like it. I'm not going to hate on it.
A lot of good anime products out there these days, man.
Yeah.
But Zion's a big fan, and he thinks a lot of. I know Luca loves it. I think Luca had some anime shoes that he wore one night.
I keep getting these random anime girls that keep popping up on my Twitter of suggested.
Well,
things.
There's going to be some weird stuff if you go down that rabbit hole.
Wow, bro.
It is time now for the best audio from the world of sports. It's time for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius.
Yeah, who run it?
Lucius.
Who run it?
Lucius.
Y'all tripping. Y'all tripping. Anyway, let's see.
Dude, that movie Lemon was a big what the bleep, by the way.
Yeah.
I finished it, and I still am. It's like giving me head nightmares.
Yeah. That's what
I don't know what I watched.
It's so manic, bro. And so is that HBO show. It's crazy as hell.
I got that in the queue, baby.
Watch. HBO ruined their whole budget on this guy's show, by the way. It's brought to you by CBD American Shaman Shop, Texas, CBD.com. Did you say something, brothers?
No, I didn't.
Lies.
Yeah, good. Shut your mouth, Brian.
Yeah, lies. Our winner so far is Michael Irvin. Is he preaching or reaching right here, y'all?
I'm saying if they clean up will stay right there. If they clean up these penalties, they will be chasing. Let me clear it up for you. The 72 Dolphins. Ain't nobody talking about the right now Dolphins. Oh, now you know what I'm saying. I'm talking about the 72 Dolphins. Yes, you heard what I said. When you got the number one offense, clean up these penalties. You had the number one offense, number one score. You should be chasing the 72 Dolphins. Did Michael say something crazy?
Yes, it's aggressive.
I just said reality.
Just doing some journalism over here, guys. Number one offense, number one defense. Just got to clean up the penalties.
I still don't even know what they were doing. They out on the water somewhere. They're on like a bit of a pontoon boat.
They were on the back of a boat, just like, you know what, let's get this over
It was
real quick.
It's Stephen A's first day back. He'd had shoulder problems and stuff like that, so he'd been gone a while. So it was just like,
Stephen A. just got off the IL.
Yeah.
And it was like, we need to make this big. Let's bring the playmaker in here.
Let's put him on a boat.
I heard
Let's put him in the water somewhere.
Put him in a body bag today.
Whatever medication he's got to make him queasy.
Yeah.
Let's see. How about Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss? They found their new punter?
yeah, they did.
Bro.
Where did they find this guy at? I don't know. Let's ask Lane real quick.
Hey, you guys have also added a punter to your roster. Can you talk a little bit about him?
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about him. I think he was down at the frat house, you know, like at a keg party or something, you know, where they got him from. So we got some conditioning work to do with my guy. But we just said, hey, someone go find a punter around campus. And so we found one that actually used to punt in Division I. So you never know.
That's classic,
That's
man.
so lackadaisical. He's like, I don't know. Honestly, we just needed one. We found one. I love the idea of college football, and it's just like, hey, we need something. Let's just scour the campus and find. I don't care how belligerent he is. We can kick a football. Damn it,
go.
bring him in here.
Yeah, man. I was at a party last week, and this guy was bragging that he used to punt, but he gave it up. Yeah, I might have his number. He was shotgunning beers, boy. I think that guy could get after it.
I'd like to be the coach dedicated with that responsibility of like, hey, infiltrate the frat parties, figure it out, man.
Let's go to the soccer games.
You're going undercover. You gotta blend in with these guys, and so whatever happens, bro.
I think we also need to check in the SEC who went for it more on fourth down in the last season. I think it was Ole Miss. They never punt. So this fraternity punter
Lane's
guy,
like, I don't give it in.
Lane not caring much about his punter.
We got to get him in shape a little bit.
Not caring about his punter too
So
much.
if you got halfway some athletic ability, you need to be out here learning how to kick and punt.
Yeah,
that's right.
Because these teams are looking for you, bro.
Snap a little bit. Snap too. Pay your way through school.
Yeah, your son doesn't have a hell of an arm. He might have a hell of a foot, Dad.
Just playing catch upside down sometimes. Yeah,
that's what you got to do
Kid's
with him.
got a great arm.
Yeah. Let's see. How about this guy that sounds like Kevin Hart?
Okay.
He prank called a gym. They got real excited. Listen to this.
Press 1 for new members.
Calling Ocean Fitness Racing Drive. This is Ebony. How may I direct your call?
I was actually hoping to talk to someone about a gym membership.
You can talk to me about
It's not Kevin Hart.
Okay, Ebony, this is Kevin Hart. I'm in town for the weekend. I was actually thinking about getting a gym membership, just something short term. I don't need nothing long, maybe like 2 or 3 days.
That's really good, bro.
It is.
Come on, Ebony, it's Kevin Hart. Me and you, I know you already feel the vibe.
Oh my gosh, is this Kevin Hart for real?
This is actually Kevin Hart. I wouldn't lie about that. Swear to
Oh
God.
my God, I think it's Kevin Hart.
It is Kevin Hart. How you
it is
doing?
Dreamer. It's him. Oh my God.
It is. I appreciate it. Give me your name one more time.
My name is Ebony, and my boss's name is Dreamer.
Ebony, thank you so much.
My boss is standing right here. We gonna hook you up. We are huge fans, dude. I'm telling you. You come here right now. We're gonna hook you up.
That's unbelievable. Look,
I'll pay for your 3-day pass. I'll pay for it if you come here right now.
You'll pay for my 3-day pass. Me and Dwayne Johnson, you'll pay for both of our passes.
Dwayne Johnson, he's not with you. Stop.
Dwayne will be in town tomorrow morning.
Dwayne will be here tomorrow morning.
He's my trainer. Somebody got to train me.
That's all she can take. That's all she can take.
Hyperventilate.
Man, that is good.
That is on point.
Did you guys like making prank phone calls as a kid?
Absolutely.
yeah.
The Star 69, man.
I hated taking them when I was working at Chick-fil-A, though. Those kids got annoying.
Ding Dong Ditching was more fun for me, though.
Yeah, it had a different name when I was introduced to it.
Yeah.
And it was a white kid. I was like, okay, this is what we do in this neighborhood.
Brutal. Yeah, everybody loves Kevin Hart, though. And that was an expert impression. That really was.
That was good.
All right. Any other nominees, Lucius?
I don't want to nominate this one, but I'm going to play it. This was a field goal. I don't know what this man was talking about, though.
You have to like when there's a guy coming right in your face and he just sits in there and delivers it really well.
Wow.
Oh, that's the Bengals broadcast.
They should have unplugged his mic. They should have straight up unplugged his mic right then and there.
It was way worse than the long extension, whatever Sham was talking about
man,
on
you
our
should have heard
broadcast.
me call lacrosse my first game.
Oh, yeah,
Was
that's
not,
true.
The descriptions were not good.
Unintentional.
Lacrosse can get kind of crazy.
Well, Wolchuk thought they were all running around with shafts. And so it was just an absolute nightmare.
Oh,
all the moms are like looking back at him in the press box like, what?
He just went 5-hole there, boys. Shot that one hard and fast through the hole.
Can we get some audio of that, Wolchuk?
I can go ahead and scour the internet.
Sounds like a future segment.
As long as we don't have my college girls basketball call. Because
pushes.
that was a nightmare as well.
Is it our current champion, Michael Irvin? Number one offense, number one defense. Clean up the special teams. We're going undefeated, Cowboys. Now, you also have Lane Kiffin, who's in here challenging. They found the new punter at Ole Miss. Guy that sounds like Kevin Hart prank called a gym. That was exceptional. I'm going to go with Lane Kiffin, Chiafalo. How about you?
Gosh, I know. I think you said, okay, so we can't vote for the Bengals guy. That was the rule.
You can do whatever you want.
So we'll go Lane Kiffin here.
It's 2-0, Lucius.
Kevin Hart.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
Kevin Hart.
It's 2-2, Broadus.
Kevin Hart.
It's 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion in comeback fashion. The guy that sounds like Kevin Hart prank calling a gym. Okay, Brian, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we headed with that?
Yeah, this former NFL head coach has a suggestion from Mike McCarthy. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Rangers
full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BarsBarricades.com.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation. Time now for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. Here he is. Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Just got the number on our podcast that we do, that Bobby and I do on a weekly basis.
Love of the Star.
Love of the Star. We're ranked second behind the Eagles.
No, you are not.
Yeah.
Settle down, Broaddus. Are you sitting? Are you serious?
Yeah. So we got to figure this out.
Are you embarrassed?
I'm a little bit. I'm a little bit embarrassed by
Get
this.
your damn act together.
I need to
Jalen
get my,
Hurts and Sirianni.
Yeah, the Go Birds podcast is
Go
ahead of us
Birds.
slightly.
Makes you wanna throw up.
We're second of all the Odyssey NFL podcasts. Me and Bobby, we've got to figure out a way to get ahead of those.
That's insane, dude.
Those guys at the
because
Eagles.
You guys are way more dominant than those guys. We got to figure it out, because if we're not first, we're last.
Yeah,
you know?
the thing about it's interesting is that Go Birds podcast has been going on for a long time. That's something that they've had.
Oh, it's a
Elliot and
longevity award for these
they've
guys.
They've done a nice job with it, but
They built an audience over the course of years.
They have.
You guys have been in this for weeks.
No need to compliment them.
No, I'm
just stating the facts. That's why.
No excuses. Play like a champion, bro.
But like I said, hey, let's just check us out on the Odyssey podcast.
Little
Love the stuff.
adversity. It's all right. You and
man,
Bobby
and I,
overcome it.
we got this thing wired, man.
There's two strapping young lads you could have on your podcast. You'll get that to number one.
We did that one time.
Yeah. Did we score the lowest numbers of the?
No, we got
the
better.
Love of the Star history.
We got
right?
better.
When
No,
Chuck and I did
Got
our
a whole
faces.
lot of threats. This is the last time I'm listening.
No, it's been super. It's been a lot of fun. It's been super positive.
Good thing I
And
was talking about Lucius and Gavin.
yeah, we just got to figure out a way to get ahead of the Eagles, and we will. We'll get that thing ahead. But thanks to everybody that does listen, and if you haven't listened, it's called The Love of the Star. Check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. You enjoy Bobby's work for sure.
So I have to say here.
Well, he's